What is up, Teach Better family? Happy Saturday. Happy 12-hour live. This is the start of our Teach Better team 12-hour live event. I'm Jeff. I've got Ray with me to kick things off. It's time to go at this point. So grab your coffee, grab your snack, grab whatever you need. Notepad, because we got a lot of stuff going on. We've got 12 hours of free PD for you. We have some amazing educators. We've got a ton of giveaways. So throw this stream up on your big screen. Ray loves it when we're on the big screen. We'll put us in your ears, wherever you want to do it. Just get ready to go. Get your green hearts ready, because we start right now. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Do you have Starbucks?
I did. And
did you go to a Starbucks, or do you have a Starbucks in your house now?
Oh, see, yes, I have baristas come and join me.
That's what I figured. Morning, yeah.
Make me a latte. You know how.
Yeah. By the way, we are currently taking applications if you would like to apply to be a barista at Ray's house.
I see nothing wrong with that. Should I be shameful of that? That's not a bad
No, you should be. Listen, from as a job, it's a little bit of a weird position because you have to live with Ray, and it's but she has dogs too, so it's worth it. But that is open, so you can let me know. Just throw me a DM on Twitter if you're interested in being one of Ray's baristas.
Okay. Brad Hughes and I on Daily Drop-In every Friday joke about the whole production team that exists behind the scenes.
That's true. That's a good point.
You'd be a part of the Teach Better production team.
That's a good point. So that's a great way to get in. Oh, I'm seeing all the green hearts already. I love it. Getting all the comments. Good morning, friends.
Morning.
Good morning to Ray's production team. Good morning to Brad Hughes, who is out on the golf course. I am not even going to tell you what the backstory behind that is, but
not even worth it.
Wish Brad good luck. He can't find his ball in the snow. So we are here, Ray, 12 hours live today.
12 hours.
12 hours live today. And we have some just phenomenal educators coming on today.
The guests are insane.
So if you've never joined us for a 12-hour live, it is 12 hours of live stream. The faces on screen are going to change every 30 to 60 minutes, depending on different segments. And you're going to see a whole bunch of different faces, a whole bunch of new faces today. And we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of different topics. And we're also giving away 100 plus different things today. We've got shirts and bags and books and licenses to softwares. All kinds of cool stuff. Coaching sessions.
Can I say, I think this is the first 12-hour where we almost considered stopping people giving us giveaways, because we were there's no way to actually give away this many things in 12 hours. But
there is. So can we just go right into that? Is that okay? Should we do that? Can we do that right now? I know you and I have a very strict script.
I have a list I'm following. Look at
we're trying to follow, but I don't think it tells us this. We got Japan in the house right now. Wow. Hello from the other side of the world. That is amazing. So the giveaways we have a lot of giveaways, and there's 2 different ways that you can win giveaways today.
Yes.
Can you break that down for us, Ray?
Well, of course I can. This is the first thing you've asked me to do. So
I needed I'm getting messages from Katie, and she's like, hey, Ray needs to do work too. I'm like, okay, give me a break.
Guys, I'm doing work. I'm sitting here sipping my coffee, which knows what I do every morning with all of you. Except technically we're an hour later. Usually Daily Drop-In. We should have started.
And normally Saturday's your day off.
I know. So I slept in an hour and whatever.
So you get an extra day of Ray in the morning today. That's crazy.
I'm so sorry for all of you. Anyway, okay, yes. This is, I think, so important. So we obviously have a full schedule. We obviously have guests joining us. We obviously have themes that you're going to be able to learn about all these different topics. Guys, the giveaways are insane. There's 2 ways to win. And we've done this specifically because all of you guys have given us feedback that sometimes it's tricky to be the first to comment, because we're currently streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And so for us, it's yes, but one stream might have a 2-second lag, and then you can't win anything. So we've officially tried to even it all out. We have 2 ways for you to win. Some segments will have the host on screen with the guest, and they'll give you a prompt. Like you'll have something to answer in the comments, and we'll be selecting your answers from the comments. And another way is that you are going to go to a website. If you go to this website, you can literally register to win. I mean, everything on that list, you can say, yep, I'm interested. And those will be selected at the end of the show. The website, which I'm sure we will only say about 14,000 times today.
Can we put it up on screen too? Is that something that can happen?
I
Oh, look
mean,
at that.
Wow.
We got a good production team right now.
Wow.
Because that wasn't planned. I didn't know that we actually had that ready to go. So
I just think
kudos to your production team, Ray. They're doing a really good job back there.
when you say my production team, do you mean Katie Miglin, who planned this event?
I was trying to make it sound like we had a bigger team, but really it's just that Katie equals like 16 people.
Can I say the website is? Can I do my job?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, Katie's just doing her job better, so it's really
Katie
great.
Miglin will always do things better than me. I'm okay being second to Katie Miglin. Shout out to Teach Better Team Katie Miglin, who is organizing 12-Hour Live and the Teach Better Conference. Killing it. Back to me, teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So definitely go check that out. That is going to be a live link for the next 24 hours. So you have all day during the show today to head to that website. You only need to submit once. You can select everything on the list that you're interested in. It's a really, really easy way to make sure that you are a winner today.
Ray, you're an only child, correct?
No, I have a sister.
You have a sister. You're an only child right now.
Right this moment, yes, I'm the only one in my current
you have a sister.
home.
But did you? I don't know how I forgot your doctor's sister, who's so amazing. Just became a doctor too. Little shout out.
She's
but I just had a moment where I feel like you and I are very often on screen. Like when you, I don't know if you were like this when we were kids. My two brothers and I were like this. Where it's like, mommy, watch me. No, mommy, watch me on the camera. Like you're trying to jump in. I kind of feel like that was going on, and I'm like, Katie. You're like, hey, watch me, and I just wanted to point that out. Dr. Dan Kreiness is in the house.
I know. It's so fun to see all the names. I will tell you, friends, we are currently streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We would love to have you sharing this feed. It's going to be a really, really helpful way for us to reach our listeners. And I'm not calling people out, but Jeff, you and I both have people that have been direct messaging us for weeks being like, how do I watch 12-hour? Do I need to register? Is there a button? Is it on our website? And I'm like, guys, if you follow the Teach Better team on any of these platforms, you're going to see it pop up. We will literally be live for 12 hours. And still I had people being like, but what if I can't find it? So help us out. Help those people out by sharing this to make sure that they also see the stream. We really appreciate it.
I love it. So what else? What else we have going on today? You got anything? Are you doing anything? You got plans?
I mean, I have some coffee that I'm going to sip for a while. I have a cool interview. I have a few cool interviews I'm doing today. You got a brand new face next, right after you and I are done. I know. And I've been researching him like crazy. He is the guy on this topic. We're talking about restorative practices here at the half an hour mark. And this is the guru of gurus. I don't know how we convinced him to be on 12-hour.
That's shout out to Katie Miglin, I guess. We'll just anytime we don't know how we pulled something off, we're just gonna thank Katie. You want me to go through the schedule? I was just gonna say, so let's run through the schedule, and I know that could take a while. So take your time. We got 12 hours. That's true. We technically only have 20 minutes here. Ray and I are going to spend 12 hours telling you about the schedule for the 12-hour event that actually happens next week. You're a little bit early. No, guys, I am not doing this next week. All right. So we started off today, right now, you and me. Yes. Great way to start, by the way. Great start. Technically, this is called Coffee Kickoff. Ooh. Say that 5 times fast. And I see we use the classic TBT 35-second intro. This is how together we are, by the way. All right. So what's the next segment, Ray? Let's go through the actual schedule in a way that's helpful. Because for all of you tuning in right now, we love that you're here to see us. But trust me, there's other segments and other things that you're going to enjoy so much more than just Jeff and I goofing off. So next segment, which is at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Everything that we're sharing today is in Eastern time zone, even though we know that Central time zone is the real time. 8:30 a.m. Eastern, we have restorative practices for 2022, and that's with Zachary Scott Robbins, who's literally the guru of restorative practices. We're so excited that he's going to be with us. Following that, we have Collaboration for the Soul,
This segment is sponsored by Swivel, which we're really excited to celebrate them. And that will be Brand Hughes and Efrain Martinez talking all about collaboration, which will be really, really fun.
Nice.
Next up, we have a sponsored segment by EduMatch, and that is at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's all about maybe one of my favorite topics, providing feedback. Dr. Dave Schmittou and Chelsea Nicolino are joining our 12-hour live to talk about feedback. You know that's going to be good.
That's going to be a good one.
So good. At 11 a.m. Eastern, we are getting into setting boundaries. This will be a really, really interesting, challenging dialogue, really discussing how to set boundaries for ourselves, both personally and professionally. We have Hannah joining us from the Bar Center, and we are so thrilled to be able to have them come in and really share their insight. At 11:30, we are transitioning into a sponsored segment by Go Guardian, Pear Deck, and Edulastic. This is the number one rule for learning, and that's that it should be fun. That will be with Katie Miglin and Kimberly, which I'm so excited about. Kimberly is actually a teacher that Katie and I used to like hang out with, teach with over in Bloomington Normal, and she is an all-star.
Katie and Ray were like so excited when Kimberly said yes.
I can't believe she said yes. I actually took a day off from school to observe her classroom one time, and it
did you really?
Magic.
Is she still in Illinois? Is she still in Bloomington?
Still teaching. She's an elementary teacher, so we were Katie and I never worked in the same building as her, but gosh, you would. Oh my gosh, everybody should go to her classroom. It's just like fills you up. Yeah. At 12:30, it's you and I again, Jeff. We are doing a recap of the day thus far, a few hours in, and we also obviously be doing some giveaways for that, which will be kind of cool. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Giveaways are fun. Do we have any? Are we announcing anything? Are we talking anything fun?
We do have. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. I'm so glad you said that. We are doing.
Just doing my job, right? Just doing my job.
We are doing a teaser because we're announcing our keynote, and there's a lot going on Monday. So you and I are.
We have some really. I think we have some really important like dates that we need to, or like reminders of like deadlines coming up and stuff too.
I also have a picture that if you are in any way familiar with our keynote announcement, you may be able to figure it out during that.
Ooh, okay. Oh, yeah. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna do the silhouette picture.
It's possible.
It's possible. Mm-hmm. I like how we got a good morning Ray, but not Jeff.
Well, that's obviously.
Thanks, Gwen.
It's my mom.
It's Gwen.
Oh, Gwen Peebles?
Gwen Peebles, yeah.
Oh my gosh, Gwen, it's so good to see you. I watch Gwen. She does a live cooking show, and I love.
She does a live cooking show?
Yes, and she is the best.
Oh, well, that's cool. Is it like a YouTube show?
I mean, I watch her
on TV. She's on TV.
I watch her on Facebook.
Wow.
I'm just saying, if you guys are enjoying 12-hour live and want this via cooking, you got to go hang out with Gwen.
I just want to say real quick, I love all of our friends over on YouTube. Like I love when people are on the YouTube side. So Brian's one of them. So
hey, Boston, I would love to go to Boston sometime soon. Can we plan a teach better?
We should go to Boston.
Yeah.
I'm sure Brian's got a reason we should come hang out with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, wait. I got to keep going with this because I've lost.
Sorry, my fault. We're at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Yes, 1 p.m. Eastern. When minor behaviors become majors, that is a sponsor segment by Teacher Education Space. We have Dave Schmittou and Emily talking about that, and that will be a really good opportunity to talk about how to problem solve when those minor behaviors that we see in classrooms, see in schools, become actually like real issues that we have to address. At 2:00, we have self-care through the eyes of an administrator. That is sponsored by Road to Awesome. That will be Chad Ostrowski and Phyllis. I know you were really excited for that.
Yes.
Segment. Tell me why you were excited about that one.
Well, Chad's on. I like him. He's cool. But Phyllis is like, she's like connected to like some really massive brands. She's done a lot of writing. She's like highly sought after. She's another one where I was like, why did she say yes?
I know.
Like, but we got her and her and Chad are on. So what's that?
You.
Yeah, it's. I know it's like I think they think we're someone else.
I mean, that's fine with me.
I don't know who it is, but
I mean, they are about to become my best friend, whether they know it.
Whether they know it, like it, or want it at all.
Like by the end of the next segment, I will have convinced Zach that him and I are best friends. Just wait. All right,
all right 2:30.
Okay, 2:30. We're talking about the sub shortage. I know that this is terrible, but guys, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. Sub shortage disaster is coming at you. Digital PD for you is sponsoring, which is that incredible woman, Jami Fowler-White, who will also be live with us during that segment. Brad Hughes and Jami will be talking about that at 2:30. And then this is the big moment, Jeff. Look at your face.
Super important.
Super important. So, super important. Friends, did you know, fun fact, you cannot stream 12 hours on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Did you know that? It stops you. So we actually will be ending our segment after the sub shortage disaster segment, which is at 2:30 Eastern. And we will be picking it back up, a brand new stream. We will literally only miss.
We're going to end at like 2:59.
Yes.
And then at 3 o'clock, a new stream will start.
Yes. And so you literally will only need to click off and click back onto the new stream. It'll be so helpful if you could share it too, because again, that gets hard. We don't want to lose people that are engaged in the show.
Honestly, what you should do is whatever you're in, if you're watching like on your computer and you're watching like on Facebook, just really as soon as you see us click off, refresh, and like the new one should be just about going. So, and then that's going to be important, like Ray mentioned earlier. That's going to be a really important time to share that new stream out, which will remind you in that segment as well. So.
When the new stream starts, we are getting into our favorite brain break. Dave Schmittou is going to be our moderator, but we also have Jeff Gargas, Brian Fennell, Aaron Stack, Brad Hughes, and Amanda's joining us. So it's going to be a Teach Better Team takeover right there with some fun faces that are very familiar to you, but also some fun faces that have never been live with us.
Yeah, which is cool.
Very excited. We'll then get into essential steps for supporting student trauma. That is with you and Sheldon Aikens, which I am such a fan of.
Yes.
He's always great to have.
Yes. He's kind of a 12-hour alum or like veteran. He's been here a few times with us.
At least on two.
At least two.
Yeah.
He was on the very first one. He's been on at least two, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we're almost done here. And when I say that, I'm like joking because it's 12 hours.
So we still have like 3 hours on.
Yeah, I was going to say we're only at 4:30. At 4:30, we're talking about prioritizing goals. This is sponsored by Education Blueprint, which you know is a nonprofit that we are a huge advocate for. I am interviewing Lori McEwen, who I had a meeting with last week, and she is so cool. I cannot wait to talk shop. She is so smart that I just think I'm going to sit on screen like the whole time. I'm going to do my best to interview her. Or we'll see. I don't know.
That would be a horrible segment if that's all you do.
I'm just like, yeah, seriously. At 5:30, we have kind of a really
Sorry.
No, seriously, that'll be my thing. At 5:30, we have an interesting segment that we have been really excited to share. The topic is really specific because we know so many of you have been asking, but it says, when you can't beat them, join them. Let's talk about phones in the classroom. That's going to be with Katie Miglin and Hedrick Nichols. As we keep going, we have a 6 o'clock segment, which is balancing expectations and learning gaps. That is sponsored by Some Dog, and I will be joined with maybe my girl crush, Alexis Perkins. She is in the comments, so I know that I can say that. Alexia Perkins is.
She is. Hey, she's here already.
So, I mean, geez, talk about energy. So good. 6:30. We are almost to the end there, friends. We are live for 12 hours, 6:30 Eastern. We are supporting versus hand-holding, so discussing our leadership styles. That's with Brad Hughes and Marcus Bellin, who was actually part of Daily Drop-In last week. So I'm sure you guys got a dose of him already. And then at the very end, we are wrapping it all up at 7:30 Eastern. We are bringing on our Teach Better Team moderators. It'll be me, Jeff, Dave, Katie, Chad, and Brad. And we are kind of recapping and celebrating the fact that we are still live 12 hours in. Yep.
I am currently taking bets. If you'd like to place a bet on what Ray will be eating during that segment, something we have realized that Ray's usually eating something during that because she doesn't eat all day long.
Well,
she just drinks 38 cups of coffee. And then last time you had just had a birthday party, so you had cake.
I did.
One time it was M&Ms, I believe. Another time it was, I don't know what it was. Maybe it's only been the last 2 times and I'm lying. All I know is I'm excited about it. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to be eating.
Guys, I know that eating on camera might be perceived by some as disrespectful.
Not here.
Guys, we will be live for 12 hours. Y'all are welcome to eat whatever you want during the show. And we are going to be professional the whole way through. That last half an hour, all bets are off. All bets are off.
Oh, look at popcorn. Popcorn's a good guess. That is a good guess.
They do know I
That
love
is
popcorn.
a good guess. Yes. Can we, I know you mentioned them, can we just like run through really quick, like just a shout out, and can we fill the comments with green hearts for our sponsors that help us make this possible? Because they help us make sure that they help us in so many ways in a big way to make sure that we have all these giveaways to give away all day long. So Swivel, EduMatch Publishing, Go Guardian, Pear Deck, Edulastic, Teacher Education Space, Road to Awesome, Digital PD for You, Education Blueprint, and SumDog. Huge thanks to you and everything you do. And throughout the day, we'll be obviously shouting them out, sharing how you can go connect with them and show them some love. But huge thanks to our sponsors.
You can go check out more about those sponsors by going to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. We have them linked right there. You can click on their logos and go explore the incredible things they're offering educators these days.
And that is 12-hour giveaway. It's 1-2 for the 12. 1-2 giveaways. Is it 12 giveaways?
It's 12-hour giveaways. Why is this hard for you?
I don't know. It seems hard.
I'm just kidding.
And that's also where you can go. You can go anytime throughout the day and register there to win and pick which giveaways you want to be entered in to win too. So
speaking of giveaways, we are giving away giveaways during this segment right now, or at least we're going to be featuring some. So as many of you will see, we'll be giving away giveaways live during the show, but we'll also obviously be directing you to that website to be able to register for a lot of different giveaways all at once. And this segment, we really wanted to make sure we highlighted a few things that were there, actually directly related to the Teach Better team. You want me to take this on, Jeff?
Sure.
All right. So for this specific section, we wanted to highlight that there are 3 types of coaching sessions that you can get there. You're going to be able to see a ton of giveaways throughout our time all together. However, some of the giveaways are Teach Better things, and some of the giveaways are all these other incredible organizations, companies, podcasts, you name it, it's probably there. For this morning, we just wanted to highlight that there are some coaching sessions by myself, Chad, and Dave that we're offering some 60-minute coaching sessions. That can be on a variety of things. Dave, Chad, and I all have different backgrounds in different areas, but of course, we are all very, very dedicated to education and supporting our students. So if you're looking for coaching on instructional practices, leadership strategies, marketing ideas, social media ideas, or strategic planning, there's a ton there. I also would absolutely support you connecting with Chad or Dave on anything related to health. I would be useless to that. But if you want a coaching on how to drink coffee, y'all sign up with me and I got you. No problem.
I love it. Yeah. So that's over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. And those are 3 of 100 plus prizes that we're giving away today. And those are 3 that you can register for over at that website there. So I encourage you, because honestly, 60 minutes with any of the 3 of you would be great. I mean, it would be awesome. So whether you're talking about coffee or actual education stuff, I think it works.
I mean, I like talking about education while drinking coffee.
Yeah, Dave and Chad can talk about coffee too. Like they're, maybe they don't have baristas in their house like you do, but they're trying.
I mean, Dave can talk about the fact he lives in Florida. That's cool.
That he could probably talk about hats.
It's true.
So, all right. So we are now 22, almost 23 minutes in. Well, actually, we'll hit the 23 mark. We've got lots of friends here, lots of green hearts, not quite enough green hearts, but lots of green hearts. We've covered the schedule. We've covered giveaways and how to give away that. We're not going to go through all the giveaways because there's just too many. We covered how to do that. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else like that you and I have to give anybody, right? I'm not sure we have any other value to give. I think we covered what we
Here's the deal, Jeff. When we come live for the first half hour, 12-hour, this is kind of tradition that you and I kick off the show.
It really
together.
is, yeah.
Can we really quick, and I don't know that you can in this time constraint, but this is one of those things they used to do to me all the time where you're like, hey, in 5 seconds, can you give this entire piece of information? And I'm like, well, clearly no.
Okay. All right. I'm ready. I deserve it.
In 2 minutes, only in 2 minutes, can you tell the Green Heart story?
Oh, the Green Heart story. So that was from 12-hour. Was that the very first 12-hour?
No.
It was the second or third? Second one. It was the second one. No,
it was December. It was 2 times ago.
Which was the second one. The first one we ever did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first one did it was in June, and then in December we did it. And it was early on in the day, and someone mentioned that we should have a magic word. And we talked, what did we actually, was it better? Was that the word? It was better, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, we won't use it that often. And we were
literally, On the show. Go watch it. He was like, why don't we just say better? Like, we don't say the word.
So somebody said we had to do magic, like we had to do a word, and then it was Megan Wells who said, yeah, and when that happens, like instead in Pee-wee's Playhouse, instead of going crazy, we just drop green hearts. So we are going to put that back in place. Thank you, Ray. I'm so glad this was a great idea. Back in place today. Anytime someone says the word better, I just said it. You have to fill the comment section with those green hearts, which you're seeing right now. If you're on a device, you can just do it through your emojis. If you're not on a device, if you're on the computer, you can just copy it really quick and put it in. That makes it easier. That's going to happen. But also, those green hearts, a green heart or a series of green hearts represents the same as like a clap or excitement to anything that's going on. So if you're excited about what's being talked about, you agree with something, you want to show some love, that's what, obviously you can hit the like buttons and shares and stuff like that. But the green hearts are how we've told our guests, hey, look, if you see green hearts, you're doing good.
Yeah.
So use those green hearts. You don't have to be stingy about it at all. They don't run out as far as I know. I think the ink is everlasting. So use your green hearts. But yeah, that was super cool. And that just stuck. So that was Megan Wells. She started a whole thing that was completely unplanned. And it's become, when Ray calls me on my phone, it's green hearts on my phone because her contact picture is a green heart. The other day she called me. I'm like, oh my God. Like, she's like, I'm like, hey, I don't know what you need, but just so you know, when you call me, my entire screen is green with green hearts.
Okay,
which is like the coolest.
That's like a thing that you can do on your iPhone now where you can set like your name and a picture. And I was like, why would I do a picture? I should just do a green heart emoji. And it totally, like, it's everybody cool. In the Teach Better community should be doing that.
You should call me right now. Call me right now. Call me right now.
Hold on. This is a terrible start to the show.
I want them to, we have a couple minutes. I want them to see how cool it is.
I'm calling you.
Look how cool that is. That's what happens when you call me. Because normally that would be someone's face, like really big and squished. Like, anyway, so green hearts, green hearts, green hearts, green hearts. Thank you to Megan for that. That's awesome. Just a couple minutes here, Ray. You're going to get your first session started. I'm super excited. You know what I'm really excited about? I don't think I've seen any of the videos that are going to be playing throughout today.
You know, I will say we always have these like commercials, like videos to help us transition. Because as you guys know, there's a lot of buttons here on the back end, and we want to make sure that we use every single moment that we have you. The videos this time are kind of special because as a Teach Better community, you guys know we love the people in our community. Like, this is a people-focused team right here. And I love that we're now using our commercials to be able to feature more faces from the Teach Better team, more faces from our community. It'd be super good. What are you doing? Are you live? What's going on your phone?
I'm just recording some video. I'm going to be sharing on my Instagram feed today, and possibly on Twitter. I'm going to be sharing some behind the scenes stuff. So
yes,
I was just getting just a little bit of, because I have like, we're everywhere, and it's like you were talking earlier about like some streams are slightly different. So I got, this is like us backstage. Over here, I've got us on our Facebook group, and down here's in YouTube, and they're all slightly different. So, like, I'm seeing, especially when you make movements like this, it's really fun.
Can I ask you a quick question? Because we're going to get into some segments that are going to be like topic focused. We're going to get into some really good dialogue. Every single segment has action steps. That's been a big focus for us this year, as we want to make sure each and every one of you could take away an action, a challenge from these segments. Can I ask something kind of dorky really quick before we get into the good stuff?
Yeah.
Can you guys let us know in the comments, like, why you're tuning in? We really want to make sure.
That's a good question.
We are constantly just trying to do our best to reach our community. And we love, like, goofing around, hanging out. Don't get me wrong. But we would love to better understand, like, why are you here this morning? And why did you wake up on a Saturday morning to come copy and paste green hearts all day? What's the driver? So we'd love to hear from you. And honestly, we take your feedback. We love to be able to change and adapt and tweak based on what you wanted. And obviously, Brad Hughes is starting us off with, Jeff said I had to. That's right.
It's nice when someone listens.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I like it.
That's a good question. I really love to hear that. And Ray, you bring up a really good point about the fact, and you've mentioned it earlier too, like, we listen when you give us feedback. Like, that's why a lot of the sessions that are going on today exist. So please share that. Ray, our team, our awesome production team, also Katie, also dropped in there. You can see in the comments, there is a discount code for the swag store. You can get 50% off all day long at the swag store today using 12-hour swag as your code, or if you use that link, it'll already be applied. So go take advantage of that. That ends tonight when the stream ends. So take advantage of it during the day.
I love it. We are
ready?
we're at the half an hour mark. So we are ready to transition here into our first segment of 12 hour, because we don't count as a segment, do we?
No, we're like the
hype man.
Yeah, we're the hype. We're the hype man for Zach.
That's the goal.
That's exactly what we are. Yep.
So we're going to get into our next piece here. For those of you who are tuning in live with us all day long, please do us a huge favor. Comment, interact, choose to not only be a consumer, but an active participant. Make sure you share the stream, and we will be right back to kick off 12 Hour Live.
The Teach Better team, we're a family. We're dedicated to being even better tomorrow than we were today in every aspect of our personal and professional lives. The Teach Better Speakers Network is dedicated to supporting this entire educational ecosystem. Maybe you're a school leader looking to bring relevant experiential learning, gamification, and rigorous inquiry strategies into your classrooms. Or you're a district leader seeking to make a strong comeback post-pandemic through social-emotional learning and emotional intelligence, growth mindset, and a positive school culture. Or perhaps you're a business leader or an event coordinator looking for a powerful keynote speaker at your next event on transformational leadership, social media, community communication, or equity and inclusion practices. Visit teachbetter.com/speakers network to find the best support for your family today.
Hey everyone, we are back with 12 Hour Live. I'm joined by Zach Robbins. Zach, I am so excited that you are here this morning. How are you?
I am fantastic. Thank you so much for having me this morning. How are you?
Oh my gosh, I am pumped and I am so thrilled that you and I get to kick off with the first or whatever, the second segment of 12 Hour. I've been so excited to talk shop with you, learn about you, and bring you into the Teach Better family.
I'm so happy to be here with the Teach Better family, and I look so forward to seeing all the amazing green hearts every time someone says the word better.
So good. I love the better. See, you're already catching on, Zach. I know you're a new face to our Teach Better community, but you're just going to fit right in. People are going to think you're a pro.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. So there are people here from all over. I've been looking at the comments. So where's everyone from? Can people just please shout out where they're from?
Yes, I would love to see that. They were doing that earlier, but I love when everybody is able to do that. Shout out to my mother who's commenting. Zach, you get to meet my mother this morning. How exciting.
How you doing, Mom?
Zach, since I know you're a new face to some of the Teach Better community, although I know so many of our internal team has been an advocate for the work you're doing, been following the work you're doing, would you do us a favor? Give us a little bit of background. People are going to be commenting about where they're watching from this morning. I'd love to have you give us a little background of who you are and what you do in education.
Absolutely. My name is Zach Robbins. I have been in education since 1886. I have a principal. I've been a principal since 1952. Actually, I've been a principal for a very, very, very long time. I've been in public education for over 25 years. I have been doing restorative justice work in Nevada. My school began the first restorative justice program in the state. We were the pilot, actually, in our school district, the Clark County School District in Las Vegas. And, we had this issue. We were suspending and expelling kids at a clip of 5 to 1. And our students of color were just being put out. And it just wasn't right because in essence, these are children. So behind all of the snappy comments, behind all of the things that kids do for attention, they're just kids. They want attention. They want approval. They want people to show them that they care. And I'm sure that all the folks out here in Virginia and DC Illinois, Texas, right outside of Boston, where I came from. Actually, I used to live in Upham's Corner in Boston. So shout out to my people in Boston. So, you know, I know that all the people know exactly what I mean when I say that, you know, children need positive attention. They want their teachers to know that they love and care about them. And once you bind them to you, they work for you. Kids do work for people they like in places they like. So we had to actually put this restorative justice in place to keep kids in school, not just to build relationships, but to divert students away from suspensions and expulsions. And that's the work we've been doing. I've been training people not only all throughout the state, teachers and administrators, but also throughout the country.
Yeah, I know so many people that are following and learning and being better educators because of the work that you are doing. I know so many of them have started following your work on social media or they've seen things on your website, but it is such an honor to have you here teaching and learning with our community, because I'll tell you, these are buzzwords you're saying right now: restorative practice, restorative justice. Everyone's like, yeah, I've heard it. But a lot of educators have a misconception that these are concepts that are fluffy. They're concepts that maybe don't apply to them or apply to their students. And it's also a concept that a lot of teachers feel like they're exhausted with because they've used all the tools in their belt to try things. And if they're not successful, they're like, oh, it's not the right fit for me. So what would you say to educators that are looking at this topic and saying, it's just a buzzword, does it actually make an impact?
You know, I would say that it's not just a buzzword. I mean, think about it. When we learned how to create lesson plans, I'm sure the first ones weren't so great, but you kept going and you kept trying. When you first learned how to manage the great purpose room or the lunchroom, initially, maybe you didn't do so well making sure your students actually followed the lunch protocols in a way that made sense. But over time, you got it. Let's actually make a parallel to learning sports. Maybe you played softball or baseball. When you first learned how to swing the bat and actually get a hit, maybe you struck out a couple times. Over time, you did better. Maybe you played an instrument. You know, maybe you learned how to play piano. You know, maybe you took some time to learn how to actually do your hand over hand. Over time, you learn. So now, granted, I would be the first to tell you, there are some things in public education, and they tell us, and they're just dumb. I'm like, what are you talking about? This makes no sense whatsoever. But these are the basics of making sure that your classroom functions. You cannot have learning in chaos. You must have order. And you want to have order in a way that keeps kids bound to you, that shows them that they care, that keeps them in class. This is fundamental to the way you do school. So no, this is not just a buzzword. And there's also not a pass for poor behavior. You know, that's the one thing that I've been going around, you know, preaching the gospel on. RJ is not, you know, let's just have a talk after a kid has done something wild in a class and just egregious. No, RJ should never be a pass for poor behavior. If a kid has done something egregious, consequences should follow so we can connect and redirect that student's behavior. But RJ is not a kid has done something, put their hands on someone, said something crazy to the teacher, and we just, you know, let it go. No, we should never let poor behavior go, because that undermines a positive learning environment for all.
Sure. I cannot wait to dive into this hour conversation that we are going to have. And I will tell all of our community here, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for sharing this live stream so that all of your friends and family can be exposed to this teaching as well. I will say, I feel like to start out on an even playing field, we're talking about restorative justice, restorative practice. These are words that I've heard. If I wanted to define them, maybe I have people that are tuning in that are just getting into the education field, or maybe they're not in education, but they are drawn to learning more about what's going on in our schools. Can we kind of set some sort of like general definition about what we're looking at here this morning?
I would say that restorative practices are those structures, functions, and processes in a class or school that help a student restore their standing in the community after a harm has been committed.
Ooh, okay, I like this.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. So if I wanted to implement, I was a classroom teacher and I'm looking to implement restorative justice, where do I get started?
So great question. Megan, I'm so sorry. Great question. I saw Megan's comment.
I know. We have a ton of comments coming in. It's like they're all popping all over.
You know what I mean? I'm like, wait a minute. You know, and Ray, we are going to be best friends after this broadcast. Just know that. Just know that. So here's the thing. So different school communities will start their restorative practice journey in different places. There are people that are ready for a restorative practice implementation, Ray, that diverts students away from suspension and expulsion and any other sort of exclusionary discipline practice. They are ready for that. Some people are either they're not ready for that or that's not what they need because they don't have an issue with disproportionate suspension and expulsion. Maybe what they need is something that does simply improve relationships between teachers and students and among students. So different people will have to start in different places. Or maybe you have a place that absolutely needs to divert students away from suspension and expulsions, but the environment is not fertile for something like that to take root. So you may have to start at step 1 when they really need to be at step 30, quite frankly, because of just the tone and temperament of a building. So it's not a cookie cutter approach. You have to be able to look at what a community is ready for and take steps. What you can't do is say, oh, that's a problem and not do anything. So how to start? There are some places where the principal may not be open to restorative practices and the teacher has to start doing things in the classroom. So when I coach people throughout the country, that may be the case. So I tell teachers, why don't you start with a community building circle in which you actually bring kids together and just get them to talk to each other, having school appropriate conversations in which they just get to know each other and you as human beings. Start there. In my own school right now, we're about to do some school-wide community building circles because the pandemic put a wedge in the relationships between students and each other because they've been away. And we have 2 whole grade levels of kids who don't even know each other because they haven't been on campus.
Right.
And my school exists in a historic gang community. So I'm so happy that the gang activity hasn't kicked up as bad as it has in the past. But that temperament or that tone will spill over onto the campus. Okay, so right now we feel a need to have community building circles just to bring people together because it's just a small contingent that engages in that behavior, but it's a loud contingent. So the students want to feel together. So that may be where you need to start. Other places, they may have the infrastructure in place to actually have the functions and processes and structures to say, listen, when a kid is about to get put out of school, let's divert them away from exclusionary discipline. And you can put those structures in place. So depending on the needs of a building, you just start. But the option to do nothing is the wrong option.
Right. And it's interesting, Zach, I know we have some comment or some questions in our comments, which is always so exciting. We love when our community chooses to be active learners rather than just consumers. But Zach, as I'm listening to you speak about this first beginning suggestion, trying to gauge whether your principal is ready or not to take this at a school level is really not enough to then not implement anything. Classroom teachers have the power to say, hey, I can start working on these things at a classroom level. And if it dissipates further into the community, wonderful, we're going to do what's best for students. But this is not a situation that if your building is not on board, you as the teacher are left with an inability to implement restorative justice practices, which I really appreciate that reminder.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We have a comment here by Megan Wells. I know we're going to throw that back up on screen. It says, can you give an overview of where you see restorative practices versus in tune with consequences? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm trying to understand the question. Restorative practice versus or in tune, excuse me, with consequences. So let me take a shot at this. So right now, in my own experience, the restorative practices have to fit within a school or a classroom's teacher's behavior response plan. So let me give you a very concrete example. So when I'm working with schools and when I'm coaching teachers, if a student fights, that is not I'm going to divert you away from exclusionary discipline. You shouldn't be in my opinion, you shouldn't be putting your hands on people in school. That is not okay. That is a violation of community norms. So yes, you might get exclusionary discipline for that. Or in my own situation, you've got to go. You're not going to be fighting kids in here. So when you come back though, we're going to reach out to all parties' parents and ask for permission. And then we're going to bring you back and we're going to do a restorative justice circle to try to squash the beef. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a situation where we have a structure in place to say, okay, whatever the reason is, let's see if we can get to the bottom of it so you all can coexist. Let me give you a less extreme example. Let's say a student insubordinate in class. Most suspensions for students happen for low-level infractions. So we divert them away from suspension for things like insubordination, defiance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So a kid gets written up, referral is sent, phone call is made. If a kid gets to the administrator or whoever does discipline and they look at that infraction and they may say, this kid is at a point where they're ready to be put out of school for something. Instead of doing that, I'm going to make a decision to send this kid to a restorative structure. So at the point where a kid may get put out, whoever's in charge of that decision says, let's not do that. Let's send this student to a restorative structure. They go through the restorative justice tribunal. There is a decision then that the kid has to make things right. So at that point, after they go through that structure, and through that structure, they may end up with counseling from the counselor, from the school psychologist. They may have to go to the social worker. But after they finish with that structure, they may have to go back and then they may have to write an apology letter to the teacher. They may have to apologize to the whole class. They have to sit down with the teacher and again, make things right. And it's not kids going back to class with their tails between their legs. It's I shouldn't have done this. I have done something to infringe upon the learning experience of others. I need to make this right.
What I really value about not only our conversation here, Zach, but you in general in your teachings of supporting educators with this topic is that this misconception that it's just, holding hands and singing Kumbaya and students aren't given a consequence for making negative choices. I really appreciate your focus on addressing the negative choice in a way that does emphasize that it was a choice that was wrong. But then the restorative practices, the restorative justice conversation comes in when we begin to look at, yes, but we need to get to the root of that problem, or we can make a fair assumption it will happen again. So it's not about not addressing the negative choice. It's about using these practices, taking intentional time to use these practices to say, yes, but if we solve the core issue after the negative decision was dealt with, then we can actually say it may not happen again, which allows that student to be more successful. That is a necessary emphasis that I really appreciate you sharing out here this morning.
And Ray, you're absolutely correct, because in the restorative justice tribunal process, there's a point where the student is taken back into a room with a counselor, and just to help the kid process what happened during the tribunal process. And during that conversation, kids share. They share the things that are on their minds. They share, sometimes they weep. It's just, they just emote the things that have been troubling them. So, and from that process, we then route kids sometimes to therapeutic services because it's the things happening outside of school, or there may be unaddressed trauma that's making it difficult for students to function successfully in class and in school. And sometimes that unaddressed trauma is not, the locus of it isn't solely with the student. It's something that has impacted the whole family.
Sure.
So the family, then we have structures in place where families can receive family conferencing and family therapy free of cost. So we have to address the social emotional needs of children and their entire families, because when they go home, that the enlisting the whole family as partners in learning is essential. It's essential.
And we've seen so many comments of people dying for resources, which we're going to get to in just a second. So hang tight with us. But Zach, I love, again, this focus on the fact that restorative justice is not an opportunity to not address negative choices or negative behaviors, but truly about ensuring it does not continue occurring. And I love the echo of family being a part of this, because our students absolutely have influences that they choose to have in their life, but they also have influences that they have no control over. And if we can support those types of actions, holy moly, I love looking at the whole child, the whole structure, the whole life. That's so great. Zach, I know you have a lot of resources, like a ton. But tell us a little bit. I know you have courses. Can you emphasize how educators might begin getting started if they're like, holy moly, I got to learn more?
Yes. So 2 things out of many things. So one of the things, of course, you can always reach out to me because my team, we go out and we train. I'm training folks all over the country in this. Also, my book, Restorative Justice Tribunal. I don't believe in that. Put a dangle in a book and call me if you want. I put everything in the book, so you can actually learn a lot from the book, and then just call me if you need some more, and I'll just tell you. You know what I mean? Of course, I work with schools and school districts, so you can always call me for that. And then I have a course. I have courses, so people need their professional people. Have you ever gone to these conferences or you've taken a course and you're like, this wasn't very helpful? Well, I have a course at schoolsthatmovesouls.com. Actually, I believe that if it's possible, I don't know if I can put a link in here, but I actually have a link to a course that, and this is one of 10 that's about to be dropping. Okay. So, and it is a course that you can use for salary advancement. And if you need university credit, the University of California, San Diego actually is giving university credit for the course, and it's all job embedded. And for all these folks here, if you ever just want to connect with me directly, I'll just set up some time and we can just get on a Zoom chat or whatever, and I'll answer whatever questions you all have.
I love it. And you know what? Like, truly, that offering that you have here, not only with the speaking and the partnerships that I know you do with school districts, obviously the keynotes, but we're looking at a course. I mean, Teach Better family, we love courses. We love opportunities to get in and learn at our own pace, download resources, do some activities, ask questions. I love that you are able to provide us with like an action step. Here on the Teach Better team, we love talking about overall philosophy. Yes, these things are good, but when we can actually go and dive in further, be a learner, change our practices, that's where the magic happens.
Absolutely. And you know what? And when I did it, I made sure the price point was right, because when I was coming up, I was broke. I was broke. I remember the ramen noodles. I can make a ramen noodle taste like almost anything that is gourmet. So the thing is, I wanted to make sure that it was accessible to people. And that was very important to me. So definitely check that out, because this whole thing of folks making RJ and what you do seem more difficult than it needs to be, that has to stop. And also, RJ is not a pass for poor behavior. I mean, I just have to keep saying that to people, because Ray, this is not, kids cannot be in our classes acting up, because that can't happen. It just can't happen. We have to make sure learning, if there's going to be, there's controlled chaos where we have kids actually seeking their passions. They're having great conversations about content. They're doing the things that clearly indicate that learning is happening in the classroom. And then there's just chaos where there's nothing but foolishness happen. We can't have that.
No good.
No.
So good. Zach, I know you have a lot more to share with us. We still have a half an hour left that we're going to dive into. So I really appreciate not only what you've shared thus far, but also I know the action steps, the suggestions that you're going to be sharing with us here in the next half an hour. I do want to give a little shout out, if we don't mind taking a pause real quick. There are so many things that you are going to be able to learn and consume today, Teach Better family. We love being able to share really great conversations, hopefully lots of giggles, and of course, giveaways. I want to make sure you take a moment to share the link for Zach's course. That's going to be an incredible opportunity that you can share with friends or family, colleagues, leadership teams, so we can all be better in this area. And on the same vein, if you're interested, open another tab on your computer or pop this over on your cell phone. I want to give a shout out to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. We're so grateful to so many members of our network who have graciously donated a lot of different things, specifically swag. I love a good swag item. So I want to encourage you to head over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, and you're going to find a lot of swag there. There are shirts from Reflect Ed podcast. There's podcast PD swag. There is Beginning Teacher Wednesday podcast swag. There's Out of the Trenches podcast swag. And there is Learner in Leading podcast swag. So there is so much over there that you can sign up. As a reminder, you only need to sign up once. You're all set to go. You only got to do it once within the next 12 hours. But a really good intentional moment for us to pause. We've been live for 55 minutes so far and say, okay, I need to find a way to organize all the stuff I'm learning today to make sure you get as much out of this as possible. So, Zach, I really appreciate you sharing the course link with us, because what another great resource for us to dive into.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to this next half an hour, because the Teach Better team and the Teach Better family, such an amazing, amazing way to connect with colleagues throughout the country. This is wonderful.
So appreciate it. So as we keep diving into this concept of restorative practices, restorative justice, I love that we've been able to already emphasize the fact that these are not things that mean that we are not teaching our students how the consequences of their actions. This really is a way to hit the core issues that might be sparking these choices or behaviors. And we have the power, whether it is as classroom teachers, coaches, administrators, or anything in between, to begin to put these into schools. What do you see as our conversation continues? What do you see as a difference when you're looking at a school that uses restorative justice and a school that does not use restorative justice? What do you feel like are the differences between those types of building cultures and instructional practices?
Fantastic question, Ray. The difference between a building or a classroom that uses RJ and one that doesn't, I believe, number one, the tone and tenor of the class is different in terms of the relationships between students and among all community members. And I think the same thing in the school. I think that just the way people connect with each other, I think is very, very different. It's very, very different. And then two, I believe that the degree to which students receive exclusionary disciplines, particularly students of color, the way the rates of exclusionary discipline consequences and the way they're doled out, I believe is very, very, very different. So when folks, let me talk about circle time. You know, we've had circle time since romper room. People act like circles are new. I remember Miss Sally used to put people in a circle back in romper room when she had the little magic mirror, and she would call names, and she would say, and Zachary, and I was so happy that she called my name because she saw me in the magic mirror, Ray. She saw me in the magic mirror, and I know she saw Megan. I know she saw Brian. I know she saw all these other folks in the magic mirror while we were all in a circle. Well, the whole notion, think about the littles in elementary school. The notion of making sure that students know, and it's not just an elementary school concept because we do it at the high school also, making sure that it is a structure that we're going to get people together and just talk about and just actually dive into the human side of teaching and learning. Now, I don't know about you, but, you know, kids sometimes act like they don't want to be bothered. They really do. They really do want to share. They really do want to hear. They really do want to be in a community of people. They really do want someone to ask them how was their weekend, how was their day, and how are they feeling, etc., etc., etc. So those sort of things in the aggregate, they make a massive difference in the tone and tenor of a classroom, let alone the tone and tenor of a school. Massive, massive impact. So I think that when you have these structures in place, it helps kids restore their standing if they do make a poor choice, because it's a safe environment to do so, because everyone feels connected. Okay. Now, when you don't have those things in place, people feel, or students feel more likely or less responsible to their peers because that connection doesn't exist. Okay, that's one. Then if you have structures in place to intentionally, purposefully divert students away from exclusionary discipline, number one, it's on everyone's mind to say, we need to think about this. So I have this kid that's done this thing that's not violent at all. It's an irritant, but is it something I really need to put this kid out of class for? When you have restorative practices in a building, people are more conscious of it. So, and then two, in terms of the numbers themselves, when you have something to divert students away from exclusionary disciplinary outcomes, you keep kids in class. You can't teach a kid who's not there. You're not going to improve achievement when there are gaps in the learning process, because we've created them because we have not been cognizant of how often we put kids out of class when we could have had an option to keep them in. Mm-hmm. So the big difference is it impacts achievement, it impacts climate. Then talk about sowing seeds of distrust and undermining trust of families who say, well, how can my kid learn? I know my kid is acting up. I have him at home, but still, can you help me help them?
Absolutely. As you think about those circles that I know so many educators not only have been utilizing, like you referenced, but continue to utilize as great ways to foster those relationships, to create that safe space. It was one of my favorite things I was able to do with my middle school students. For those that know, I have a middle school background when in my teaching career, and holy moly, that was just so fun to be able to hang out and actually talk shop and really get to know my students. Language has always been something that's been so directly tied to that. The way that we speak to students, the way that we phrase certain things, especially in that circle, but truly all over, really does foster that respect and trust relationship within a classroom. Any tips or tricks on how we can better in our language for people that may not be familiar, and even just some of those basics?
Ray, when it comes to making sure that we connect with students with speech that is safe and respectful and empowering, think about what students do when they're not with us. Think about the social media lives of students. So oftentimes when I have an 11-year-old, and when they get on their school, they use their school platforms to chat. So even though you may restrict them from Facebook or Instagram or whatever, they'll use their school platforms to chat, or just use the chat features to chat. And when they're talking, they're being snide, they're being snappy, they're doing these things. They're not always, even though they're joking, they're not always saying the kindest things to each other. The last thing we want to do is to add on to that. So while we think that we're being funny or cute or just a little sarcastic, kids sometimes don't hear it that way, especially in their environment when they're doing it all the time. Some of them. And then also, I think that it is, when you actually set up your classroom agreements, I think it's important to agree how the classroom community will speak with each other, and actually know that in certain conversations, there's certain speech that's okay. I think that's important. It's almost like teaching when to code switch. When is it okay to have a conversation that sounds like this versus a conversation that sounds like that. Because because as adults, we understand that, when we actually have to go and talk in the faculty meeting, we may talk like this. But when we get in the parking lot and we caucus in the parking lot, we may sound like that.
Yeah, no, it's so funny. I was just talking about code switching yesterday. For those people in our community who may not be aware of that term, will you share a little bit about code switching? Because if you guys are not familiar with this is not only a topic that has always been relevant, but is absolutely an important conversation these days.
So code switching. So when you are in different groups, you communicate differently. It doesn't matter how educated you are. It doesn't matter who you are. Yep. When you are in different communities, you speak differently. It's just what it is. So, so when I am in this environment, I talk one way. But if I have to then go to someone's home who just, this is a true story for me. If I have to go to someone's home because for a sad occasion, because someone just lost a kid to gang violence, I'm going to talk a different way. Yeah. I'm a whole different person. Yep. I go and I pull from my background. I pull from my cultural African-American, Hampton, Virginia, first-time college goer, parents growing up with not a whole lot under the Christmas tree. I channel all of that. And then I come from that place. But kids sometimes don't understand that I actually have that conversation with kids all the time. There's a time and a place. I have that conversation with them all the time because I don't know if anyone's having it with them, especially if kids get in trouble to the point where they end up in my office. Yeah. So I say, listen, there's a time and place for this. This ain't it.
Yeah. It's interesting. When I was, continuously, we're always learning. And there was a point in time in my career where I assumed that code switching had to do with some people, but it didn't have to do with me. And that was constantly this narrative that as I was learning about all these different innovative practices, I'm like, oh, well, some people have to deal with that, but not me. I don't have to deal with that. And I think it's a good reminder for all of us. If you are not familiar with this type of concept, this applies to all of us. I would love to challenge our audience here. If you're up for a little activity, we've been live for an hour and almost 10 minutes now. And we are not just being consumers. We're choosing to be active learners in this experience, especially learning from, oh my gosh, the guru, Zach Robbins right here. I would love to see examples in the comments. I'd love to give for all of you to give us 2 instances where within the 2, you would choose to code switch. I really appreciate, Zach, you giving us an example earlier, but ensuring that this is a personal discussion that we're having this morning. You're not just learning about some idea that doesn't have to do with you and your community, with your students. This is relevant to everybody. So think about it. What's a situation maybe you're experiencing today, maybe later this weekend, or geez, the last 2 weeks have been crazy here in schools. What are 2 different situations where you said, yep, I acted one way in this circumstance, and then I chose to act differently in a different situation? And that is just because there's a certain place and time for that type of action. Zach, I was out yesterday afternoon getting a drink, a happy hour drink, with a member of our ambassador crew. I was so excited to see her. I had not seen her for months and months and months. We were sitting at this fancy schmancy restaurant. And of course, you let your hair down a little bit, right? You order a glass of wine. And that was a very different situation than this morning on live here with you, prim and proper, trying to talk about education.
Right. Just think about it. Code switching. If you don't think, so I know that Steve Harvey has a joke about code switching, and he talked about the first time he learned that folks in church swear. Is a famous Steve Harvey joke, and I just think about that because I have a bunch of friends who are preachers. Sure. Grandmother's a preacher. My grandfather was a preacher. So I sit back and think, code switching. Folks at church are one way.
Mhm.
When they are around their friends, they may say some things a different way.
Yes, I love this. Even the examples coming in so far, like when you're with teachers talking about your job versus when you're with other professions talking about your job. Brianne Fennell's in the comments talking about her personality changes between the gym and the school environment. There's a thousand instances, friends. I mean, and we don't just code switch when we move to different locations. We code switch when we pick up the phone and we get a phone call or we're sitting in a meeting. I mean, these are instantaneous choices that we can make. And I think the better we understand how to support our students, not only with restorative justice, restorative practices, but with all these different smaller subcategories that exist in that topic, the better we're going to be able to be for our kiddos.
Absolutely. And I have a question for the folks who are listening. So talk about bringing together the way we enlist parents as partners in order to redirect students' behavior and code switching. Have you ever had a situation in which you talk to a parent differently because you just feel more connected with that parent? Talk about code switching. Have you ever had, if you let's hit us with the green hearts, guys. Have you ever had a situation where you talk to one parent differently because you just feel connected with that parent? You just know it's a safe space to talk a certain way.
Well, and the stress in your body, the difference between making a phone call to a parent that you've only recently had maybe negative interactions with versus a phone call with a parent that every time you talk, they share their appreciation and love for you. I mean, gosh, I can feel it in my chest. It's so different. And those are exactly the situations that exist in our classrooms right now. If your interaction with student is constantly negative, then when you interact, they might feel that stress. It's coming. But when you have that positive relationships with students, you take the time, that's a good feeling. I love these green hearts. I love this.
Absolutely, because there are some families that let you know that they are with you. You know, and why is that? Because you form those sorts of connections and relationships with their children. And that's what can happen when you actually institute these restorative practices. So maybe it's that community building circle as an entry point into the kind of restorative justice structure that diverts students from exclusionary discipline.
You know, Zach, we have about 15 minutes here until we transition into another segment. We're going to welcome on two new faces to our conversation this morning, but very familiar faces of our Teach Better community. But two new faces onto the screen. We're going to be focusing on the topic of collaboration. But I want to make sure as we wrap up our dialogue here, we've been able to speak for the last hour on restorative practices, your background, tips and tricks, all these different ideas. I'd love to end our time together with some call to action, some actionable steps that our community can take, that if this is the only segment they watch in 12 hour, that would be fine because they're going to go really, really impact positively the students in their communities. Can we think through some action steps, some ideas that we can challenge them with here this morning?
Ray, I would say if they do the community building circle. So bring your kids together, put them in a circle and just say, you know, this is a community building circle. This is a safe space. I'm a part of this circle. And the way we're going to do this is I'm just going to ask you some basic questions. This is a time where only one person can speak at a time. You may use a talking stick. You may not. And then you ask questions like, I just want to know, you say, we're going to keep things positive. If you have something you want to share that's on your heart that may be troubling you, everyone is going to listen respectfully because we're a community of learners and we're doing this so we can deepen our community and connection with each other. You may ask a question like, I just want to know, how is everyone feeling today? Did you have a great weekend? Would anyone like to share something good that's happening in their lives? Would anyone like to share something that they're proud of? You know, just ask. And as they get deeper into their community building circle, the questions change because they know their community best and know their kids' needs best. That's one thing that's easy to do. Or you can even start, because some people are maybe a capturing kids' heart school. So maybe you can actually use good things and say, okay, we're going to have a circle. And for our community building circle, we're going to talk about good things. and then actually have kids share their good things in their community building circle as a way for kids to get to know each other better. And also the teacher has to share too, because the teacher has to also be vulnerable so that the kids can feel connected to them. That's one thing. Two, when it comes time for another structure people can put in place, because teachers in their classrooms, some people do like checks on the board. They want to actually do things that may lead to some sort of exclusionary discipline outcome. Okay. Well, perhaps actually have a structure where we say, okay, when kids get to that point, before we do that, let me put something in place where a kid can make things right. And it's not about a power play where I want you to be beholden to me. No, it's about this kid has done something to really distract the class, that disrupted learning, that was hurtful to someone else in the class, and coming up with a process where a kid can make that right. Rather, if it is they actually either in private with the teacher apologize to a kid, maybe they apologize to the class, they do something just to restore their standing. If they roll on a desk, okay, you gotta clean up some desks, man. You wrote all over the desk. It's not right. You have now defaced our school community. If people are if kids are on the playground, someone's playing a little bit too rough, even for the littles, because of course littles are learning how to do school. But even if something is a little bit beyond bounds, actually figuring out a way that kids can make that right too. So another thing that you can do, and I would say if you're really trying to get into this restorative justice structure and trying to understand how to do it, I would definitely say a great starting point is the book Restorative Justice Tribunal and the courses that I'm dropping, because I'm going to be available to folks. In Nevada, that's what I do. I actually get on the phone with people, get on Zoom calls, and I meet with principals and teachers, and we talk. And they ask, how do I do this? And I just coach them through it. Because the more kids we keep in school, the more kids we have dialed in, the better.
Zach, there's so many questions coming in that I want to focus on. One of which is about the second tip or strategy that you gave us. And then the other, we're going to go back to those circles here in a minute. Zach, our comment here is from Dr. Dave Schmittou from the Teach Better team, who'll be live with us later this afternoon. He says, can you define make it right? Oftentimes in schools and classrooms, we struggle with that mindset. I love your focus on allowing the student to be a part of the conversation as you're brainstorming how to make it right. Speak a little bit to that.
Thank you so much, Doc, for the question. So we're in our Teach Better community, yeah. And let's say in the chat room, I just start typing crazy stuff, just being distracting. It's just not right. So I have to make it right. So the question, what does that mean? That means that I have to do something to, number one, acknowledge that was wrong, and two, the other part, restore my standing in the community. To say, look, community, I was wrong. I apologize. I'm not going to do this again. I understand that what I did was not cool. And going forward, I'm gonna do better. Mm-hmm. So in other words, how did I make it right? Number one, I acknowledged it. Mm-hmm. I made my pledge to say, I'm not going to do this again. And I asked for forgiveness. Yeah. So the thing is, and that was the situation for the chat room. So let's say, like, for instance, we've caught kids. So when a kid, we had a kid one time, true story. Actually, this one is in the book. Kid was out of dress code. I think that dress codes and tardies are like the gateway drugs to like exclusionary discipline. It's like, right? So that's why I say, so tardies and dress codes, I ask people, do not put those in your restorative justice track. Number one, you're going to overwhelm your system. And who was really harmed? Did you really harm the community? Was there really a harm that someone's dress didn't have enough fabric on it? Okay, let me keep going. All right, so young lady was out of dress code. So she was going to be given a dress code violation. Here is where the harm happened. when the teacher addressed her, she took off on the teacher, cursed the lady out, the whole 9 yards. It was bad. I mean, it was like really bad. So now we ended up going into a restorative justice structure because she was ready to be suspended. But instead, we put her into the tribunal to keep her in school. So she then at the tribunal, she recognized, teacher didn't deserve that. I was wrong. Because she knew.
Yeah.
She was mad. She was mad that she got checked because her clothes weren't appropriate for school.
Right.
And she knew it. She knew it. Because her mama sent her in one outfit and she changed into another one. So she knew. So the thing is, at the tribunal, she knew she had to make it right with the teacher. So we brought her together with the teacher. She apologized. She said that these were her words. You didn't deserve that. Shouldn't have said those things to you. I know how much you care about kids, and we all know. And this one teacher, she had a reputation for being just really firm about structures and rules. Okay. And all the kids knew it. So because she just had that reputation. She also had a reputation for pushing kids to be successful. Like she will not let up, and everyone also knew that about her. So kids respected her for that. Okay. So in the post conference, when we brought her together with the teachers, you didn't deserve that. I'm sorry, didn't mean to do that. Next thing you know, we couldn't keep this young lady out of the teacher's classroom. She didn't even have the teacher on her schedule. It was just that interaction. They formed a relationship, and next thing you know, that teacher is just enforcing a school norm out of care for not only the kids saying that's not right, but saying I care enough to say you shouldn't be walking around with most of your fabric missing from your clothes. Ended up being a really, really great relationship between this young lady and this teacher. And next thing you know, they became very, very close.
That's the best. I love that stuff. And I love the focus on making sure that those conversations occur. And I know that our time is so limited always, right? As teachers, we're like running around like chicken with our heads cut off. There's never enough time to make copies, make phone calls, lesson plan, and do everything we need to do. But these are action steps that we have the power to take in classrooms that will have a long-term benefit. Start it now so that later on you don't have to address it over and over and over. I love the focus today, Zach, exactly what we needed on focusing on the core issues. It does not mean that you're not addressing the negative choices or providing consequences. It does mean, though, that as that happens, you are focused on ensuring that we're supporting that core issue and continuing to build this relationship. Zach, I want to focus on one more thing before our time ends today, and that's to do with those circles. We've had a lot of questions about how these circles can actually be implemented. So can I be a total dork and like walk through silly logistics? Do you mind?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Zach, I'm picturing my classroom. I'm walking into my classroom and I want to do a circle with students. Let's pretend it's like, a few minutes before the kids arrive. I have some time to get set up, right? I want to put some sort of room formation together where we're all in a circle. Is that accurate?
Yes. Okay. So quickly. So there's a school level and there's a classroom level.
Sure.
So in my situation, I couldn't stop school because I have so many students who are below standards that I need every instructional minute I can get.
Sure.
So our teachers made a decision. And we got derailed from the pandemic. I mean, they were ready, and then the pandemic hit. But so that's important because if you have a school community where there are a volume of behaviors that happen, you don't want to be in a situation where you're stopping school or stopping class constantly. So you got to choose. But that aside, and I talk about that and I teach people how do you manage that. So something has happened. We actually ask parents, because I truly believe you cannot just do stuff without parents knowing, because there may be some history between students that you don't know about.
Sure.
Okay. So number one, you bring the kids together and you ask, so they're effective questions. The ones that they're not like super questions, they're not like mystery questions, they're not like a Rosetta Stone, they're just, you just have your effective questions. So the ones we ask are, what happened? Okay. How did what happened impact you and others? This whole notion of it's not just you, it's how did it impact other people?
Sure.
What is your responsibility to make the classroom community better? Okay.
Yep.
And then what's the solution? How are we going to fix this? Okay. So, and we give the kids an opportunity to answer these questions one at a time. Now, ultimately, the teacher will have some solutions in mind.
Sure.
But the kids usually come up with some ingenious solutions. Now, that's in a classroom. So when there's a circle, sometimes we do a whole classroom circle if instruction has been disrupted and it impacted every single learner in that room. If the incident that happened, let's say there's a verbal altercation in the classroom and it's like 2 or 3 kids. The only kids who need to be in that circle are maybe 2 or 3 kids and maybe 2 or 3 bystanders, and that's it. You don't need the whole class. This is not a public shaming moment. So you just need a handful of folks just to be there. You go through the same questions. And then the bystanders also get an opportunity to answer how did that impact you? Just so kids can understand, this is how this impacted the class. That's important because kids have to take ownership of how their actions impact others. And that's how you bring the community together and make sure they're more tight-knit.
And this is something that I can choose to implement before an instance occurs to really build this like cultural norm that this is something that we do as a community. So as you are thinking through getting this set up in your classroom, if you're listening this morning, or even if you're catching this after a fact in the Teach Better Academy, we want to make sure that you are not only doing this when it's relevant, it's a hot topic in your classroom, but also fostering these types of supports when nothing's happened yet, but you want to create a safe environment for students. So set up that circle. If it's a full class, you need more chairs. If it's a smaller group, you only need the chairs that you need. And then you can start looking at either really essential questions to ask when a specific situation has occurred that you want to address, or Google some fun, goofy questions, get students talking. Some of the hardest parts of getting circles started is not getting the students feeling comfortable to use their voice and share. So get some goofy questions going. So many of us have already kind of have our curated list as we were going through this global pandemic and teaching online to try and get students to share their voice. Those are the same types of questions, those goofy this or that, or share a positive in your week thus far. Let's add in a celebration. These are easy things to do now so that when situations do come up, because we're only human and we teach tiny humans, these are going to be a very easy transition for us to make that your students will understand how to adapt and accommodate to, which is awesome.
Such a great summation, Ray. Fantastic summation.
Zach, I want to make sure our community can stay connected to you after today. I love that we were able to share the direct link to your course about a half an hour ago in the show. We'll make sure to obviously keep promoting all the work that you're doing. And of course, good reminder, we also shared the link to the giveaways that we'll be doing all show long. But Zach, I do want to make sure this is just the beginning of our community connecting with you. So how can people stay connected?
Absolutely. Ray, this has been so much fun. And Teach Better community, please stay connected because connection is divine. At Dr. Zach Robbins on both Instagram and Twitter. Okay. Schoolsthatmovesouls.com is my course website, and Dr. Zach Robbins and ZachRobbins.com is my author's website. So look, just stay connected because we all need each other. I mean, this profession, we learn from each other. We grow when iron sharpens iron. So let's just stay connected and let's keep doing amazing work together.
Zach, it was an honor to honestly speak to you on 12 Hour. Thank you for kicking off our 12-hour live today. As a reminder to our community, We are live at 8 a.m. Eastern, and we are live all the way through 8 p.m. Eastern. So we have a lot more coming at you. We are going to transition here to a brand new segment that we're thrilled to bring to you with the one and only Brad Hughes, who you know that I always love to watch. He is joined by an incredible guest, and they will be talking about collaboration for the soul. And don't we all just need that, Zach? A little more collaboration.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. They'll also have more giveaways and more surprises. So make sure that you share this stream. Please promote this to your family and friends and colleagues. It's a great opportunity for free professional development for all types of educators today, and an opportunity to connect with brand new guests. So we'll be right back. Zach, thank you again for joining us. Awesome to see you.
Ray, thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
See you soon, friends.
Good morning. Good morning. It's 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 Central. No matter where you're watching us from, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we are excited that you're here, and we're excited to bring you a segment with Dr. Efrain Martinez. Efrain, welcome to 12 Hour Live. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Brad. Thank you for having me here.
Excited to be with you. Efrain, we're sponsored by Swivel. And so we're excited and grateful to our partners at Swivel. Friends, if you head over to our 12-hour live giveaways page, you can enter to win some Swivel accounts. And so more details coming up on that later. But thank you to our friends and our partners at Swivel. And Dr. Efrain Martinez, we are excited to have you with us. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell us where you are, who you are, and what you do.
So my name is Efrain Martinez, and I live in Chicago, Illinois. And I am a school principal of a middle school called Northwood Middle School in Highland Park, Illinois.
Welcome. Behind you, you're surrounded by some incredible art. Can you tell us a little bit about the visual arts connection?
Yes. So I am so fortunate that I have a wife who is an art teacher, and she has an awesome working space, and I borrow it when I'm in podcasts.
When you talk about borrowing that space, I think that leads directly into our conversation today, Efrain. It's collaboration and collaboration for the soul. And when I think about the state of the world today, both within our education spaces and the world in general, I can't think of a time when collaboration is needed more. So I'm excited to dive in with you. And I want to start out by asking, collaboration for the soul. What is that all about?
Well, we need more soul in our instruction, in our schools. I think that we are way past an era where only standardized assessments and student outcomes matter. We're in the pandemic, and we need to be able to touch the soul of each child and touch their heart in order to stimulate their intellect. So this conversation is about how can we do more of that with our students and our teachers and our social workers and everybody who is collaboratively working to help children or educate them to have a better life.
Efrain, when I think about the different ways that we interact with one another and the work we do together, I wonder if there are sometimes some misunderstandings among us. If we're working in teams or groups, that what we're actually doing may seem like collaboration, but it's really not. Are you aware of any pitfalls or any sort of any pitfalls in terms of collaboration? What kind of things do we need to watch out for or be aware of to maybe signal that we're actually collaborating together?
Well, we need to use the words, right, and to collaborate. We work in islands, and we bring the best, right? We sacrifice our time with our families to prepare our lessons and prepare our professional learning events. But when we don't collaborate at the end, it's comfortable at the beginning, but very uncomfortable at the end when we realize that things don't click, and all that time that you invested preparing the class or preparing a professional learning event did not work the way you intended. And it's because it's missing that specific formula that is the power of collaboration, that we are better when we are together.
Can you expand a little bit on what's in that formula? Sometimes we might call it the secret sauce. What are the ingredients that signals to school leaders and those that that we are serving as members of teams? What signals that collaboration is happening versus it's not happening?
Well, it's so important to know that when something is really working, there is enthusiasm from all parties to bring knowledge into the equation. When you see that a group, only one or two people are bringing all the items, then you know for a fact that collaboration is really not effective. But when people are compelled to join forces because they're fascinated by the idea of supporting students where they're at, not where they should be, where they're at, then you know that collaboration is really flowing with enthusiasm and energy.
Efrain, both of us are school leaders, and I can think back to some staff meetings where maybe I was transmitting information or providing instruction or direction with the wrong impression that what I was trying to engender was collaboration. If we're simply giving instructions and trying to rally support, that's only the beginning. And I wonder, what's your vision for a school or for an education system that really concentrates on that ingredient of soul in the collaboration?
Well, the first step is to acknowledge and understand that the status quo needs to be eradicated. Meaning that if we believe we're going to have different outcomes with the same actions, then we're being naive. We need to change the status quo, and that starts with teaching students about empathy.
When we engage students in conversations or activities that promote empathy, there's also the risk as we come together with the strong and sensitive feelings of others. There's a risk of vulnerability and hurt. And I'm wondering, what do you think is the role of vulnerability in shaping schools and systems that promote the kind of empathy and healing that you're advocating?
It is so important because in the youth, in the brain of the youth, the teacher and the educators, we are competing with the immediacy of social media, right? You just need to click a like or send a message, and there, you said your part, and you don't have to think about how the other person is going to feel. And we see this reflected every day in school in the way the children communicate to each other, that they have really, there's a lot of space to support students in growing in their own empathy, in understanding that every time they send a message or they say something, they are to think about how the other person is going to feel. Because students usually don't think about that until they are on the other side of the coin. And then, like, what we have to acknowledge as educators is that we cannot act as if social media and group chats and all this exposure to direct or indirect trauma, we cannot imagine that these are not happening and tomorrow start the class saying the objectives of today is standard 1, 2, 3. We have to really dig in what is needed for the humanity of the child before we stimulate the intellect.
It's clear, Efrain, that this kind of change, this kind of transformation, shaking up the status quo is needed, but it's going to be messy at the beginning. And I'm wondering, how do you and I as school leaders, or how do we as educators who are moving teams forward to challenge existing practices to really build the empathy among collaborators, how do we sustain the interest and energy when things get hard?
That is a very good question. And this is absolutely a labor of love founded in consistency. So every message as the school leader has to embed sharing this need and this urgency, but with an element of compassion, because not everybody is going 100 miles per hour, right? Some people are going at 64 miles per hour. And if you reprimand that educator who's trying to go to 65 miles per hour today and 66 tomorrow, you have to meet them where they're at, make them feel that whatever they are doing, at least there's some ounce of something that is good. And then you can ask questions to make them feel compelled to say, I would like to do something better. So there's nothing more that you can do to support the education system than to support the teacher to get to the point when they say, I want to do it, rather than saying, oh, this is mandated, therefore I need to do it.
And the soul is the constant thread, isn't it, between, our interests and our actions and the eventual outcomes. And as we shift our conversation to some practical strategies, I want to focus on educator needs right now. And I'd like to invite our viewers to chime in the comments and let us know, in your educational space, whether it's your classroom or your workroom or your staff room or your campus or your district, what are some of the collaboration pitfalls that you're experiencing? Where is collaboration falling short? And what do you need as an individual or as a staff group, as a faculty? What do you need, whether it's on the human level or on the logistical level? What do you need to break through those barriers to make collaboration possible? Is it a lack of empathetic listening on the part of school leaders or of faculty? Is it a lack of understanding of what needs to be done in sort of the logistical steps? I'd love to know about some of those pitfalls, and Dr. Martinez and I would love to dig into some practical strategies to address whatever is coming up for you in your faculties and educational spaces. So as we shift attention maybe to some practical strategies, what are some of the most some of the most recent or common collaboration pitfalls, and what would you recommend people begin to do?
That is a great question. I recently led a professional learning event with English learner teachers and dual language teachers. And what we learned together is that we have so much more in common than what we expected. Again, we work in areas. I'm an English teacher, a math teacher, a science, English learners, and everybody's in their own world in specialties. And for us to really eradicate the status quo, people need to come together. So we had a professional learning event about the power of words, microaggressions, and other strategies that can support students. And by the end of the class, when people were making presentations and they were mixed, that we randomized people specifically to ensure that people were working with people from different departments. And at the end, it was beautiful and it was fructiferous because people were saying, oh, I didn't realize you were doing that. We are so close yet so apart. And it's so important that for us to improve the educational system, we need to consider the expertise of our peers and how we can merge them all for the benefit of the students.
In your school environment, Efrain, how have you been able to establish and engender that kind of collaboration among colleagues? Because I think you and I agree, the answer is very often much closer than we think. Someone in the building or maybe someone in the room is able to help us take that next step. And so how have you been able to engender that kind of collaboration that really resonates with empathy among the faculty that you serve?
Thank you very much. So I have done a school improvement plan, collaborative school improvement plan now in 2 schools. And in my first school, I remember we did a survey, anonymous, for people to express how they were feeling in school. How can we improve the teaching and learning? And one of the feedbacks that was very strong was that some of the staff wrote in that feedback that they didn't like, this is about 7 years ago, they didn't like the language being used by some of their peers in the teacher's lounge, and that people didn't feel comfortable or safe. And as a principal who never eats in the teacher's lounge, I would have never learned that this was happening. So because that was addressed and was vocalized immediately. It just like that dissipated because people, the 2 or 3 who were doing the things that were not supposed to, immediately stopped doing it because people were able to communicate. So the job of the leader is not to impose things, but to bring it to light, to have people talk about the things that need to be better. So therefore, the infrastructure of how everything is working is fixed within itself and not you by mandating things.
What are some of the emotional or practical barriers that our colleagues might be facing or feeling that might make them reluctant to bring to light things that are challenging or that are interfering with school culture?
Well, just like with the kids, right? The teachers don't want to be snitchers, right? They don't want to say, well, you know, this staff is not really preparing their lessons or this staff. And it's understandable, right? We are always navigating between the world of the adult and whatever baggage we bring from home to how to negotiate with our peers and colleagues at school. So I believe that providing opportunities for people to be blunt and vulnerable and honest really exposes people to realize that vulnerability, like Brené Brown says, if anything, is a superpower. It gets us closer to where we want to be.
I'd like to take a second now just to pause. We're halfway through our segment. Fantastic conversation and more fantastic conversation and thoughtful dialogue on bridging boundaries and bridging practices through empathy and through collaboration for the soul. Just a moment to thank our sponsors, Swivel, for sponsoring the segment. And Swivel is a company that designs audio and video supports to allow for collaboration, just like we're talking about in this segment. And you viewers can snag some pro accounts from Swivel just by heading to www.teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. That's 12-hour giveaways, plural. You can sign up to snag some pro accounts from Swivel, and you can leverage Swivel to support your collaboration, just like Efrain and I are talking about. So, Efrain, I want to quote you back to yourself, if I may, and get the conversation shifted back to some practical strategies. And you've written that we need to build up a brand new education system where we concentrate on the humanity of the student. And a student that consistently feels our loving attention is a child that will learn anything. So what I'd like to do is to ask, as school leaders, are there ways that we can really put love at the forefront of what we do so that we're consistently devoting loving attention to our colleagues so that they in turn have the ability and the energy and the explicit permission to shower children with love? What do you think? And how are you doing that?
Absolutely. So I was telling my wife, there's a student that calls me dad, right? And very, very emotional when I think about it. But when you deconstruct, why will a child call you dad? You have to absolutely ensure that that is happening because that child feels the love of the school administrator in the building. Right? That child is lacking a father figure at home. That child is lacking perhaps the attention that he or she deserves. Mm-hmm. So the important thing is that when you have a child in the school that feels loved, well attended, that we hold them accountable for their actions, we support them in restoring the damage that they may have caused by disrespect or vandalism or anything that they bring to the table, then that child is going to be more likely to say, you know what, I'm going to work smarter because this person that is teaching me truly wants the best from me. Because if you think about it, in this 21st century where trauma lives in both wealth and poverty, we cannot assume that kids come to school every day like nothing has happened. We are to think of our schools like emergency room doors. A child leaves and something may have happened the day before, like a traffic accident, or there was some bullying in social media. And that child and all their peers and friends, because they're connected to each other, they know what is happening, but we as educators don't. And if we don't have the proper training and capacity to address the child every morning, to get them straight, to go to class, then we are just wasting our time.
Brian in our comments has observed a collaboration pitfall, and that just has to do with teacher capacity. And that brings me back to what you just said, Efrain, about the role of trauma, the role of community stress in our own lives as educators, in our family lives, community lives, and living and working continue through the global pandemic. I wonder if there are ways that we as school leaders or as colleagues can, I'm not sure, soothe or shift expectations so that we're respecting and honoring the energy that it takes to really affect change, or maybe smaller changes towards bigger goals are the way to go. I'd love to get your thoughts on how to respect teacher capacity, but also keep our eyes focused on moving forward, even in small ways. What are your thoughts?
Thank you. There's only so much that we can do, right? There's tenure and seniority and contracts and all that kind of stuff. And the worst thing you can do is make a teacher feel like an idiot or incompetent, because then you have a teacher that is not focused on the student, but focused on defending him or herself. So it's so important to continuously encourage teachers to first take care of themselves. So, for example, every professional learning event that I lead always begin with a 1-minute meditation. And you will wonder, but what is the value of meditation? And it's this. In a meditation, you are asked to focus all your attention on your breath. And you think, well, how is that going to help me? Well, think about it. In the moment when you are tense, and maybe you're having issues at home with your partner or your family, or you are in debt, you have all these things that are happening in real life. And then you have a little kid in front of you telling you to F off, or misbehaving, or your lesson is not coming. And you are supposed to stay calm. You're supposed to keep your cool. But how do you do it if you cannot even focus for 1 minute on your breath? So when we model for the students that emotions are things that happen to us and they are not us, then the children are going to be more compelled. So when they're older and they break up with a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or they have a failure, they understand that those are just parts of life and they can do something about it, and it does not define them.
One powerful strategy that comes to mind for me is letting our colleagues and also our students know that in a school setting, emotional management, managing those emotions, it's incredibly energy intensive. You mentioned a child coming to school who's recently had a personal breakup. Maybe it's a staff member coming to school who's experiencing family or community or health stress. And we're supposed to show up and be our best and be at our calmest and be at our most loving. But managing this role of emotions that we ourselves are feeling and that our students are feeling too, could it be as simple as naming that managing those emotions is stressful? And do we have spaces and do we have opportunities for us as educators and for our kids to just be real about their emotions, to share them without shame? But what might be working in your faculty on your campus?
So I think that very important is to use vocabulary words, right? Clearly identify and point out where is the cancer in your soul, in your being. Where is that you need to tackle, right? So it's so important. One of the things that I highly encourage is for people to use the mood meter from the Center of Emotional Intelligence at Yale University. And the mood meter has a lot of the adjectives that describe the high level emotions of being positive, low level emotion, kind of being chill, very high level emotion of being very upset, and low emotion in terms of being depressed. When you identify, then you realize that it's not you. It is something that you need to tackle. And when you verbalize these things and you tell the students, yesterday I was feeling like this, and therefore I did these steps in order to move away from this, then we are teaching something that goes beyond the state standards. It goes beyond standardized assessment and allows the student to make a better decision when they feel challenged by life.
Speaking of challenge, I'm wondering if you can pose a challenge to our Teach Better community, maybe setting out a challenge to, what might it take? What proper support and strategies might we want to bring forward as we take a look at the weekend and the week ahead? Do you have a challenge for our community in terms of how to set up the schools set up our spaces to really heal the hearts of students and ourselves?
Well, you need to be involved, right? You need to be present. And any educator, school principals, our agendas are always full, right? There's always a meeting or somewhere to go. And one favor you can do to yourself is to have clarity of time. So one challenge that I give everyone is every day before you leave your school, or maybe at night before you go to bed, create a blueprint of what is going to happen the next day. So you write in your journal or your Google Calendar, I have this meeting with this person, and then practice visualization. Visualize how that meeting is going to go. Imagine that person smiling and going on with your ideas and having fructiferous conversations with others. And you will see that, like Brené Brown says, when you know you are the author of your own story, you get to write the ending.
Incredible. And I'm thinking too about the power of involving ourselves as colleagues, but also our students in our spaces in being the authors of that story, and recognize that we're all involved in creative work each and every day. Anytime that we're bringing something new, sharing new ideas, or shaping educational experiences based on the immediate needs of those in front of us, we have an opportunity to be both creative and tremendously influential, both in the lives of our kids, but in the lives of each other. This has been a wonderful conversation. Dr. Martinez, how can our audience stay in touch with you if they want to follow up or get to know more about who you are and how you do what you do?
Yes, my username in Twitter is emartinezedd, and you can find my podcast, Wisdom and Productivity.
Wisdom and Productivity. And what an amazing podcast, and what an amazing podcast title, inviting us as listeners and collaborators to reflect on what we know, reflect on how close answers and support may be, and move forward with productivity. A wonderful segment with you. Excited to connect and to stay connected with you. Thanks once again to our sponsors at Swivel for taking care of business here with this segment. A reminder that there are some Swivel accounts that are set up and ready to go. And you can be a winner if you head over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, 1-2-hour giveaways, plural, and you can snag some pro accounts. And coming up next, we have an incredible segment about providing better feedback, an incredible way to build on our conversation, Efrain, about collaboration. Feedback is that engine of improvement. So looking forward to connecting with Dave Schmittou. Chelsea Nicolino will be on screen right after our break. And this has been just wonderful. Thank you again for taking time to be with us today. And thank you to all of our viewers for tuning into the segment of 12-Hour Live. We've got 10 and a half hours to go, 10 and a half hours of incredible professional learning. And we hope that you're enjoying your time, and really grateful for the opportunity to connect with you. Thanks for everyone, and have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye.
Chelsea Nicolino.
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Oh,
Oh my
it's
gosh,
so good to see you.
I am so excited for this morning. I don't know. Have you been able to watch the parts of the 12-hour live so far? Have you been checking this out? Oh my gosh, it's been amazing. So I'm going to start real quick before I introduce you and before we do all those cheesy things. I'm going to give some feedback to the people that have already been on today. Ray, great job carrying Jeff this morning. The coffee did you wonders. You were absolutely amazing, Ray. Your conversation with Zach this morning, phenomenal. I was already sending you some text this morning, Ray, because it was that good. So Ray, you were well done. Absolutely incredible. And Brad Hughes hanging out with Efrain just a few minutes ago. Powerful conversation. I love it. So I just wanted to share a little bit of feedback with them that they're doing an incredible job. They've set the bar pretty high for us, and we are going to be having a conversation about feedback this morning as well. So Chelsea, are you ready to do this thing?
Oh, I'm so pumped.
Okay. I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm a little bit nervous for a lot of reasons. One, I'm sharing the screen with you, and you are one of my educational heroes, especially in this lane, talking feedback, and your ability to have connections and relationships with kids just blows my mind. So before we jump in our conversation, I'm going to set a challenge out to people that are watching right now. Pause real quick and share this link with people in your network, because this is the segment people want to watch. This is going to be a segment that's going to help people in their classrooms on Monday. It's going to be something that helps people survive the rest of the school year. So share this link right now. Plus, I haven't formally announced this yet, but I'm in a competition with everybody else to make sure that the segments that I'm in have the most viewers. So share this link right now, because Chelsea Nicolino is here and she's going to rock this. So Chelsea, do you mind just taking a quick second and introducing yourself to the world that doesn't know you? I don't know that there's anybody watching this that doesn't, because you are the it girl when it comes to feedback. So who are you though?
All right. Well, I don't know if I could top that, but I am Chelsea Nicolino. On Instagram, I'm known as Just a Teacher from Akron. I am a Teach Better ambassador. I'm also a teacher, of course. I teach 8th grade science and 5th grade digital literacy at the STEM school in Akron at the National Inventors Hall of Fame. So if any of you have been keeping up, that is where the Teach Better conference in October is going to be held. So I'm super pumped to see all of you there, hopefully. And let's see, what else am I? I'm a mom. That is important. I am a mom, 2 little kids. I have a daughter who just turned 2 and a son who's going to be 4 in April, which is hard to believe. So yeah, I think that's me. Oh, I guess I should. My husband also is in education. So we talk a lot of shop about education, and he is a freshman principal in our district as well.
That's awesome. Well, I'm hoping right now he's doing something with the kids and didn't just hear the fact that he was an afterthought in your introduction. Or if so, it's just because you wanted to save the best for last, right? Is that exactly what it was? Yeah.
Thank you. Nice save.
Well played. No, I'm super excited. I got the opportunity to actually come see your classroom where there were no students in it, but I got to see the space in which you work. And I kind of felt like, I'm going to geek out. I'm a country singer, or country fan here. I felt like I was like walking in backstage of the Grand Ole Opry, where greatness happens every single day, but you're not quite there to see it, but you know what happens. That's how I felt checking out your classroom and being able to see where you do your magic and see where you have your interactions with kids and actually be able to see it in action. So hopefully other people will be able to come check that out this October as well. Super cool. So you want to talk a little bit about feedback and how teachers and educators and parents can get better at providing feedback? Is that all right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can. Absolutely. I'm so excited to talk about this. You know me, I have my notes ready. So well, the first thing I wanted to start with, before even like providing feedback to your students, I learned very quickly that you have to establish norms and expectations for feedback with your students. I teach 8th graders. If anyone has spent any time with an 8th grader, they're 13 going on 14. And a lot of times I have assumed that they already know how to provide feedback and they already know how to receive feedback. They don't. They need coaching. They need to teach those practices just like we would teach anything else. Like I wouldn't just jump into the lab and just assume they know what to do, how to do everything. I would coach them through it. It's the same thing with providing feedback and receiving feedback. I think that would probably be the first step in your feedback journey, is to establish those norms. And if anyone's followed me on Instagram, we all know that I love those giant Post-it papers. You know, I write everything on it. They're all around my room. I would start with providing those expectations and have it somewhere in your room that's easily visible for everyone to see, whether your principal walks in your room or another teacher or the students, just somewhere visible for them to see, so they can always refer back to those rules and those expectations.
It's so good. I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Yes.
Because you're talking about making things visible, and I'm all about making thinking visible, making learning visible. It's been said before that we think in pictures, but we speak in words, and sometimes that can get a little bit confusing for people to take the thoughts that are in our heads, that are in these pictures, and put them in words. And one of the words that we keep using that I don't think we've even painted a picture for yet is feedback. What is feedback in its very purest sense? If you go to a concert and you hear feedback, it's not a good thing. It means that there's some loud screeching. It reminds me of like Jim Carrey's most annoying sound in Dumb and Dumber. Like, feedback can be this squealing noise in our heads. And for some people, that's what feedback sounds like in any shape or form. You mentioned you work with 13 and 14-year-olds that haven't quite learned how to give and or receive feedback. I'm 44, and I have a hard time getting feedback at times. I have a hard time hearing feedback. Sometimes it just sounds like that loud screeching noise. But yet we know it is so important in the learning process. We know that it has a powerful impact and powerful effect on student learning. And I'll geek out in a few minutes and share people the actual numbers as to why this is so powerful. But in your world, when you say you're setting the norms and expectations for it, you're setting the stage for feedback. In your mind, in your world, what is feedback? How would you define it?
I knew you were going to start with a hard question. Okay. So I guess feedback to me is giving someone I had to think about this.
Well,
I knew you were going to do that.
Let me share some of my thoughts, and you steer these however you want to. I think feedback, number one, has to be a two-way street. I think oftentimes we fall for the trap of feedback just being, I'm going to tell you what I want, as opposed to also receiving something back. It's that the reason we get that screeching sound at concerts is because the sound gets caught in a loop. The microphone is picking up the sound from the speaker, and it's going out and it's coming in at the same time, and it gets loud. And that's what feedback truly is. It's a two-way street. It's not you just sitting there and preaching and saying, here are my rules, here are my expectations. I'm going to tell you when to turn left and when to turn right. It's not being that backseat driver when somebody else is going down the road. It's allowing for dialogue and allowing for growth to happen as people are continuing on their journey. It's about sitting next to somebody, not always sitting in front of somebody. It's about providing the guidance, putting the bumpers on the car, if you will, the bumpers on the lane to allow the ball to keep going straight. And I can give 1,000 other metaphors, if you will. But in your classroom, I think one of the reasons that you are so gifted at feedback is because feedback is incumbent on people first having an attempt at something. It's not about just giving directions. It's about responding to somebody's work. It's about responding to somebody's actions. It's about responding to an attempt. And you are very good at allowing kids to go and get dirty and messy and get lost in it. So I don't know if that helps paint my vision of it. Is there anything that I just said that you disagree with, or am I spot on with this?
You were spot on. I'm so glad you said that. So I was like, that was in my brain. It was in a feedback loop and I couldn't get it out. But yes, no, you're absolutely right. So I know, like you said, at my school, we provide students with multiple attempts for Mastery Learning School. And whenever I provide students feedback, it's a way for them to take what they have started with and provide an action to make it better. So a lot of times with my students, I tell them, if it's, great, I will try to always provide feedback on your work. It could be like, you have mastered, you have met the learning target, you are good, you are ready to move on to the next thing. Or sometimes we're like, we're not quite there yet, but that is fine. I will always provide feedback on how to make this better so you can master the content. So that's how I would take feedback. So it's always something actionable. Like, I'm not just going to say like, this is it, but move on, even though you're not ready. It's always a way for you to, improve your work.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And the fact that you're focusing on constantly improving and recognizing that it's always part of a process, and that we're on this process as well. Even right here in this moment, we're all part of this educational journey where we're hoping to grow, which is why we're here on this 12-hour live. It's why we're hanging out and enjoying a Saturday of professional learning, because we're hoping to get some feedback on where we are. We're hoping to be able to reflect on our own growth. And the beautiful thing about this segment is that we're sponsored by a company that truly helps people on their journey beyond this moment. EduMatch Publishing, if you're not familiar, they publish tons and tons and tons and tons of books that are absolutely amazing, that'll push you regardless of where you are in your educational journey. And they're giving away some absolutely amazing things during this 12-hour live event. One of the things that they're giving away access to one of their courses called Podcasting with Your PLN. And as a podcaster, I'm all about this. So I don't know who's in charge of picking the winners for this, if it's Katie, Ray, or Jeff, but put me in the running, please. I'm talking to Chelsea right now, so I can't go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways where you have to go to register for this. But if I could, I would. So put me in the running. I want to learn how to become a better podcaster and get some of that feedback. In your own world right now, Chelsea, are there areas where you're receiving feedback, you're hoping to grow and get better?
Oh, yeah, everywhere. Like teaching, motherhood, everywhere. I was like, my colleagues make fun of me because, as you know, I love listening to podcasts all the time, and I'm constantly trying to learn new things, new techniques, or new methods just to kind of, streamline my life, make things better. And I feel like a lot of times a good way too, and I think a lot of people don't even think about this, is I use Instagram as professional development all the time. I put out polls. I ask people what they're doing. I use that all the time. And just, being so humbling to ask people for feedback too. And people are going to be honest and tell you the truth and everything. And I love that. I mean, wow. It is kind of nerve-wracking to put yourself out there, but now I would highly recommend it. Social media is a great thermometer as to how you're doing, and find other new practices to implement.
Oh, it's good. Vulnerability leads to transparency, which leads to feedback and trust. It's this cycle that you have to be on. But you said you work with 13 and 14-year-olds, right? Father of 4 kids. I played that game. I was a former middle school teacher, and I know that at times 13 and 14-year-olds aren't necessarily the most vulnerable people on the planet. They are very concerned with the outward look. They're very concerned about ego. They're very concerned about their image and their perception. They're not necessarily open to suggestions, critiques, opportunities for improvement. So I'm curious, Chelsea, when you started talking before I completely rudely interrupted you and asked you to define feedback, you started talking about how you set up your space and your norms for feedback in your classroom and getting your 13 and 14-year-old learners ready for this, because it is the norm in your classroom. Kids are going to get the opportunity to experiment, to fail, to fall flat on their face, and then to revise and redo and continue to work towards progress. So how do you help 13 and 14-year-olds get to this vulnerable place where they're willing to hear from their teacher, to hear from each other that they can do better?
Absolutely. So I try to set up as many tools for feedback so they can get that instant feedback, but also practicing a lot with that feedback. So I used to grade everything like myself. So once I started utilizing my own students to do that, so they give each other peer feedback. So it's like trade and grade you could do, or even my colleagues, we were talking in our PLN the other day about we're working on note taking as a skill. And with that, we were like, I don't think a lot of students know how to take notes. And so we were like, what if we did a carousel where, take a look at how your partner has set up their notebook. And one of my colleagues said, they did that in their class, and their students looked at another learner's how they set up their notebook, and they're like, oh, well, how about you do this? Like, he felt comfortable enough to give this, positive feedback to this other learner about, well, why are, all your bullet points are really close together. It's kind of hard to read. What if you separate it out each day? And the other student was like, I never thought about that. So just giving them that opportunity where it wasn't being graded. It was just a, kind of like low stakes, low stress situation where they could just kind of look at each other. And, I'm a big fan of glows and grows. So, it's not being like very, don't like when you critique people's work, they think of it as being, kind of negative, like, oh, you're critiquing my work and everything. And feedback is very personable. Like, people take it very personally. at the beginning of my career, would take things very personal, like, oh my gosh, it's me. But being able to turn that around and make it a more personal, like, turn that into like a glow. Like, how can I be better at this?
I love all of that, the glow and grow, focusing in on the positives and building off of that. I think that's something that we all need. And oftentimes I think we lose sight of that. And we think feedback is about identifying the faults and the failures and the mistakes that somebody made. Because as educators, as teachers, as parents, as spouses, we want everybody to reach their potential. So we tend to think, if I can identify where somebody isn't perfect yet and continue to identify their lack of perfection, they'll zero in on that and they'll think that's where I'm going to focus and I'm going to grow. But what we end up doing is we focus on weaknesses, trying to bring them up to mediocrity, and we lose sight of the things that are already good and lose the ability to make those things great. And the research tells us that progress, process, and growth comes from celebrating success and building off of the things that are already working. So I love that glow and grow mindset. It's so profound. It's so good. You also intrigued me because you threw it in there subtly a couple times, this idea of grades and not grading things. And I'm going to take the bait on this one, Chelsea. I'm going to go there because I feel like you were fishing to see, hey, Dave, are you gonna go there? But I'm also going to point out again in the giveaways that people can go to on teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. David Frangiosa, if you're familiar with his work, has donated a copy of his book, Going Gradeless. So you can go check that out and register for that. So let's talk about this. You said that you don't grade everything, and yet you still consider yourself a teacher, Chelsea. I don't buy it. How can you be a teacher and not grade everything?
Oh, this was a hard lesson to learn because I used to feel like I had to grade every little thing. Otherwise, my students wouldn't do it. They wouldn't find value in it. But not everything needs to be graded. I mean, you're just going to drive yourself crazy as an educator if you try to grade every little thing that students do. So there is a way to, quote unquote, grade everything, but not everything has to go in the grade book. So recently, something I implemented with my students was I honestly used to do this all the time, pre-shutdown pandemic, was bell ringers. Something so simple. Students come in and quick question on the board, little bit of a formative assessment. And I would, a lot of times it would be on a platform. I love Edulastic. They would answer it and then they got immediate feedback. Now I have them write it down in their notebooks because I want to see more of their writing. So they come into my class, there's a question on the board, they write it down in their science notebook, and I go by with each kid, and also acts as attendance. And I go by with each kid and I'm like, okay, can I see your answer? So I see their answer written down and I have a little checklist and I can check really quickly if they understood the lesson from the previous day, if they're understanding what we're learning in the different levels of the grid, and we can have a conversation about that. That has been more valuable, I think, than my delayed feedback, where they would turn in a learning opportunity and it would take me, some time, maybe 24 hours, maybe if I'm really behind, 48 hours to give them that feedback, but it was slightly delayed. This is instant. We have a conversation. I can address misconceptions right away. And I do tell them, like, it's a point. It'll go in the grade book. Like, thank you for, trying, attempting to work on this and everything. But those conversations have been more valuable than anything. And I probably don't even have to put them in the grade book, maybe eventually. It would just be a checkpoint to see where they're at.
Okay. All right. You got me going here, Chelsea. You've got me thinking, and you've got a lot of other people thinking as well. You've got an entire grad class right now that's watching you as well. So no pressure there. Right. Hello, Edu 7325 from Aurora University, hanging out with Chelsea this morning and learning from her. But Chelsea, okay, let's talk about this real quick. You said you don't have to grade everything, and you learned that grades aren't necessarily the only piece of feedback you can provide kids. I love all of that. I'm a believer that grades are simply shorthand for the feedback you should have already provided. So are you telling me you give feedback to kids on everything they do?
I try to. I'm not perfect, but I try to give feedback on everything that they do. Try to.
How is that possible in middle school?
Well, yeah, right. So a big thing with setting up these systems, so bell ringers, that's just a quick, talking with students. Sometimes we use our LMS as Google Classroom, and I have used Caitlin Giordano's grading scale, where it's a 6 through 10 point mastery scale. 10 is mastery. I saw you smile when I mentioned Caitlin, and so I put that. You can do rubrics so easily in Google Classroom, and all I have to do is hit reuse rubric, and every time, so my students know like where they're at. So if it's a 6, they're beginning. If it's a 10, they've mastered, and anywhere in between there. And it's so easy because I can just click a button and it tells them instant feedback. Obviously, if they didn't earn mastery, I type in the comments how they can improve. And that has streamlined my grading really quick. And I can see, it helps me grade a lot faster. And you can use so many other different things. Google Forms is my best friend. Anyone who knows me knows I love Google Forms because it provides that instant feedback. And I set everything up on, if you're not familiar with Google Forms, you can set up as a quiz. It's not everything is a quiz, but it can grade it by assigning like points or feedback. My favorite, which my students at first were kind of like, I don't like that. It won't let you move on to the next page in a Google slide unless you get the right answer. But it was forcing them to really think. They would collaborate with each other and they would really work on true, like full mastery on that. And that was something that I did I took it off of my belt where I was using technology to help enhance the feedback process, which if you can use technology to provide feedback to students, I highly recommend it.
So, okay, the immediacy of feedback, I want to focus on this for a minute. The timeliness of feedback, I think, is something that people really need to grab onto and hold on to. Because I think this is something that we forget and we lose sight of oftentimes as educators because our lives are so incredibly busy. We have so much going on, so many expectations. And sometimes we feel like we can't give students feedback. We can't give students their project back, their activity back, their lesson back, whatever it is that they turned into us back until we've given them feedback on everything. Maybe they've turned in an essay to us and it's supposed to be 3 to 5 pages. We read all 3 to 5 pages and we comment on every single period or every single comma, every spelling mistake, every single piece of their project. Because again, best interests, we want to give them feedback on every single thing that they did. We give them a 100-point test and we wait until we grade everybody's test over the next 5 days. And 2 weeks later, we give them back their test. And we've given them tons of detailed feedback. Maybe we've even given them glows and grows. Maybe we've even focused on the things that they're doing well. I'm here to tell you people, listen very clearly to this. The most important part of your feedback is the timeliness of your feedback, not the details of your feedback. If your feedback isn't going to kids within 24 to 48 hours, you're wasting your time. Then you may as well just throw those things in the trash and just preach to the class, because the timeliness of your feedback matters more. And that's what I just heard you say, Chelsea, that the grades are great, but you've got to give timely feedback. So you've got to come up with a system that allows people to have timely feedback. And I'll geek out in just a second and talk about the actual data and the research behind it. But I love the fact that you focus on it, because how many kids do you teach in a given day, Chelsea?
Oh gosh, probably like 130, I think I'm up to.
130 middle school kids. And yet you're able to provide quality feedback to them. And you mentioned a program, what was it? I don't even remember what,
Edulastic.
Edulastic. I have no idea what that is. Can you fill me in on what Edulastic is and how this miracle tool helps you provide feedback to kids?
Yes, absolutely. I think I discovered them in like 2018. So it's been a couple of years. I love, they are kind of like a quick assessment tool. But the thing that I like the most about it is it's not like I had been searching for some type of online system where students could drag and drop, because I am a state tested subject in science, and it's fully online on the computer. So what I had been doing is a lot of paper pencil, but I'm like, okay, well, I don't want the tool to be the barrier. So I found one of my colleagues found Edulastic. And so a lot of it was this drag and drop tool. You could have like drop down boxes, but it had I could provide more rigorous teaching, I could provide a lot more rigorous questions rather than just a straight multiple choice question. Sorry if you can hear my dog barking upstairs. Amazon must be here.
And no worries. You'll see me muting myself on constantly too, because it's a beautiful day, right? And people go by, and you don't want to hear me giving my dog feedback on his behavior. So it's no worries. It's not a problem. But I love what you just said, that you didn't want to be dependent on a tool. You knew what you wanted to do, and you sought out a tool that could help support that. And I'm seeing people in the comments talk about the various tools and platforms that they might have. And it's the same type of mindset. You focus on your priorities. You focus on what is essential to you. And then you allow the tool to do that. Don't let the tool handicap what you can't do. Focus on what the tool allows you to do. And we all have abilities, regardless of what our platforms are, regardless of what software or programs are available to us, to focus in on our priorities and feedback. When you identify the purpose behind any activity, the purpose behind any lesson, the purpose behind any test, quiz, project, and the reason why you're assigning that to kids, and you give specific feedback to that reason, not to everything, but to that reason, you can be more efficient, you can be more effective, and you can make sure that the students have the opportunity to learn and grow. So Chelsea, I'm gonna throw a quote at you real quick, and I want your reaction, okay? So give me your reaction. Tell me if you agree or disagree with this, all right? Feedback without the ability to improve is simply judgment. Feedback without the ability to improve is simply judgment. What do you think?
Oh, I love that quote. Was that you?
It was a very, very smart man that came up with that. But what are your thoughts on it? Do you agree or disagree?
I completely agree, because I mean, especially with like mastery learning and mastery grading, I feel like if I'm just telling a student, like, you know what, you're not there yet, but there's no way for you to improve, we're just going to move on. Like, it's kind of like, what was the point of that feedback? Like, because it doesn't tell me how to improve. You just told me you don't know it, but we can't do anything about it. We're just going to move on with it. And then your gap in your learning grows and grows and grows. Like, I just feel like I completely agree with that quote. You've got to provide them a way to improve. Like, what's the point of the feedback if you can't do anything about it?
Right. No, and that's so true. It's the idea of providing feedback. Again, let's go back to the beginning. Relies on students having the ability to have multiple attempts to try something, to hear from you or each other or from somebody else, and to say, here's something I did well, and here's something I need to continue to do better so that they can do better. And it's earlier I heard a comment about the gateway drug to things. Providing feedback is that gateway drug towards mastery learning and multiple attempts at learning and retakes, redos, relearning, all of those sorts of things. But it's also essential. So let me geek out real quick, just to geek out. Feedback, high quality, immediate feedback, has a 0.70 effect size on student learning. What does that mean? Well, the higher the effect size, the bigger the impact. So if you had an effect size of 0, that would mean 50% of the kids would do better, 50% of the kids would do worse with whatever it was that you're doing. Smack dab in the middle, it doesn't have a big impact on what you're doing. An effect size of 0.70 means 75% of the kids show a measurable increase in academic retention based off of that strategy. 75% of the kids are doing better because you're giving immediate feedback, which means kids are learning, they're growing, we're closing the gaps. All of those things that people are after for state testing and accountability and just overall student learning is changed by giving kids the opportunity to respond to immediate feedback. By saying, here's what you're doing well, and here's what you need to focus on to improve, and allowing kids to actually do it. It makes a difference. Do you see kids truly show improvements in your classroom with feedback, or are they chasing points? Are they chasing percentages? Are they chasing grades? Or are they chasing learning?
Well, that is a whole conversation that we have at the beginning of the year too, because I feel that most of the time they walk into my classroom and I tell them everything's 10 points. Like, we're trying to, it's not like, oh, how many points can I grab here and there? Yeah. I still, every once in a while, actually this week, I've had students ask me like, hey, Coach Nicolino, I want to get an A in your class. Is there any extra credit? We have to have the conversation. No, I don't provide any extra credit, but you can redo and improve every assignment. So if you didn't master something, you can redo it. And it's kind of funny. Like, I have to remind them, like, every once in a while, like, hey, remember, you can redo the assignments. And I think sometimes they hear more work. Well, if I have to redo it again, that's more work on me. But then we have to have the conversation of, well, is it more work? Are you learning? Like, we got to focus on that learning, because that's the whole point of why I'm teaching this to you. It's not so you can grab some points. It's not so you can just get an A to show your parents on your report card. It is truly about the learning and I try to, vertically align everything with, hey, when we learn this will help you in biology when you go into 10th grade biology or 9th grade biology, whenever they're taking that. And I tell them all the time, I have students come back down from high school and say, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that you taught us this, because I have it mitosis and meiosis. I drilled that really hard. We learned it very well. And then I was like, I think sometimes students think, I'm never going to see this again. I'm not going to be, a biologist. I won't have to apply this. And then they go to high school and they're like, oh my goodness, like, I remember all this. You really helped with that. So I think that helps too, is so they can see where are they going. And I know, since you mentioned John Hattie, in his work, I tried to use a lot of that success criteria, like, why are we learning this? Because as middle schoolers, they ask that all the time. Why do I need to know this? And it's great to take the time to really, kind of explain, why are we learning this? That's a great question. I wouldn't have been able to answer that as a middle schooler. I'm like, I don't know, just to take the test. I don't know. So it's great to really focus on that. Or even, I know at our school, we're STEM schools. So we really try to focus on STEM careers and how we can apply this to different STEM careers. So just showing students where they can go and apply this information, that really helps too.
So you talk about this idea of needing to know the purpose behind learning. Again, I'm going to geek out a little bit. Adult learning theory tells us that adults won't learn anything if they can't think, how does this affect me? How does this impact my life? Tell me the purpose behind anything. Otherwise, it's just noise. It's Charlie Brown's teacher. The reality is kids need the same thing. 13 and 14-year-olds require the same thing. Kids oftentimes are little adults in terms of what they need for their learning. As people are watching this right now, a lot of people are gaining PD, they're gaining knowledge, they're gaining professional learning, and they're thinking, okay, how does this impact me? I get that this impacts kids. I get that students will learn more if I give them more attempts. I get that students are going to gain more knowledge if I give them feedback and they can continue to learn. But Chelsea, I'm busy. I'm looking at you right now, Chelsea, and you mentioned you're a mom, you're a wife, you're a teacher, you do all kinds of things. Do you just not have a life at all? If you're constantly giving kids opportunities to redo things and relearn things, and you're focusing on feedback on everything in an immediate way, I mean, I can't even imagine what your life looks like. So in just a second, I want you to think about that for a second. I want you to come back and say, how do you still have a life in doing all of in providing feedback? How can you do it effectively and efficiently and still live and function in society without selling your soul to the school? So think about that answer for a second. Will I remind people that this is a sponsored segment? I'm throwing a commercial in there right now while you're thinking. So this is an opportunity, people. Again, go online and register for some free goodies. A couple of amazing free goodies are available right now. If you go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, EduMatch Publishing right now is offering up a few of their courses. I think there's 3 courses, 3 free podcasting with your PLN courses that people can grab onto. There it is, right at the bottom of the screen. So go check that out. Thank you, EduMatch, for that amazing gift. And you can also go and you can see David Frangiosa's book of Going Gradeless is available there, plus lots and lots of other amazing things. So, all right, threw that out there to give you some think time, Chelsea. How in the world do you have a life if you're so focused on giving feedback? We know it works. We know it has a huge impact on kids. We got it. But there's a lot of things that have huge impacts on kids. Later on today, I'm going to be talking to one of our guests, Emily Paschall, who's going to share ideas like going on home visits and visiting kids in their houses. Yeah, that makes an impact. We know that works. But who has time for that? What am I giving up to be able to do that? What do you give up in order to be able to provide feedback to kids?
That is a great question. Actually, well, my first couple of years, I would have said I gave up a ton of time. I would grade at home. I would do all this. I didn't manage my time very well, to be perfectly honest. And it wasn't until I had kids where I was like, I have to manage my time well so I can leave at contract time or maybe 15 minutes after contract time. Can't stay till 5 o'clock every night. And so what I did was I got smarter with how I provided feedback. And like we talked about before, do we have to grade everything? No, not necessarily, but you can provide quick feedback for your students and that will save you so much time. And I think a lot of times I used to think if I wasn't the one providing the feedback, it wasn't valuable, or I was like being lazy or cheating in some way. But like I said, technology is your friend. So sometimes when I'm like strategically, when I'm setting up my mastery grids, I try to put maybe a teacher check-in where they would contact me, or like as I'm circulating the room, they'll call me over. Hey, I finished 1A. Can you provide me feedback? And we can have that conversation still too. I could do a quick check, take a look at their work, and it was so much quicker. And I feel like last year we were virtual. I had to provide a lot of feedback in isolation, which I don't know why I was doing, but since everything was digital, I just felt like it took me so much longer to provide feedback for my students. And I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? So with them being there and we could have a conversation about it. I could say, hey, can you take a look at question 2? Give them, and then I tell them like, what they could do. Wouldn't give them the answer, but like say what they could do or where they could locate the answer to help them in their notes, and then come back a little bit and then provide them feedback again. So I think it's that constant, doing student check-ins, using technology whenever available to give them those quick feedback. Especially like Edulastic would provide me quick feedback. They would instantly know how they did on an assessment. But now I have been creating short cycle quizzes. So after a couple of assignments, here's a quiz. I want to assess how you're doing. And I used to do them digitally. And it wasn't until a couple of weeks ago I started printing them out. I wanted to see the writing. I wanted to see how they would work out different problems, because I like things that are digital, but I didn't feel like it had as much of a human aspect. I couldn't see the learning as much. And so, but they weren't very long quizzes. They might have been maybe 5, maybe 10 questions, but it would be easy for me to check, grade, and then give it back to them within 24 hours because I needed that quick feedback for them. And just kind of transitioning and doing those couple of things really gave me my time back. And I would see in the comments, Michelle even said, Floop is also great for feedback. Yes, I love Floop. That is a great tool. I would have students create infographics and they would upload them into Floop. And then you could actually click on certain points inside their infographic, which is just kind of like a big visual tool for the students. And I could provide feedback really quickly for them. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Floop also has rubrics that you can upload into it and provide them quick feedback. That was also a great feedback tool to use.
So good. And so Chelsea, I don't know if you've noticed, when you started talking, I had to put a pencil in my hand. I've got like 4 pages of notes already on tools I need to go explore and just extra things I'm thinking about. And I feel like every time I just let you go, my mind goes 1,000 different directions. So I apologize if I'm taking rabbit trails here or whatever, but you're making me think of a few things. Number one, this idea of batch feedback, that you don't always necessarily have to respond to every single kid in every single moment. Sometimes you're looking for themes. You're noticing a number of kids have common misunderstandings or common exemplars, and they're all doing amazing things. And it's okay to just call a timeout and say, hey, everybody, let me draw your attention to this, and provide feedback in mass to a batch. It's, as a former basketball coach, that's why I was so grateful that I had timeouts, because I was very rarely going to call a timeout to bring one student over to me to provide feedback. I would call a timeout when I saw a theme of things happening and I needed to get everybody together and say, hey, let me address this with everybody so we can all see what adjustments we need to make. And as teachers, sometimes those opportunities for batch feedback are super, super important. You also reminded me of a time as a building administrator and my need to provide feedback to teachers. And this is where my mind went. You made me think about the need for timeliness, for the need for vulnerability, the need for transparency, the glow and grows. And as administrators, our responsibility is to help our teachers continue to grow. And it brings me back to that quote of feedback without the ability to improve is simply judgment. And how often do we fall into the trap of providing feedback that is extremely judgmental? We come into a classroom once or twice and we throw a label on the top of it. And we say you're either effective or highly effective or minimally effective. And it's a judgment as opposed to an opportunity to go and grow and to improve and to the not yet or to celebrate your successes. So one of the things that I used to do as an administrator was we did learning walks all the time in my schools, where other teachers would come in and provide feedback to other educators. And often we went in simply looking for ideas we wanted to steal, not for criticisms, but just things we wanted to steal. And we built it into things that we were already doing. If I knew that I was going to be walking around and visiting classrooms throughout the course of any given day, I would invite other teachers to come with me to maximize my time. So I didn't feel like it was one extra thing I had to do. I already had it on my calendar. I was going to go visit some classrooms. So come on along for the ride. Mrs. Nicolino, you want to come check out some classrooms with me? Let's go. And we're going to see some things together and allow you to fill me in on some amazing things you're seeing. In your classroom, do you allow other kids to share in and to provide feedback to each other? Like I would encourage teachers to provide feedback to other teachers. And I would say, this is the thing I really want to look for. Let's look for standards aligned instruction today. Let's look for teachers providing feedback today and go look for examples of it. Do you allow students to provide feedback to each other, not saying grade each other's papers, but lean into each other and support each other?
Yes, especially for science fair. So science fair is really big in my building. We do that from 5th grade to 8th grade. And so by 8th grade, they have all this knowledge on how to create, perform a science fair experiment. But not only that is to write out their report. And that's huge. I mean, it's probably upwards of most of the time 12 pages long. That's a lot for just me to grade. And I was like, well, why don't we have a checkpoint? And I've established checkpoints throughout the entire process. I mean, we start from probably day 1 in August all the way to when it's due in December. And so I have checkpoints where I have provided feedback. And then at the very end, when they've composed this giant paper, before they ever turned it into me, because again, teaching 13 and 14-year-olds, sometimes I might have missed something. So instead of it getting to me and they accidentally miss something, I've used, it was formerly known as Peer Grade, but now it's known as EduFlow. Is the website. And you could build this not even just for papers, but you can honestly put maybe any assignment in there, provide a rubric, create a rubric for your students, and then they trade and grade. And I believe it's anonymous, but they had their names on their papers, so they saw who it was anyways. But you could make it totally anonymous. And it's almost like a virtual trade and grade. And the students can go through and, of course, with, like I said, you provide those expectations for feedback. You can do a glow and a grow. You could do, I literally set it up where the rubric where, do they have all the necessary components of the paper? How does it read? Things like that. Or if that's even too much for them because it's a 12-page paper, you could do like a little bit every day. I think you can even set it up as almost like a learning flow where it kind of goes through and like you could say, okay, today we're focusing just on, do they have all the necessary components? Maybe the next day they come in, let's focus on the grammar, and you could build on that. But I love the fact that they can look at each other's work and provide feedback to each other. And a lot of times, myself included, if I see an example of somebody else's work, that like gets my gears turning, and I'm like, oh, I didn't do that. That's a really good idea, and work through that. And I would like to incorporate that a lot more into my classroom.
Well, that's so good. And I love in this virtual space, I'll use the analogy, this is like a classroom. I'm seeing so many amazing people sharing thoughts and ideas in our virtual classroom here that I'm going to be stealing. And so thank you for continuing to share your thoughts and ideas. And I would challenge people, provide feedback to Chelsea right now. Let her know something that you're learning or you're stealing, or you're reflecting on right now, because this is amazing. This is powerful. So drop it in the comments so that people can see what you're thinking and you're reflecting on. But that idea of feedback at times can also be sharing exemplars, sharing opportunities for other people to pivot. Another Schmittouism is I'm a big believer that you can't steer a parked car. You've got to have things in motion for people to be able to react to, right? A few years ago, it was really in vogue for teachers to take part in pineapple classrooms, or to have pineapple charts where in the office you might identify that you want other people to come down to your classroom and see something that's happening, and you'd put your name on a little pineapple chart, and people would come down and celebrate your wins or your success and give you some feedback and opportunities to glow and grow. I was in a classroom 2 years ago, right before the pandemic started, where a teacher took that same mindset in their classroom. And in her classroom, she had a few little foam pineapples. Where she got them, I have no idea. But students, when they felt like they had something that they wanted to share with others, whether it was a project, an activity, or completed task, they would go get the little foam pineapple and put it on their desk. And other students at any time could come check out that student's work. and give them feedback and suggestions, or truly steal ideas and say, I'm going to take that and run with it in my own assignment, my own task. And I thought it was brilliant. If it's good enough for us, it's good enough for kids. So I love that. Love that so much. All right. So
I love that idea so
right?
much.
But sometimes we just have to steal ideas from other people. There's a fine line between cheating and collaboration makes us all better. So roll with it. So Chelsea, I'm going to give you another analogy it's been on my mind now for 43 minutes since we started talking feedback. It's a parenting example. And I want you to correct me here and help me out a little bit, okay? So this is something you're going to have to deal with very, very soon, probably not as soon as me, but give me some feedback on my ability to provide feedback. So I have a 16-year-old son right now who has a job. He qualifies to go take his driving test in about 10 days. So what's happening is he drives home from work with me. I go pick him up, but he drives home at night, every night after work. And it's about a 30-minute drive in the dark. And I'm trying to give him the opportunity and the autonomy to learn the skill, because in a couple of weeks, he's going to be doing it on his own. I don't know if you've ever sat shotgun with a 16-year-old driving the car, where there is this desire to correct every single thing he does. The speed limit's 45, he's going 46. I want to say, slow down. There's a curve coming. I want to warn him there's a curve coming. I see a pedestrian 100 yards ahead on the right. He's totally clear of it, but I want to point out that pedestrian. I want to make sure that the seatbelt is on. I want to make sure that the radio's I want to correct every single thing he does. But ultimately I can't, because I know he's not going to have me sitting shotgun with him. And if I correct everything, he's going to start tuning me out. We're going to get into a debate, an argument. He's going to lose sight on the road. How, as a dad, do I keep my mouth shut and just let him drive and trust that we're not going to die in the process?
Oh my gosh, that is so hard. I know, I'm trying to think back to my parents and and I know they're listening right now, so I got to be careful. But when they were teaching me how to drive and everything, a lot of times they were the same way. They're like, okay, don't correct every little thing. Or a lot of times, my dad would wait till we were done. He was like, oh, well, how do you think that went? And can you give yourself some, what you think went well? Or, because my mom sometimes would be like, same thing. We're driving. She's like, did you see that pedestrian? I'm like, no, I was looking at the road. Things like that. So I know it was a learning process for them too. But especially since, it's a vehicle. It's it's not a low risk situation. It's
right.
You want to provide as much feedback to keep the both of you safe, and I commend you. That is a lot of work. I sit there and I'm like, I know when my kids start driving, it'll probably be here before I know it. But how am I going to be like that? And I would probably be like you. I want to say everything. I can't just sit there and be quiet. But I know, he's being a 16-year-old boy. He's probably okay, he respects your feedback, but he probably doesn't want it every single second. So I think maybe, encourage, even fitting in those, oh, nice job on that turn, or you slowed down, you didn't roll through that stop sign, things like that. And he'll be like, oh, okay. So maybe he'll be more receptive when you're like, hey, you're going a little fast. And he'll be, oh, okay, maybe add in those a lot of glows as well, which I know is hard sometimes, especially when they're learning. But add in those little bright spots.
No, I love that. And, I'm going to take that and I'm going to actually segue us into the conversation about the classroom. But there are opportunities for me to give feedback, maybe not on everything. Maybe I don't want to distract him from what he's doing, but maybe even framing my feedback as questions. At a stoplight, I can say, hey, I'm so proud of you. Look how far we've come. What's something that you that you wish you would have done better in the last stretch of the road? Or did you feel like you were following the speed limit back there? And ask questions, allowing him to reflect and focus on the priorities and those essential things, which is sort of like what you just articulated in your classroom as well. That, first of all, the classroom is not life or death. There's odds are you're not going to get into this life-altering situation by getting into an accident. You're going to have the opportunity for kids to redeem themselves and to redo things because they messed up on a project or an assignment. That's number one. But you can also focus in on those priority moments. And you mentioned those I don't remember what you called them. You benchmark these times, these opportunities to provide feedback. You put them into your plans and your lesson when you know this is going to be an opportunity for us to pause, reflect, to think, to take some constructive criticism, or to just celebrate your successes so that you can continue to grow and you learn to be a proficient driver. Because ultimately, our goal is for kids to be successful without us. I know it's weird. Our job security is for kids to depend on us and to thrive on us and to need us. But if we're doing our job well, they don't need us, right? It's this weird dichotomy that we're in. So you want to give them these opportunities to learn independence and to learn how to manage and to grow and to reflect and to constantly critique themselves. Now, I've said before, Bloom taxonomy, the top of it is create. If somebody paid me a couple $1 million to revise it, I'd put reflect on the top of it, because to be able to create something and then to make it even better through some critical thought is super challenging. And you're setting kids up to learn how to reflect in your class, to look themselves in the eye and say, I can still do better based off of what I did. I can build off of what I did well and what I need to improve upon and critique. So take that story, the driving story, place it into your classroom. Talk to me about your classroom and how it is similar or different to teaching a kid to drive a car. Talk to me about how you provide kids those opportunities to make those mistakes, to pause, to reflect, to learn, to grow, and improve.
Absolutely. Well, especially like with learning how to drive, it's not like you took your son out on the road one time, you're like, all right, you're done. Like, go get your license. It's giving them those multiple attempts and you letting them know that, like, I mean, especially like being a teacher, a lot of times you're that trusted adult, you are that safe space, providing that safe space for your students. My goal every year is to provide an environment where students feel comfortable learning. Sometimes, especially the first time they come to me, like, you're a new person, they don't really know who you are, and like just laying it all out there, like, hey, it's okay, we're going to get through this together, kind of thing. And at my building, we're known as learning coaches. We're not learning as teachers, because we really are coaching students through learning. I'm not holding all the information. I'm providing you all these opportunities to learn the content with me. And it's not just me, teaching you, like the students. It's like, we're in this together. This is a collaborative effort. And providing those safe spaces and opportunities for the students. And then, a lot of times letting the parents know, like, using parents as support as well, providing feedback with the parents, like letting them know, hey, your student's doing great at this, or this is what they need to work on, or, hey, they're missing an assignment. Can you help me with, like, using your parents as, tools with helping your students learn too. I mean, I think a lot of times, like, we think we're in isolation, but parents really want to help and join in too with the students. So I think knowing, like your students know you're in their corner, their parents are in their corner, like, we're all there to help your students learn.
It's such an important reminder for us about this partnership and the teamwork. And it goes back to what we talked about early on of feedback requiring a two-way street. It's constant communication. It's not you as the expert bestowing your wisdom on everybody else and telling everybody else all that they're doing wrong. It's about transparency and vulnerability. To take the driving example a step further, I'm going to probably overshare here, but this past week, I may or may not have been pulled over driving with a car full of kids. Yeah, I see that reaction down there, Ray. So yes, I got pulled over. Katie, shh. But I may have gotten pulled over driving 55 and a 45. My 16-year-old was sitting shotgun. My kids were amazing. After the conversation with the police officer, who I explained was there to try to keep us safe and to make sure I understood the rules, one of my kids said, Dad, was that real? Or were you just trying to show Cameron how to act with a police officer? And I was like, oh my gosh, I could have at that moment said, yep, that's it. It was all an act. It was a complete, I don't make mistakes. I'm a perfect driver. But no, I said, I messed up. I was going a little fast. And I needed that correction as well. I needed that reminder. I needed that warning so that I could figure out how to do it. And that became another opportunity for me to remind my kid about how to receive feedback, that you don't have to act like you have it all. You don't have to get into arguments every time somebody is trying to correct you. And as educators, we need to have that same reaction when we're having conversations with parents. Sometimes parents do know more about their kids than we do. And it's okay to receive that feedback. It's okay to learn. It's okay to lean in and say, we're on the same team. Let's all continue to grow in this together. So I appreciate that reminder. And I'm going to get in so much trouble for sharing that story right now because it was a secret that we all had. So hopefully nobody else is watching this right now. Fair enough. So if you are watching this right now, don't share that segment. You can share right now, share with other people to come check this out. Because in about 5 minutes, we're going to have another amazing segment coming up with the incredible Ray Hughart and company. I think they're going to be talking about setting boundaries, I believe is the next segment. So now is the time to start sharing that. Now is also the time before all the masses start flooding into teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to go and get yourself registered to win a couple of things. Again, EduMatch has those 3 licenses for the podcasting with your PLN course you can take, and also David Frangiosa's book, Going Gradeless. So do all of that before you share, and before thousands of other people come in and start competing with you. Go to the site, teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, get yourself registered, and then share the site with everybody else. All right. So Chelsea, let me give you some feedback real quick. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
First of all, you are phenomenal. You are absolutely brilliant. I love how you give us, to use one of Ray's terms, tactical and practical tools. You don't just talk in hyperbole and academia. You talk about things in the trenches. You tell us things that we can actually use on Monday in our classrooms to make kids' lives better and to make our lives better. But if you had to boil it all down, and you said, this is the thing that has helped transform me as an educator, the thing that has helped me be more efficient and more effective with feedback. If you had told people to go try something on Monday or next week or just before the end of this school year, what would the thing be that you would want people to focus in on?
Oh, well, I know as myself as an educator, I need, like, with setting up those expectations with students, I need to practice what I teach. And a couple years ago, our school does the pineapple chart where we can go see other people's classrooms. So something simple that I did, and my students see it every day before they walk into my room, is I have this little piece of paper. It's an 8x 11.5 paper. And it has this little QR code, and it says, how are we doing? And it's this little QR code. They can screenshot it. A lot of times we would have guests in our building or just other teachers walking around if you wanted to observe. And they would, take screenshot the QR code, and it would take them to a Google form. And a lot of the times, like, my students are like, what's this? I'm like, well, you can check it out. And it literally is me asking, what kind of a lesson did you see? What was I doing? Like, what's a glow? What's a grow? How can I improve? And it was just me being vulnerable and showing my students, like, yes, I ask for feedback a lot, and I, accept feedback. And a lot of the times too, not only that, so I'll ask adults for feedback. I ask my students for feedback constantly. Your students are also a great thermometer for how you are doing. And I tell them all the time, this is your classroom. If, what do you like? What do you want to see more of? Of course, they always say, we want to do more labs. I'm like, okay. Like, I was a science teacher, that's like all I want to hear. But they are so great at providing feedback. Some of the best things I've implemented in my classroom have been their ideas. So asking for help and asking other adults for feedback and leading by example. I think those are some very, things you can do Monday, really quick implementation.
That's amazing. And it's brilliant. My suggestion would be to think about how you're giving that feedback, to frame your feedback in a positive fashion, if at all possible. A couple of days ago, somebody made a comment about my facial hair, and they could have said to me, Dave, I don't like it when you shave. You need to cover up that face. Or they could have said, wow, I can't wait to see what that beard looks like again, or something along those lines, right? Same conversation, but one led me to start growing out my beard again. The other would have just made me mad. Yes, Ray, I'm calling you out. But it's the same thing, right? How you frame it. And if you frame your feedback in a way to build somebody up and to let them think about the positives, then they're more inclined to change. They're more inclined to focus on the feedback, and more inclined to actually go out there and continue to grow and embrace that whole yet mindset that you keep talking about. So frame your feedback in a positive, if at all possible. For those of you that might be going out with a spouse tonight, and your spouse comes downstairs and says, how do I look? You don't necessarily need to give that honest feedback that's extremely hypocritical. Find the positives and accentuate the positives. Celebrate the things that are working and build up from there. Continue to grow around it. So like today, so many amazing things are happening today. So many amazing segments are taking place. I encourage people to go out there and talk about the amazing things you're learning today, the things that you're taking away, those little nuggets that you're holding on to. You don't need to go on social media and bash the things that you didn't take. You don't need to go out and bash people and critique what doesn't work. Find those things that are working and celebrate them. and allow people to continue to lean into that. Like you, Chelsea, you are absolutely amazing. I am so incredibly honored to be able to hang out with you. I can't wait to come see you in person again in October. So people, again, if you haven't registered yet for the conference, go register for that conference. And I heard proposals open up next week for people that want to present. So just saying, if you want an excuse to come hang out in Chelsea's classroom in October, sign yourself up for the conference. So Chelsea, you're incredible. Thank you so much for doing this. Any final words from you?
Dave, it's always a treat to be on screen with you. This was a blast. I was like, how are we going to fill out a whole hour of things to talk about? But you are always so easy to talk to. It's always fun.
Well, when you're brilliant like you are, it's pretty easy to have a conversation with you. So Chelsea, I will see you real soon. I'm sure. People, continue to hang out here. Again, Ray's going to be here talking about setting boundaries. So share the link, get other people to come join the conversation. Everybody, we'll see you soon.
Hey, I want to share something that I know we talk about, but I want to make sure you're aware of. And that's Teach Better Academy. This is our digital course and catalog where you can get amazing Teach Better PD in your pocket. And Teach Better Academy, we have over 30 courses that are growing every single day. You can get an academy license. We can purchase courses individually. We also have a ton of free courses available. So I'm going to challenge you right now. I know you might be burnt out, but the pursuit of better is never over. So right now, you can go to teachbetteracademy.com and try a course out. Go ahead, try it. I can't wait for you to see the value and how great it feels to be better tomorrow.
Hey everyone, we are back live for 12-hour live. We are thrilled to be here with each and every one of you. Happy Saturday. Holy moly, Hannah, it is so good to see you to start talking about boundaries. I'm a little nervous.
I know. After Dave and Chelsea, holy cow. I was like, wow. And maybe you guys are so thoughtful in your planning, but feedback and then boundaries made sense to me.
I have felt like a good flow throughout the day. We started with like slow conversation, kicking it off, sipping our coffee. Then we got into restorative justice. Then we got into collaboration. Then we got into feedback. Now we're talking about boundaries. These do kind of all go together. And that was kind of the goal, right? To provide a really cohesive 12 hours of free professional development. And I've been looking forward to our chat.
You guys have so much energy. I haven't met Dave yet, but Ray, you impressed me so much, and Dave just blew me away. So happy to be here.
It's going to be so good. You know, Hannah, we've been able to collaborate a bunch. I always love our conversations, and I'm going to need to try and find a balance today between just like catching up with you and obviously discussing our theme. But for those people who may not be connected with you, would you mind sharing a little about yourself, kind of what you do in education?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Hannah Scherer. I'm the senior director of the BAR Center. BAR stands for Building Assets, Reducing Risks. We're a nonprofit. We provide professional development to teachers, but our main focus is relationships and using real-time data to help build those relationships and help students. So fits perfectly. My background, I was a special ed teacher for my first 5 years, and then I went on to school counseling. So 20 years in the schools. And I'm a mom. I have a 17-year-old who is in 11th grade and a 6-year-old in first grade because, you know, we do that. It makes sense. Yes.
It makes sense. Hannah, I know we've been able to talk a lot just because I love what you and your team continue to do to support teachers and students and everything in between. Tell me about your initial feelings when we reached out and said, hey, Hannah, we're going live for 12 hours. We need to do a half an hour segment that is committed to setting boundaries. Do you mind sharing all of your ideas? What were your initial feelings?
Oh my gosh. Well, first I just laughed. I'm like, 12 hours. Wow, that's ambitious. And then the irony there, because I'm like, 12 hours. Obviously, these are people who maybe their boundaries aren't going as well as they'd like either. But the importance and the necessity of who we're talking to. I mean, teachers are the helpers. Teachers are the ones right now really working so hard to make sure that kids are doing okay, each other are doing okay. And, it makes so much sense that we need to just make sure that we, as the people doing the work, are healthy. Dave and Chelsea in their feedback, I was laughing a little bit because there's positive and negative feedback. You have to give yourself feedback to get to boundaries. And so I was laughing. I was like, yep. So
I would love to maybe start there for today. I kind of know you a little bit as we've kind of grown in our friendship, and you and I are similar in the sense there might be a little bit more on the workaholic side. We kind of are constantly thinking about how to do more things to support teachers. And that is kind of what I love about being a part of the Teach Better team is there's constantly this like creativity brainstorm of what we can do based on what our network is telling us, right? We really do listen to our audience. I know you guys value that an enormous amount with your team as well. What are the connections? How does feedback lead us into needing to set boundaries or needing to set boundaries is really like
absolutely. Yes. Yeah. I mean, because I think the first thing, is you really have to give yourself boundaries. Can be something that maybe is a negative word, and it really has to be something where we're giving ourselves permission to first even look there and go there. I think as a teacher, you're always, and an educator, staff in the building, you're always looking at everyone else, and when do you even take the breath to think, what am I doing? How am I? Have I even had a breath today? Did I go to the bathroom? When did I have a meal last? And so it's that moment of really giving yourself permission. And I think if you're doing it, then you're also giving your peers and your friends and the staff you work with the permission to take that, But you really have to really feedback. How do I feel? Am I getting, that word hangry? Am I getting hangry with my students? Am I getting hangry? Has somebody asked me to do one more thing right now and I'm mad about it? I'm not going to show it, but inside I'm frustrated, then it's a moment of like, okay, feedback. What's going on with me? And do I need to eat something? Do I need to go drink some water? And those are simple things. But honestly, I remember being in the classroom and it would be hours. And all of a sudden I'd be like, wow, I haven't had a sip of water.
Yeah. Well, and that's actually, that's a part of all of our lives, regardless of where you are in your educational journey. If you're working with students in the trenches, physically in the classroom, if you're working in a coach role, an administrator role, anywhere within that entire school ecosystem, so many of us find ourselves needing to do those self-checks and saying, what do I need right now? And then, Hannah, which I know we're really focusing on, choosing to make those steps. There's plenty of times you're sitting in a meeting, a parent meeting, maybe with some administrative leaders, maybe with some friends or colleagues, and you're getting frustrated or getting emotional. And that might be because what you're talking about truly is a passion, but also could be because you didn't prepare yourself to be successful. Are you taking breaks? Have you used the restroom? Are you getting a snack? Do you need just like 5 minutes of quiet time? I never knew I needed that. And holy moly, do I know that if I take 5 minutes of silence, it makes a big difference in how my brain is processing. Brad Hughes in the comments a few moments ago was talking about kind of like giving ourselves permission to take those steps to put up boundaries. And that in and of itself is so hard.
Yes, it is. We're a helping field. We are constantly encouraging others. You're building up staff, you're building up students, whatever your role is in the building, or in designing this school, is you are the person who's really looking out for others. So again, something on our team we really focus on is that staff to staff, or that, adult to adult relationship. You can't do this alone. In the same way, I probably could tell you, Ray, to go set some boundaries and take a break better than I am myself. But maybe that's part of it, is finding that friend or that other person who can call you out a little bit, give you that feedback and say, hey, what are you doing for fun this week? Or, hey, maybe tonight don't take that huge bag of paperwork home. it'll be fine tomorrow. It really will.
You know, it's interesting, Hannah. I know that we have some action steps, some challenges, some activities that we want to do with our community here for the next 30 minutes. So I do want to give a shout out to all of you that are joining us live. Thank you for being here. Thank you for commenting. We love engaging with you. I want to get started, Hannah, as we get into this dialogue, having our network personally reflect on what a boundary means to them, right? What does it mean to say, hey, you should go set a boundary? Because you're right. It is so much easier for me to say, Hannah, you look stressed. Can you please just take today off? Like, I would love, let me help you. Please just go relax, go spend time with your beautiful family. And I feel good telling you that, but I feel a lot of guilt and shame on occasion when I choose to set a boundary for myself internally. And so as we talk about boundaries and the challenges that we're going to give people, I'd love to see in the comments what setting a boundary means. And then let's define it together here as we get into those action steps. Do you think you have like a general definition you're working off of?
You know, and it's funny because I think it's very individualized, because what you even just said in the example of, hey, Hannah, take the day off, that would not be a boundary that felt good to me, would stress me out probably more. So there's certain people who just, you know, so it's very individualized. And, you know, what I think it is it's really giving yourself the space and grace to figure out what you need. Again, it could be super simple, but for others, it's going to be a day. For somebody else, maybe it is just a breath, or I need to just eat a little more. This is something I know, but it's what you need to be more successful in what you're doing. And what is that? But it really is individualized, because you stressed me out just by saying I was getting the day off. I was like, oh, sub plans. Oh, what else do I, you know, like that would not be relaxing.
Truly. And it, you know, sometimes I feel like setting boundaries is something that I'm working towards, but it's also helpful when you have that support from others. Even just being able to vocalize that you are stressed or overwhelmed with something, and having somebody reiterate back to you that it's okay, that they're like affirming your feelings, that in and of itself, I'm like, oh, I feel better already. So I'd love to get into some ideas, some strategies that we could actually provide to our community to set those boundaries. What is your initial thoughts right off the bat of supporting someone who maybe has not been able to have the courage to set boundaries for themselves?
Yes. Yeah. Technology. I mean, we are all in technology at this point. It is either your friend or your enemy. So why not use it for, you know, for all that it can be? I mean, because, you know, honestly, technology is set up to have boundaries. You know, you can set your calendar to have an actual working, you know, time, and then it announces to others, this isn't working hours. You know, there are just simple things that are already sitting in all the platforms we're using that, you know, also just the off button, you know, I mean, that in itself, since COVID and being so much of us being in Zoom or having to have the phone and the computer, and, you know, there are do not disturbs.
You know, it's interesting you say that. I have a colleague who I occasionally text, and when I text them, it immediately comes up that they have like do not disturb, no notifications on. And then you have to make that active choice to be like, no, I want them to see it. And then you can like choose to have it notify them, which seems really like courageous. I don't know that I'm encouraging that, because it's really, they're setting a boundary, but also their phone's helping them communicate that to the outside world. And there's so many features like that on different apps or just on our phones themselves that say, hey, I will get to your message. I received it. I'm excited to talk to you. I just am not getting it right now. And I'm okay with that. And so should you, because I am excited when I have the time to be all yours. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I think we struggle, and maybe I shouldn't say we, I know I struggle as a person saying no to the people who I know need something, because I want to be there. I want to help. But then I love that there's a device that'll do it for me. And obviously, you know, anyone who's reaching out to me knows I will get back to them. But in that moment, like that out of office message on your email, if you are going to be gone for a 2-hour meeting, rather than the stress of everyone sending you things during those 2 hours and like, why haven't you gotten back to me? What a nice message. Hey, I'm in a 2-hour meeting. It's going to put me a little bit behind on responding. I'll make sure to do it as soon as possible. But then you didn't have to tell everybody, and they automatically know, hey, this will take a little longer, and that's okay.
Well, and I appreciate the connection between like a phone and a computer, right? I was just in a mastermind last week where they were discussing putting like some sort of vacation or alert message to even parents to say, I really want to communicate my appreciation, my love, and the fact that they're willing to be a partner. I'm confident that what they're emailing me about, I really want to be an active part of that conversation. But then I have to set those boundaries. Just so you know, I have a 24-hour period where I may not get back to you. If you need notification before 24 hours, here's other things you can do, like calling the school office to make sure that anything you need gets resolved. So I like that boundaries kind of in turn is really just being a really effective communicator as well.
Exactly. Yes. And in that same, those are things to help us not get involved or to give a little break. But the other thing it can do is setting your calendar to have a reminder to eat. I love all the, everyone with their smartwatches and, and it's like, oh, my watch just told me to take a breath, or my watch told me to. Well, if you're not somebody who does that, because I'm not, have my phone, let my phone remind me, set a timer that says, hey, you know your schedule, so you know where it might squeeze in. And even if it doesn't, at least you're physically being reminded, like, oh gosh, it's time to have a snack.
And you know what, Hannah, I love that these are boundaries that don't seem too large and intimidating. Like being able to effectively communicate your time to people, being able to effectively communicate to yourself that you need to be making sure you're feeding your body. These are not expectations like, don't bring work home. That's a great boundary, but holy moly, that's a big undertaking. There's a lot of steps that come with that in terms of preparation and, like making sure you're being successful. These are small little reminders about drinking water, taking a bite of a Snickers, and making sure that people understand what they can and cannot expect from you. And I think that really does build respect. So I want to get into other tips and tricks for boundaries. I do have two things that we're going to accomplish here super duper fast. One is that we have a giveaway, and the other is that we have a question in the chat that has to do with how to access 12-Hour Live. So first we're going to do the giveaway. And while that's going, I'll address the question in the chat about how to make sure you can tune into 12-Hour Live. We have an incredible book that's called Because of a Teacher. It was written by George Couros, and there were a number of different educators that got to share their voice in this book, one of which is our love, Livia Chan, who is a part of our Teach Better team, talk about a girl that is full of passion and energy. We are excited to be able to give 2 copies away of George Couros' amazing book, Because of a Teacher. And we are doing this via the comments. So I'm telling you that because if you are watching on your television, you need to find a way to get into the comments, like pop it open on your phone, or if you're on your phone or computer right now, make sure your cursor is in that checkbox, because we are going to take the first 2 comments that respond to this prompt. So here we go. Everybody take a deep breath in. I hope you win. Hannah, keep your fingers crossed for our guest here. It says, I want to know one change that you plan to make to set better boundaries next week. So we will determine those winners here in just a second. Hannah, the other comment in the chat had to do with how to access our live stream. As a reminder, we are currently streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. You can share the links to access any of those streams just by clicking the share button, copying the link, and sending that over to anybody who's interested. Of course, if you're having any problems, you can also email info@teachbetter.com, and somebody on the team will make sure to give you some direct links to help you out. So very, very excited to see people's response to our challenge, which is one change that they hope to make to set better boundaries next week. And Hannah will be announcing those winners here in just a few moments. Hannah, other ideas or things that you want to touch on when we talk about boundaries? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about with this is like who we were before COVID is not who we are now, and I think that's super important for teachers, especially because your job continued throughout. You didn't really have some of the lag or some of the bigger times off that others did. Wow. But your classroom, your space, everything you've done has changed so much, in the last 2.5 years. So even what your boundaries were before might not work now. And that might be some of what's happening, is what I used to do. And I'm still feeling this fluster. I'm still feeling this, just frustration or tired, so I think that's the other thing is really reflecting. Do I need to try something new? Maybe what worked 2 years ago just isn't the same thing.
No, that's such a good reminder, Hannah. This is why I love talking to you, because everything you've suggested so far is a manageable step for overwhelmed overworked educators.
Yeah.
We're talking about doing a reflection on even just your current practices. Doesn't even mean you're going to change anything. But you're right. The boundaries that we may have had in place in 2019, which by the way feels like 10 years ago, are completely different, might be addressing completely different needs than what we are putting in now. So just kind of doing an audit, right? Doing an audit of the boundaries you have set and really evaluating, does this boundary serve me in some way? Or is there another hurdle that I can overcome by setting a different boundary? That's really interesting. Great perspective to reflect
on. You know, and so I know as it, you know, another just strategy, I know Mondays used to stress me out, you know, and so I was already thinking about Monday on Friday and like, oh gosh. And then Sundays would be like, do I have everything done? What have I done? You know, and so one of the things I know worked for me, not sure who else it'll work for, is really taking Friday and that last hour that you are in the building is dedicating and committing to what do I need for Monday? Is everything set for Monday? Making my list now, they're sitting right on my desk so that you really could free up at least a day of your weekend, hopefully both, but at least a day, knowing automatically I set myself up strong to go in on Monday and not have to feel like I, you know, left in a hurry and things are in chaos.
Oh my gosh, I am terrible at this, and this should be my own personal goal. Like, by the way, we're going to announce our winners for that book away here in just a second, but Hannah, truly, I am somebody who will like work to the last possible moment that either my stress level is through the roof and I need to truly step away instantly, or like I'm literally like counting down the moments so I have to jump in my car and go to the next thing, and I will work until the last possible second. Then I arrive back to my working space and it is chaos.
Yes. Or you're doing it in the car, you know, like now I'm on my way home and now I'm doing, I wish I had a piece of paper, or you're leaving yourself a note through voice. But yeah, give yourself that permission. Do it at the end of Friday.
End of Friday. I love that. And I think that it's totally appropriate to say the last hour, or maybe you only need 20 minutes, right? Everybody should adapt this for their own personal feelings. But if you say, I'm going to set an alarm, the last 20 minutes, I know I want to leave by 4. So 20 minutes prior, I'm going to have a cute little music tune play, right? Maybe a jazzy up. And then you can say, how do I reset my space? Get everything organized. I love the reminder of putting the to-do list kind of right and ready where you're going to walk in on Monday morning, stress-free after a relaxing weekend and say, I'm going to start right there.
Yes. Yeah.
We have 2 incredible winners that just won a copy of George Couros' amazing book, which has a feature from our one and only favorite, Livia Chan, on the Teach Better team. The book is called Because of a Teacher, and our 2 winners are Lauren Daughtery and Ethan Olson. We are so excited to congratulate you on winning a copy of this incredible book. It has a beautiful front cover. It's just beautiful. Because you just won, you need to email Katie at teachbetter.com. She has been incredible in organizing her 12-hour live thus far, and she will also get you connected to your prize. So if you win anything throughout the day live with us, please email Katie, Katie at teachbetter.com to claim your prize. Congratulations to Lauren and Ethan on that. You know, Hannah, we have about 10 minutes together, and I know that you just have an abundance to share. I really appreciate the insight on small steps for boundaries. Can you help me understand how the work you do actually impacts schools? Because I truly believe that the work that you do supports educators in such a wonderful way in forming relationships with students that they are given like essentially the gift of time to then do all this other stuff. So I'd love to do a little pitch for this nonprofit that is doing incredible work. I love what you guys are doing.
Absolutely. So, you know, so what BAR does is it really comes in and helps just finesse and improve the system. You know, our tagline is same students, same teachers, better results, because we know the people in the building are the most gifted, talented people there are. I have spent my life with education. I love educators, most creative people, but we're often stuck. We're stuck because of time. We're stuck because we're in a silo. I am now a teacher teaching 6 units of one, you know, topic. I have no time to brainstorm. And then when it's finally time for us to talk about as a grade level or as content, it's really just getting the logistics for the next week or testing. So what BAR does is it really just provides permission and space. And the nice part is it comes from the top. It comes from the schedule. It comes from the path that there are now team meetings. You know, the big important thing that we know is that every student needs to be known. We need to know their strengths, what they're excited about, and we need to know if they're doing okay in math, but also if they're doing okay in science. And as one teacher, I may not have that information about the other.
Right.
And that's what we're saying is if you have a connection, if you're a teacher to a student, then you should know more and be able to. And teachers want to, but there isn't that time. So, you know, teachers meet in teams, they talk, every student is discussed, and every student is known for what they like, what they're pursuing, what hobbies they have. And then it's also talking about how they're doing. And some students are doing amazing in one class and really not well in another. And sometimes it's content and sometimes it's relationship, or there's really something going on.
I think
So,
that
yeah.
the opportunity that you guys foster in supporting schools understanding how to support the whole child, to me, is gold, right? Because we're really looking at how can we create more collaboration to gain time, because the way that you guys facilitate collaboration is not by adding another hour to the day so teachers can stay at school until 7 o'clock at night, going through the roster and being like, Hannah, do you have Ethan? Okay, so what are the things you've learned? Right? There's so much more to that. And I don't know. I just think it's so important for teachers to find that balance in ensuring that they can support their students by actually knowing them. Right?
Yes. And not alone, because they're already doing that. I mean, teachers are doing so much, but alone so often. And so it really is bringing this team and knowing you've got colleagues and knowing on the day you're out or it's just not your week, somebody else is catching and somebody else is also helping with that student. And again, that's another place where you're learning from others and how do I set boundaries watching you? I see you, your kids are doing great, but you've got something going on better than I am, and so it really takes that silo and just isolation that we're all feeling right now more than ever, and really gives us that opportunity to work together, and I think it also is just finally getting that chance to use meetings that maybe were frustrating before. We all have the staff meetings or the PLCs that maybe just weren't hitting what we needed. And it really is giving that meeting a refresh, and giving it the purpose of why you're here, why we came into this.
Hannah, I can't believe it. This is always what happens when you and I schedule meetings together. We are literally 4 minutes and then we're out of time. So this is the problem. You and I do this all the time, even when we're not live streaming to our entire Teach Better family. We never have enough time to chat. So here's what I'd like to do. We are headed into our next segment, which is focused on fun in the classroom, which is going to be a hit with our community. We are going to be giving tactical strategies for you to implement more fun with your students. And Hannah, I really want to make sure that before we make this transition and continue to celebrate all the work being done with the incredible people that are a part of 12 Hour, I'd love to give our community kind of one takeaway, one call to action. If there was nothing else they heard from this segment, if they were just meeting you and I for the first time, what is the takeaway that you hope that they are able to gain before we transition into apparently the most fun ever?
I love it because, I would say, figure out what is fun for you. Hopefully something in that segment as well. But it really is give yourself permission, figure out how you are, and boundaries. There's huge lists. You can Google all day, but you're going to know what works for you, and what works for somebody else could totally stress you out. But really just take, intake. How are you and what do you need? And you're going to be the one to be able to answer that. Yeah.
I love this. An intake, an inventory, an audit of your boundaries, and then giving yourself permission to just reflect on those. I love the little tips and tricks on silencing your notifications or putting on a vacation email. These are things that we can do to help ourselves be better. Hannah, how can our network here connect with you? I know we obviously love supporting the work you do. You're going to see Teach Better team pushing out the Bar Center's information all the time, so you probably can't miss it. But in case they want to connect with you directly, or in case they want to maybe get involved in the programming that you guys are doing as a nonprofit, where can they go and find that stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously my hashtag, I'm happy to reach out, but barcenter.org is our website. You can find me on the team page, emails there. And then we're hopefully going to be at the Teach Better conference as well. We are so excited to be part of this community. I will personally be there. And yeah, just so excited to get to meet more and more fabulous educators. So
I do have to say, because I have a minute, so I'm allowed to use my full minute, Hannah, before we transition and Katie Miglin kicks me off this screen. You guys just did a professional development exclusive for our ambassador group, which our ambassador groups gets like exclusive PD once a month. And you and your team came in and gave all this incredible insight last week. By the way, if you're an ambassador listening, that was recorded and you can go get that in the academy because you always have access. But Hannah, one of the things I told our ambassadors is I was like, the Bar Center is similar to the Teach Better team, where it is just good people doing good work. Like, I truly hope that anytime somebody meets a member of our internal Teach Better team, they feel loved, appreciated, seen, but also really see that we value the real work that needs to be done in schools. We have research to support our strategies, everything in between. I can say the exact same with your team over there. You guys are always so warm and welcoming, always wanting people to just feel good and also have the strategies to be successful while understanding we don't really also have the time to do that and we need them to be easy. And so I just want to make sure I took a moment to like thank you for the work that you and your team get to do, and obviously your time today, because I love being able to connect with like good people, you know?
yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, you got to meet some of my best friends, and I love saying that. They are amazing. So we are so honored to be part of this group, and just happy to do anything we can, Ray.
Oh, this went by far too quick. Hannah, thank you for joining us. We are officially at the 11:30 mark, and we are headed into the number one rule of a classroom is to have fun. It is a sponsored segment, and it is with, to be honest, truly, I'm going to embarrass myself, literally two of my favorite educators. I cannot believe Kimberly's here, and holy moly, Katie Miglin is coming on screen. We will be right back.
We're here together, finally.
Hi, Katie.
How are you, Kimberly?
Good. I'm in disbelief that I'm here, but so excited. Thank you for inviting me.
Why are you in disbelief?
I'm just reunited with you, and it feels so good.
I know. It's been a minute. You know, we haven't seen each other in a while. I feel like it's been fun to kind of reconnect these last few months to kind of talk through some things for our segment today. But okay, so before we get into any of that, I know you, but you are kind of a newer face to the Teach Better family. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and kind of tell us what do you do, where are you from, and kind of give us all the details?
Certainly. My name is Kimberly Carthans, and I teach third grade in Normal, Illinois. And this is my 26th year of teaching. And it's hard to believe, but I love it as much as I did. Well, a lot more, even than the first year when I started. I taught 22 years in this community. 22 years in Bloomington, and then Normal is very connected and close to Bloomington. So this is my 4th year in Normal. And I grew up in Peoria, Illinois, and then I went to college at Illinois State University and came there for my master's in reading, and just decided to make this home. And my family lives here. I have a husband who lives here and works here, and then 2 daughters. One who's studying education. She's in her junior year. She's going to be a early childhood education teacher. And then my youngest is in high school, and she's a senior this year. So she's about to graduate, and empty nesters is what we'll be.
Okay, let's back up. I cannot believe that your youngest is in high school, because when I first met you was when we were on a trip and she was in junior high, right? She was young.
You are correct. Yes.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Well, that is awesome. And for those of you who don't know, Bloomington, Normal, Peoria, those are all central Illinois. So we are so excited to be representing Illinois here on the screen today. And you've got lots of love going in the comments, lots of shout outs. And so we're just excited to have you. So you said you taught 3rd grade, and yeah, it's like you said, you've been teaching for 26 years. It's been obviously kind of a different year. It's been a different few years.
Yes.
But one of the things I love about you, Kim, is that when I look and I follow you on social media, and when you and I connected, it seemed like you hadn't stopped, just killing it in the classroom. You hadn't stopped. You hadn't skipped a beat. When we connected about this segment and talked about games in the classroom, you just immediately radiated that positivity, that fun. And that is what I'm so excited about for this segment, to kind of dive into some of the ideas that you have. And we've got a great sponsor. We're going to do some giveaways. We've got a ton of stuff to kind of cover in this hour. And I know it's going to go so fast, but let's kind of talk about some of the things. So, the topic of this segment is games in the classroom. And I know that sometimes can be a little tricky, especially, I'm a teacher myself. And I know one thing that you hear a lot at, meetings is, well, we've got to make up for lost time, or we've got, last year was a hard year. And it's like, when people hear games in the classroom, they might question, why would we play games in the classroom? And so can you kind of just give us this overarching, what is your kind of feelings towards pulling games, pulling some of that fun, bringing some of that fun into the classroom, and why it's so beneficial to students?
Well, I actually love always thinking in my head in the sense of wonder. How can I give my students a voice and a choice? And when I'm giving them a voice and a choice, their interest is connected with every standard and skill in some way, in some shape or form. And I can really ignite the passion for their learning, not just while they're in my grade level, but lifelong. And so that's really my philosophy. With my interest, I love music, movement, and media. When I put those 3 M's together, I feel like magic happens for me as an educator. And I feel like many students have those same likes when we are working on building their learning skills.
I could not agree more. And do you feel this year, I know this has been your philosophy for forever, but do you feel this year that students have a lot more wiggles and are a lot more, they need that movement a lot more this year than any other year? Would you agree?
I totally agree. The first 2 weeks of school, I was researching frantically and talking to fellow educators about, okay, these fidget items help me process how they can be used as tools that are productive instead of just distracting. So I totally know what you mean.
Oh, that's awesome. The productive rather than distracting. I love that. Well, okay. So you said music, movement, and media were your 3 M's. And thank you, Brianne, for throwing that in the comments for us. So let's kind of break those apart a little bit more. So when you kind of think of how, do you incorporate all 3 of those together, or do you like to kind of, those are just the 3 goals of your lesson? Can you kind of explain that a little bit more?
Sure. an ideal lesson for me would incorporate all three of those.
Okay.
However, time sometimes is not on our side, so we have to prioritize.
Mhm.
And I use different forms of media, such as Vocabulary is a website that I often use, which is now delightfully connected with Nearpod.
Yep.
Having access through that. Also, I often use Go Noodle, which has yoga for students, as well as if you go to premium level and you choose to do that, you can put content in there as well. I use a lot of music that has content within Go Noodle, which is Blazer Fresh, which is three gentlemen who dress up very fresh. And they do everything from science to reading vocabulary to math. And make sure it's very visual as well as musical with music.
Okay. So those are all programs that you use through different platforms. And so they you kind of try to tie those in throughout your various lessons to incorporate the media movement and music. I think that's awesome. That's so cool. So when you are, we've kind of talked like kind of the overarching, but do you have some like specific things if a teacher walked up to you, let's say Monday morning, and they were like, Kimberly, I need something that I can implement quickly and I can kind of roll out, and it didn't necessarily matter the content, but more like a high engagement. I know I'm struggling right now. End of February, it's like the longest month ever. So is there something you can say, yep, here's something that you can go do right now that you feel most teachers could do pretty quickly? Do you have some ideas to share with us?
I certainly do.
Awesome.
I would say your phone actually has a lot of tools that you could use immediately.
Okay.
For example, when my students walk in the door, I want them to feel like they're walking in on a red carpet. And I want what they hear, what they see to connect to what we're going to be learning that morning. So, for example, yesterday we were learning about money, and we're reading a story called Danny Dollar for working on financial literacy. So as they walked in, I'm playing Kids Bop, the song Price Tag. And we made up actions the previous day. It's about the money, cha-ching, cha-ching. So just igniting that passion as soon as they walk in the door, they know they need to give me eye contact, and it helps them know that we're focused right away. We're friendly and welcoming, but we're getting down to business on what our goals are for the day. So the phone, if you have any kind of musical component on your phone to use for that, I often create playlists to make sure that they're just timely and available. And to me, that's not a lot of prep to do. It's something that can be right in your hand. If you want to go full blown, you can have it on your phone. And then I have we call it a party power machine. It is actually called Party Power, but it lights up and you can turn off the lights in the room. It lights up. It's kind of disco ball. It's something that invites them. And every Friday, they know I put the trampoline in front of the door, and then these big lights are on. But throughout the rest of the week, we're a little more low key where they can hear this surround sound in the classroom. So it makes it just so much easier when I'm using things on the app. They feel like it's theater when they.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And I know you teach third grade, but I am thinking of my seventh graders, and they would eat that up too. I love that. I think that's such a cool idea, not just because I played the music, but I think you're really immersing them in the whole experience. Like you want them to have the movements, but it also matches your content because it's about money. And I think that's so awesome. And like you said, creating a playlist isn't necessarily that hard. It doesn't take long. You don't need a long playlist.
Right.
You're only playing it for maybe a few minutes at the start, but I think that's such a short, easy, quick takeaway that can really make a big impact. And I mean, who doesn't love a good disco ball? So let's be real. Now, I did see someone just drop in the comments, where did you get that speaker? Can you let our viewers know?
Certainly Amazon.
Love Amazon.
Love Amazon. Yes, and they have various kinds. They all work very well. So if you can't find that exact product, just Google it on Amazon, Party Power Machine, and you're going to see several components. I should share something that I bought right along with the Party Power is.
Oh, Mike, of course you did. Of course.
Once I fell in love with the Party Power, then we're like always going microphone check, 1 2 1 2. And this is by Bannock, and they have so many versions, but this has Bluetooth just like the Party Power does. It can play music, and this is just magical for when students are timid or shy, or they're just like, I really don't want to volunteer this morning. As soon as they see this mic go out, they're so much more interested.
So you feel that mic has helped engagement? Because I have had one of those in my Amazon cart before.
Yes.
And I've gone back and forth, but you feel like the quieter kids like eat that microphone and they love that. They like eat that kind of idea up, right?
Yeah. The majority of them do. And you don't have to go full blown such as this. I used to have, for the longest, for many years, I went to a Dollar Tree and purchased, just one of those Echo mics that work perfectly. They're still just as interested with those. I use those with Readers Theater very often. This just makes them feel like when they step on the stage or when they're past this in the drum circle, when we're having a class meeting, it makes everyone give them that whole body listening, be more engaged, more active, and it makes them feel like they're on stage, they're a star.
Oh my gosh, I love that. And like you said, you can tie it into not just, just the class discussion or the lesson. You can tie it into the circles, which I know we referenced earlier today. Those community circles. There's so many ways to incorporate that and give students not only an actual voice, but then the physical appearance that they have a voice, which I think is so great.
And
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
When you were saying, make it an experience, even just passing the microphone, that's movement.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, and I'm like loving these comments of people talking about the microphones. There's already people shopping online. There's links getting shared. I mean, this is awesome. I feel like on Monday, some students are going to walk in and they're going to be like, what did my teacher learn this weekend? Because this is totally different. Okay, so I'm really trying to imagine your classroom because I know you as a teacher, but I just assume your classroom is always fun. Students love walking in. So there's music playing. Fridays, you've got, the lighting and you've got more of the kind of dance party feel. So let's say we're in the middle of a lesson and maybe it's like a dull lesson, you've got to teach it. We all have those standards that maybe aren't super exciting, but you've got to cover them. How do you jazz it up? How do you make it kind of continue to have that feel no matter what you're teaching?
Well, I think I'll go into games a little bit and then a little media. First, I'll tackle on to the media since I was just there with the Party Power and the microphone. On your phone, I recently found an app called Novel Effect.
Okay.
And Novel Effect, I'm going to grab a book. I found it actually because I was so excited to find this book called The Wildcard Kids, and written by Hope and Wade King, who wrote the professional development book Wildcard. And I was on a live stream learning about their new book, and they said, "Oh, by the way, this is on our novel. It's on Novel Effect, the app." And I had no clue what it was about, so I downloaded it, and then I tapped on the story. Very diverse variety of stories on the app. And all of a sudden, as soon as you start reading, you hear the background sounds of what's happening in the setting of the story. It comes alive. If a door is opening and you're saying, and Kim went through the door. And then if you have it on the Party Power machine, you're going to hear it surround the room. So they feel like they're actually in
Yes.
Of the story. They feel the mood because it comes out through everything. So your voice goes right along with the story, and then it comes out through the speaker from your app or your phone. Oh, my heart.
Yes.
It's free. It's free.
Whoa. And you said it's called Novel Effects.
Novel Effect.
Okay. Okay. That's awesome.
I have to tell you, the first time I read the story with it, the kids were like, this is magical. That was their words. This is magical.
Absolutely, because there's, as readers, you and your mind are fully immersing, but there are students who reading is a struggle, listening is a struggle. I know I was a student I did not like being read aloud to. It was so hard for me to become engaged. But if my teacher had sound effects to go along with the story, I think I would have listened a little bit better. Wow, that's okay. So, and it's an app, or is it a website?
It's an app.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So check that out. Can you repeat? I saw a comment earlier. Someone asked the name of your microphone. Can you possibly give that again?
Sure. Bonic.
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 Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
And I've seen these at stores in town as well.
Me
so
too.
It's not only Amazon.
Yes, I have seen them a variety of places. I know that. Like I feel like Target, Walmart type places.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And then, oops, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was getting ready to. Yep.
Games. There's a few games that I found that could go with any content. And I do really strive to find games at first that the students are familiar with already, because my end goal is, and my hope is, that I'm not just creating the games, that they are creating the games, a voice and a choice. And so there's games such as, let's see, there's games such as, let me pull one.
Okay.
Connect 4.
Okay.
With math, many of my students come up with facts that they can actually put on the sheets, not the sheets, but the actual pieces, and do different math facts with those. Other things such as Twister.
Oh yeah.
And as well with Twister, we like to do vocabulary. Also with, let's see, grab one.
And what I love is that you're taking, you're taking like games that we probably all have somewhere in our house. Like I know we just got that in our house for Christmas, and they're games that like you can find anywhere and you can probably get them cheap. And you're taking something that kids maybe really like, and you're incorporating the school element, and you're making it, like you said, the little chips, they're putting the math facts on there. And I have seen the guests who, now, do you take the little cards out? Is that how you use it?
Yes. And I come to them and I say, first of all, how do you think we could use this with our content? We already know how to play the game.
That's amazing.
What content do we have that we can integrate with this? So I said that the other day to my students, and they said, well, we're starting the biographies, the Who Is biographies. Couldn't we put those clues in there about those people in history that we're learning about, and use those for challenges for us to learn about all the different biographies that we're reading? And I was like, so giving them once again that voice and that choice, I think that that's very ideal to me, rather than me just hand delivering all of the.
That's the difference right there. I think that is the takeaway, at least for me. I always think I have to be the creative one. It's like I have to think of what game I'm going to use, how will I incorporate it with the content, and then how will I deliver it. But you're kind of saying, don't like detach all that and have the game, but maybe just ask the kids, how can we use this today? How can we make this into the game? And not only does it take the stress off of the teacher for being creative, especially I feel like sometimes I'm like, oh man, was I ever creative? Was I ever really cool, a good teacher? So it's nice that you're kind of just giving it all to the students and letting them kind of take the reins, because that they're probably way more invested.
I agree. Katie, I find that I have to self-check myself exactly for what you're saying, is because I need to constantly tell myself, did they have a voice and a choice? Or did
Yes.
you really have the voice and you gave them the choice you wanted them to have?
Okay, can you repeat that again? Because that I think is pretty powerful.
Did they have both a voice
Voice
and a choice? Or did I have a voice and then I gave them what their choice was going to be?
Oh my goodness. That is powerful. That's a powerful sentence. Because that is exactly what I think sometimes is lost. I think it's lost in the planning is we say student choice, student choice, that's such a buzzword. But you're right. When we still have the voice, it's not really giving them the full choice. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. So you are like, we're just about halfway in, and I'm going to let that quote kind of simmer. I want to do a quick kind of break just to say thank you to our sponsors. We have kind of a long sponsor title, but they are awesome. I know tons of educators use them. It's Go Guardian, Pear Deck, and Edulastic. They are phenomenal to work with. We have partnered with them in the past. I know that like our school district has used those different platforms. Kimberly, have you had any opportunity to work with like Pear Deck or Edulastic or Go Guardian?
I have worked with Pear Deck before.
Okay.
But I would love to dive in and learn more.
Yes, absolutely. So they are our sponsor for this segment, it seems so fitting given what we were talking about, all about student engagement and, allowing students to be equal partners in that learning, which is so cool. So we are going to do some giveaways. They've got some premium certificates. They've got some swag bags. So we're going to hit some of that later, but I just want people to be thinking they are going to be prizes that you will have to drop some comments. So if you're just kind of taking us through the grocery store right now, just kind of soaking some of this in, you might want to get somewhere that you can be able to type in some answers because we'll be dropping in some questions here in a bit. But I'm just excited to be able to give some of that stuff away, kind of especially after all that we've talked about. So, okay, so we've covered the music piece. We've covered just taking everyday games that we have in our house, giving it all to the students to let them decide how their learning will be fun. I know that Mary Poppins bag next to you. You've got some more tricks up your sleeve. So what else do you have for us?
Well, if anyone has a trash can, they can easily use it for a little basketball.
Of course you have a trash can that looks like that. Of course.
And you could easily just ball up a sheet of paper for the game and create 2 teams. I have 2 of these, so 2 trash cans,
Okay.
Rolled up paper, and your content. 2 teams, they line up, split the class in half. And then your content goes up. Maybe you're doing math facts. Maybe you're doing questions or vocabulary words. You are choosing the content. We call it swish.
Okay.
And you can do it on a point system. Who can, answer the question, then throw the shot in. Just any ways that just be creative and work with it. Even ask the students, how can we use these 2 baskets to play basketball to learn our content? And then other things such as if you are using basketball, sometimes with basketball as well as with another game I like to use. Just one second. This is one of my favorite books when we would talk about basketball, written by LeBron James, I promise. So I kind of tucked that over there with it.
Okay.
With my love of literature. And then
and Kimberly, with March Madness in the States happening here soon, I mean, what a way to bring in what's happening in the media, just right in your classroom in an easy, very little prep, you don't need a lot. That's a great kind of timing. It's perfect timing for March.
Right. And you can, like with the orange sheet of paper, you could put content on this, cut it into strips, do all kinds of things, with it. As I said, just balling it up so you don't have to go out and purchase a basketball for that. And then another game, which we call Pop. And this is another book that I love, talking about being who you are. We call it Pop, and you could just have a bucket or a bowl. It doesn't have to be something from a store going with that, but we call it Pop. And often I do it with yellow paper, putting math facts on it, and kind of like a scavenger hunt, where we have these like all over the room.
Oh yeah.
And maybe it's 10 facts, maybe it's you choose what the content is going to be, and you might print it out on that and then cut them into little tiny strips and scrunch them up like they're popcorn. And then they have to, as quickly as they can, they could do it like a minute to win it. You can spice it up. They can give you ideas, but it's getting the music in there. You could play music along as they're doing it, that movement, because they're hopping around to buckets around the room. So just making it as interactive as you can with games, that swish, that pop, and that rock.
Well, and what I love about those ideas is I know you had, you had the books, you had the things you kind of pulled out of your bag of tricks, but none of them, like you said, they don't all have to be required. We have paper, we all have a trash can in our classroom. So those are things that you can make do with what you have. And I think that sometimes is a struggle for educators is we've got these big pie in the sky ideas. And when we try to implement them, it costs money. It costs, it's time, but you're creating things that aren't very expensive and they really wouldn't take time. You're saying type some stuff up, print them out and cut them up. I mean, that doesn't take long at all. And crumpled pieces of paper is shockingly it's like a toy for a kid,
Right.
And so it's so fun that you have literally just taken some of these very simple materials and you've created an engaging environment for when, other teachers might be just, okay, here's a worksheet, practice your math facts. Your kids are going on a popcorn hunt. And I think that's so fun. I wish you were my teacher growing up because I just think it's just your classroom environment, I'm sure, is constantly fun. Kids love coming in. I'm sure they learn, a ton. And the thing you're doing is you're making learning fun where they probably don't even realize what's going on. They don't realize that they have hit standards, that they have been assessed, that, maybe you are checking in with them. It's so non-traditional. You've removed all of those pieces that are sometimes so challenging for students and kind of put it on the back burner. And so what they see and feel is the love and excitement for learning, which is exactly what really all classrooms need. And I think that's so much fun. So, okay. So we've had the basketball, the pop. Now, what was the rock? Can you repeat that one?
Sure. The rock, really, I jumped ahead with it. It was when I was talking about the wild card.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with the novel effect. And I'll add, there was a little bit more I wanted to add to that.
Yeah.
Along with this book, when I discovered this book, it talks a lot about the wild card.
Oh, yeah. And Uno.
And so Uno is something that I've often played, and we've done such activities such as the mystery number and talking about, let's use cards from Uno to give clues like, what number starts with, what number is has this in the tens place, and talking about place value and just using this in different ways with content and asking the students as well what they could do with this. So this connects really well with the wild card and the novel effect. And something I also wanted to add is that I find jumbo size increases the engagement. So I have a lot of jumbo of everything. Jumbo Uno, jumbo Jenga.
That is amazing.
Jumbo. I aim for getting a jumbo Connect 4 someday because I do a lot of sign language with making connections. My students know is huge to me. So I dream someday of having a jumbo Connect 4.
Yes.
But something I've learned over time with professional development is with games, making sure that all students are engaged. And these games that I'm sharing, I've had to learn over time that making sure that I'm not having an audience of kids watching 2 children engaged or a small group engaged. And I find that dry erase boards and are critical when I am having them get their game on. And let's say I'm having 2 students answer a question. The other students should be answering that question as well on the dry erase board instead of just being onlookers and watching. And so I'm just really starting to hold myself more and more accountable for that. Just kind of like the voice and a choice is everyone involved in the game as much as possible.
So would you say that is a tip? If you were kind of talking to a teacher who was really wanting to dive in and wanted this to be kind of their new focus, they're maybe March, they're going to set out to focus on that, engaging the whole learner and in creating an engaging atmosphere. Is that probably one of your number one tip, is make sure that every student can be a part of whatever you're doing versus 2 kids battling it out or 2 teams? Can you kind of, how would you start that idea? How do you take an idea and make sure it's all the kids can be doing it all the time?
I would say, just thinking in your head with that voice and the choice, inclusive. Is it including everyone?
Okay. Yeah.
It either is or it's not. So I just think it's vital that not only you are self-checking yourself, but the students are self-checking themselves. One of the acronyms that I love so much is called MAGIC. When I was kind of sharing with you some ideas that I wanted to share, I was talking about bringing content, rigor, engagement, and that brings the magic. And I use that acronym with my students. I did learn it from Hope and Wade King, but it goes like this. And this is what helps me as an educator, making eye contact, adding a smile, get your hands up, ignite the passion, command the classroom. And when I'm always thinking, when I'm educating, am I bringing that magic with a voice and a choice? Usually that passion, that energy, that learning is fun is really number one.
Oh my gosh.
And I tell my students, I'm not the only educator in this room. You're an educator too. So when you command the classroom, when you come on the stage, we're holding you accountable for those same character traits. And within the wild card, what I love about it so much is there's another magic acronym that's truly meant for students, but anyone could capture this. This one is magic. M, make eye contact. A, accept your mistakes.
Oh.
G, get up and go for it. And then there is no I in team. That takes a while to learn.
Yes, it does for everyone.
For a lifetime. And then the C is celebrate the success of others when it's not your time to shine.
I just love how you are taking philosophies, I guess is the word I'm looking for, and you've taken it and you have internalized it so that you can be a better educator. But then you're also instilling that on the kids, and you're creating a classroom that they feel that they have an equal part in. And I think it ties in well to what Chelsea and Dave were talking about, and allowing, students to provide feedback. It's creating the learner that realizes that they are a part of the bigger picture. They're not just sitting and getting the information, that you want them to be a part of everything. And you want them to take away the same values you're taking away in how they do that. And I think that's so cool. But Kimberly, I have some pretty exciting news. My messages have been blowing up because What was the one goal you have of one of the things you want for your classroom? Can you remind us? What did you just tell us that you really want for your classroom?
Jumbo Connect 4.
Well, I just found out that Teach Better has just purchased you one, and they will be connecting with you to make sure it is delivered soon, so that here's the deal. You have to show us how you use a giant Connect 4, because I am dying to see this.
I cannot wait. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we will be connecting with you to make sure that we get, the address and all that, so we can kind of surprise your class. But yeah, absolutely. You definitely need that, because who doesn't need a Jumbo Connect 4?
Thank you, Katie.
Yes, absolutely. Well, since we're already in the spirit of giving, do you want to do our giveaways right now?
I would love it.
Okay, so we have, I got to make sure I check my notes. Okay, so we have got premium memberships to Pear Deck, but then we also have some Pear Deck swag packs. And I'm not going to lie, I totally cheated and opened the box and was geeking out over them. There's some awesome stuff in there. So we want to make sure that we can get those to some winners. So these are going to be the first 3 people to comment. Jeff, I hope you're ready for this. First 3 to comment. One engagement tip you would give to a new teacher. So those of you listening, drop, if a new teacher walked up to you on Monday and said, I want my students to be more engaged, what would you tell them? Go. Let's see what pops in. Joshua Stamper says that he is looking forward to your Jumbo Connect 4. Now, I'm really interested to see how big it is and compared to your 3rd graders, because I'm assuming you probably have some pretty tiny fingers.
I think it's going to tower over me easily.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We have played giant Jenga with middle schoolers, and even that is funny because, they think they're all rough and tough until the thing collapses, and it's a big collapsing.
You are so right. It's like, ah!
Yes, exactly. Watching a 7th grader jump back is priceless. Oh man, we've got some fun things being dropped in the comments. Just go with it. Yes, Megan, I agree. I feel like that is, you just have to. Once you kind of dive in, you just got to kind of accept it. Oh, have real conversations. Good.
Trash.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have heard of that. Yep. Oh, Kahoot games. Yep, we've heard of those. Good. Now, I want to kind of, while these are kind of dropping in and we're kind of figuring out who the winners are. Now, one thing I want to ask you is there a lot of time that goes into, because when I think of, if we're trying to plan an engaging game from the teacher, and, I have the voice and I'm really just giving it to the students, which we've learned is what we shouldn't do, to switch that and to give the students and say, here's Connect 4. Here's what we're going to practice. How could we do this? How long does it take for students to brainstorm and for you to really kind of get the game going? Because I could see that being a concern for some teachers.
I think if you are setting the stage, for example, earlier there were discussion about restorative practice.
Yes.
If you are providing students with an opportunity on a routine basis to have discussions where they think, pair, share, they turn and talk, they sit together, for example, in a circle where everyone feels included. They engage in sharing ideas, and you're recording thoughts and opinions and showing respect for those, that it moves along a little bit faster as the year goes on when you are asking them for ideas, because it's something that they routinely are doing, in the sense of having those conversations and sharing their ideas, and having an anchor chart, kind of having it structured in the sense of like a graphic organizer, so that you can take those ideas in quickly, from anything from quick post-its to putting those up. I think that can increase the productivity of it happening quickly. I like to expose them to, I like to ask them, okay, what kind of games do you play? What kind of games do you enjoy? What kind of board games? And then I start bringing those in, and then having them play, we'll have a Friday fun time where they'll have just time to play without the content, just time to just socially just enjoy the game. so that they feel that comfort level first. And then it's easier to flip it to add the content for my students after they know that, oh, I'm familiar with this game. All I have to do is think of how we are learning in the classroom and then integrate it.
So to kind of cap your thought for someone this would be new to, you're saying early on, you kind of establish some loose norms of kind of how this is going to be structured, how we'll collect the ideas. And then you let them just play and just be kids and let them just kind of know the game, especially maybe there's a couple that haven't played that game. You just get them just to create that fellowship.
Right.
Then you transition, and you're saying the more often you give them that autonomy, the faster the process goes, because they kind of understand what's coming. They kind of know maybe their voices, they're quicker to give the idea, and it's a little bit more structured. So you're saying really kind of stick with it, because would you say that the first time you let them pick, it was maybe a little bit of a mess?
Yes, it was bumpier.
Yes.
It was much bumpier. You know what I mean? It
Yes.
was, and they'll see it's a process. And when you're giving students a voice and a choice, it is a process. That's why you have to self-check yourself, because it's easier as a teacher. It goes quicker. It's easier, but it's not as meaningful, and it's not higher level thinking if you are giving them everything.
I forget that we're like live. We're 1 hour of 12 hours today, because I feel like you could be sitting in my classroom and telling me, Katie, I know it's easier for you to have control, but you've got to give it up, because that's so hard for a teacher, because they, like you said, the pace, I could just do this and it'd be faster and move on. And I think it's so powerful to say, I have to give up the control so that students really are invested and engaged and a part of the whole community. And I think, Kimberly, you have given us so many good tips. I honestly, I couldn't even keep up with the comments. I'm excited to go back and just rewatch, because there's so many things that were like quick, just go do this on Monday really quick. It'll improve the first 5 minutes of your class. But you also gave us things that you could do repeatedly or for a period of time. This has been, like I told you this hour is going to go fast, and we could sit and talk forever. But I think this has been so powerful kind of this time of year. I'm sure you're tired. We're all feeling it. I know we're both in the Midwest, and we can share that we've had a lot of snow days here where we're at. So kids have been in and out of the classroom a lot this month. I think we have not had a full week of school in a while.
I think you're right.
So just even that, I felt like even yesterday I was looking at my students and I was like, oh man, they have not gotten used to a school setting still. They're still just up moving, but you've created in this last, 45 minutes and this vision of creating an atmosphere that welcomes that welcomes the movement, that welcomes the community, the media, all of the things, but yet it all has this driving force of towards content and towards, learning and creating a whole learner. And I just think I'm so glad you joined us today. And I'm so glad you shared all of your insight. I hope people connect with you. And I mean, the comments alone, just all the Amazon purchases that are happening are cracking me up, because it's like people are about to get some deliveries on Monday. That is for sure. So
remember the simple things. It could be a rubber band around your head and a vocabulary card. And I understand the Amazon frenzy, because I've been right there and I'm still there.
Yes, it's just too tempting. It is way too tempting. Well, let's do our giveaways. We've got some winners. I am so excited to be able to, first off, thank you to our sponsor, Pear Deck, Go Guardian, and Edulastic for sponsoring this segment and providing premium accounts as well as swag bags. The people who are going to come away from this segment more spoiled than some of our viewers are Megan Wells, Candace Miller, and Cynthia McQueen. Congrats again, Megan, Candace, and Cynthia. please claim your prize by emailing me at katie@teachbetter.com, and I will hook you up with all of those prizes. And I'm so excited just to kind of see what some of these fun people do with their premium accounts. And again, thank you for our sponsorships. Without them, this day wouldn't be possible. So, all right. So people have shopped on Amazon today. We've got games ready to go. We've got music. I'm already thinking like, oh man, I should probably up my playlist this weekend, and kind of get some better music. So, okay. So we've got 12 minutes before Ray and Jeff come and kick us out and kind of recap this morning. What is like a final thought or a couple thoughts that you have for viewers that you feel like they have to know about this?
Voice and choice.
Love that. Love that. And giving both to the students.
Both.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that is amazing. There was tons of good stuff you shared. I just want to kind of recap for people who maybe caught parts of it. Please go back and rewatch this whole segment because there is a ton of stuff you mentioned early on in the segment as far as how to get students engaged as soon as they walk in the classroom. Did I hear you right that you have a trampoline right inside of your door? I think we kind of scanned over that.
You're correct. I have a red carpet.
So like an actual red carpet.
An actual red carpet.
Is it out all the time?
No, I only take it out. Well, I take it out when we have, pre-COVID, when we would have guest readers or guest presenters.
Okay.
Even when I have observers come, we always roll out the red carpet for new guests. And then on Friday, we typically roll out the red carpet as they come in. So just to make it extra special. And then, yes, I do have a trampoline. It's like one you could get from Walmart. It's nothing grand. And the purpose of that is I tell them that I literally on Fridays, it's my goal to do it every day. But on Fridays, I want to literally lift them up. So when they come in, they have to step on the trampoline, give me an elbow bump, eye contact, and we get it rolling. I have the party power machine. They start off with a little go noodle that's content based. So those are the purposes for my red carpet and my trampoline.
That is unbelievable. In my head, I was like, oh, bouncing on a trampoline, but of course not. Why would it? You, of course, have some powerful, inspirational piece that goes with it. Of course. So you have, honestly, this hour, you've dropped so many good things, but I know that people are going to walk away. And if they're anything like me, I leave awesome segments and I feel like my head is just, and in about 4 hours, because that will still be live, people will be thinking, what was that thing she talked about during the gaming section? So how can our viewers connect with you? How can they if they need to get in touch with you to get some of these ideas, how can they reach you? Can you give us some of that information?
I would love to help. If anyone wants to reach out at 2DreamBigK, I'm on Instagram as well as Facebook.
Okay.
A little bit on Twitter, but mostly Instagram and Facebook.
Okay. So they can come connect with you. We are live for a lot more hours. So even tomorrow, if they are, thinking through some of these things, I know we talked about, Sunday scaries, but maybe tomorrow, some people won't have the Sunday scaries. Maybe they'll start thinking kind of more, how can I give students the voice and the choice, as you said. And so tomorrow, if you're starting to think through some of those things, like you said, think through just simple things, Post-it notes, crumpled up pieces of paper. I think those little things can even just start off your Monday a little bit stronger. Sometimes when we get these winter drearies. So I think that's great. But if someone does need to get a hold of you, I see your handle is in your name. So you said Facebook and Instagram are the two best places to kind of get in touch with you. That is awesome. So we do have kind of in this next few hours, we've got kind of a little bit of a lunch-ish break. Now, I don't think Ray is going to be eating on camera this segment, though she is holding up some food in the backstage. So who knows, you guys? It's Ray sometimes is a loose cannon. Oh, and Jeff is also eating backstage. Yikes, you guys, I put a lot of time into these production notes, but Ray and Jeff, they really just do whatever they want. Let's get real. So thank you, Jeff, for throwing those in the air. So they are going to be recapping the morning, which there's a lot to recap. I feel like maybe we haven't given them enough time. 30 minutes doesn't seem like enough time to do all that, but they're also going to be talking about some big things that are coming up with the Teach Better team. And then we have a ton more segments after that. At 3 o'clock Eastern, we will switch streams. And so we'll make sure everyone kind of jumps over there. But we have got, I know I get to go live again with some more kind of fun ways and engagement strategies for the classroom, which I'm super pumped about. So this, I feel like, totally started off our morning well with getting engaged, and we'll continue that into the afternoon. So yes, Josh, Ray will likely be eating. Joshua Stanford dropped some stuff in the comments. So yeah, don't forget to continue with us and think through how you can continue to look for engaging ways to keep your students in. Sorry, I was thinking of your disco ball. Make sure that you have your disco ball, your music ready, your games, and connect with Kimberly in the future if you need anything. Kimberly, thank you so much for joining me today for this. I have had so much fun. When you and I connected a couple weeks ago, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a lot to talk about. And I have a lot of revamping to do in my own classroom. So thank you for giving us your insight, sharing your energy. And yeah, I hope our viewers were able to take some stuff away. So
me too. Take one day at a time, everyone. One day at
thank you. And give the students the choice
and a voice.
Yep, absolutely.
I swear, I sit in this office all day, every day, alone. Being an administrator is hard. Being a leader is lonely. I feel like I'm on an island. I feel like sometimes there's nobody I can go to for answers and solutions or to brainstorm because I'm supposed to have all the answers. And that's why I'm so grateful for the Teach Better Team's Admin Mastermind, where we can gather together, administrators from all around the country, coming together for an hour each Tuesday, putting our heads together, being vulnerable, being transparent, and saying, I don't have a clue what I'm doing, and helping each other grow. I encourage you, sign up today. It's completely free. teachbetter.com/mastermind. Sign up, and I'll see you on Tuesday.
Wow. Okay, she's not even hiding it now. Is there waffle fries?
Yeah, is it too early to eat lunch, guys?
Where's that? Where did you get waffle fries?
Oh, there was a magical delivery to my door of food.
Oh, those sound so good right now.
DoorDash amazing.
DoorDash is amazing. I should order. I just have some pretzels. I should have ordered something from DoorDash. That's what I should have done.
I think DoorDash or like Grubhub or Uber Eats, like someone should be sponsoring it. This is our lunchtime. We should be.
That's true. We should have a sponsor so that everyone can get like a Teach Better discount to whatever that delivery is. But we don't. Anyway, wow, what a segment! We're supposed to follow up that, which is.
No,
this is a disappointment already.
Yeah, guys, we're not going to follow up that at all.
So welcome back to 12-Hour Live. We are about 4.5 hours into our 12-Hour Live. So we still got a little bit of time left. A little bit of time. Ray's looking at her watch. It's not on her wrist. We kicked it off and we've had some segments in between. We've given away a bunch of prizes already. We got a bunch of prizes to give left. We got a whole bunch of more faces coming on screen. And you and I only have about 30, well, we actually about 34 minutes now to recap and to share some things that people need to be aware of going on in our world of Teach Better, some exciting stuff coming up. So let's kind of dive right into this. You all keep dropping into the sorry, Nikki, you're making us laugh. You drop into the comments. We love seeing the green hearts. We love seeing what are you doing. You know, right now will be a great time for you to drop 2 things in the comments for us, one of 2 or both. One, what are you eating? What are you ordering from DoorDash potentially? And 2, what's been your favorite either segment, or if you don't want to go to segment, like a favorite quote from today or idea or takeaway or something that's been going on as Ray and I kind of start here. Ray, I'm going to have you recap our morning so far.
First, I'm going to answer Cynthia's question.
We have all kinds of stuff going. Oh, yes.
Cynthia, I see you. I know that you need something, and I am here for you. No one else paying attention to your question, but I got you. So I want to be you need to be Team Ray. That's all I'm saying. If you win any prizes live today that have to do with like something you have to do with the comments, if you're entering in the giveaways at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, you'll be notified later if you win. But if you win live and your name has been announced, we're documented on our end, but you also need to email Katie. That's just Katie's name, Katie at teachbetter.com. So just her first name at teachbetter.com. We would love to hear from you, and that way we'll get you your prize and everything else. Speaking of prizes, how cool was it that we gave away a life-size Connect 4 randomly?
Yeah, that was fun, too. That was kind of a fun thing to happen. I'm excited for when that gets delivered to her, and she gets to, and we see the pictures of her with her kids. So,
oh yeah,
that's gonna be fun. I'm also excited that we got some grilled cheese, PB&J, M&Ms going on. Or no, he's questioned. Josh thought you were gonna be eating peanut M&Ms. Okay. Anyway,
I love peanut M&Ms. I have had peanut M&Ms at 12-hour live before.
You have? Is that your go-to M&M peanut?
I mean, it should be everyone's go-to M&M. So
see, I go back and forth between peanut and I really like the peanut butter M&Ms.
That's okay. You're wrong more often than you're right. So
that's true. Sense. That's accurate. So okay, all right, Ray. Let's get into this. Let's recap our morning. And sort of what I'm hoping that happens right here is one of 2 things. One, as you remind us what we've already experienced this morning.
Yeah.
People either A, go, oh, that's right. And they like remember it again. They get that feeling again. Or 2, they go, crap, I should have been watching earlier. And then they go back and watch the replays. So that's where I'm at.
Also, I had somebody message me that they couldn't get, they were like sharing that they were watching the feed, which by the way, we so appreciate when you guys are listening to segments and you're like sharing out, quoting. That's so cool. And they said that they kept getting screenshots of like your face or my face, like, or crazy. So I think we need to pause really quick. And so everybody can take a screenshot and share it. Because I want to see the pictures of the live stream up on televisions. I want to see it on your phones. I think you need to share it with us.
Ready?
So,
1, 2,
wait,
3.
Right now?
That's not, no, just a smile.
Like
really awkward smile. Like
can you giggle? Like, it was so funny. Like, you just made a really funny joke. Like, ah.
How about if we're really in a deep conversation? Like you act like you're explaining and I'm listening. I'm really okay. Good. I think that's good. Can we do the? Can you turn this way? We're gonna do the '80s buddy cop.
It's really weird that I'm on this side of the screen.
You gotta lean in and okay, great.
I'm never on this side. Wait, watch this, friends. I can fix it.
Don't do it.
Yeah, it's good. I got you. I'm never on. Like,
Alex Valencic is not okay right now. He's not okay.
I know. I belong on this side of the screen. It's when I'm over here, I feel like I'm falling.
Yeah, well, technically, according to my notes that I have, I am supposed to moderate this session, which means I come up first, which means I'm on this side.
You're doing a great job.
I'm okay giving up that.
No, I want you to moderate. I want you to moderate, but it's kind of like having assigned seats. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good with you leading. Like, I'll bow to you. You keep it up, bro. You got it. But like, I have my assigned seat. I don't like people messing with my stuff.
I know you say that you're good with me leading, but I asked you to do something like 5 minutes ago, and you're still not there yet. So like, assigned seats are not like,
yeah,
you know, let's okay. All right, let's get into it. Recap for us.
Okay, but they have spoken. I'm on the wrong side. All right, moving on. We, at the very beginning of the day, started with us having coffee. Do you remember that? That was like 4 hours ago.
To be clear, you don't have to go back and watch that. It's basically the nonsense that's happening now, but replace like DoorDash stuff with coffee.
Well, and we were sleepier, so it was like less funny.
We were sleepier. Yes.
Yeah, just getting started.
Yeah.
Then, more importantly, we transitioned to our first official segment. It was an hour-long segment with Zach Robbins, and holy moly, is that guy not only a restorative practice expert, but he really dove into restorative justice practices, what he does in his school building, how he supports educators not only in the state of Nevada but all over. And there were a lot of like actionable steps, 2 or 3 in particular at the very end, that we really can take into our classrooms right off the bat, which was restorative circles and those conversations that can be really powerful with students.
I really love sort of the last portion of that. The whole thing was great, but the last portion, you kind of set us up. You painted this picture of being in your classroom, going through this process, and then he walked us through like, how does that look? Super powerful to just kind of like visualize it. So
fun. It was a really, really good conversation. If you guys have not connected with Zachary Scott Robbins, I absolutely would encourage that you do. He's a phenomenal educator doing great things, and we were thrilled to be able to feature him and introduce him to our Teach Better family. That's kind of the fun part of 12-Hour Live and Daily Drop-In and other things is we love our internal group. We love that we have gotten to know so many of you, even in the comments over the past few years, but it's always fun to also be able to welcome in new faces. That's how we grow and develop, friends. Love
One of our favorite parts.
So fun. We then had some familiar faces, but still really, really rich conversation on collaboration for the soul. Do you remember that segment?
Yeah, that was that. What's his name? He's got the podcast from Canada. The guy from Canada. The Canadian guy. He's from like Toronto.
His last name is kind of like my last name. We're almost twins.
Very similar, yes. Brad Hughes. That's who it is.
I love Brad Hughes.
Brad Hughes. He's on Fridays on Daily Drop-In.
He was.
I usually in the spot that you're in. He's in your assigned seat right now.
I know. I'm in his seat right now. He was interviewing Efrain Martinez, and they had a really great dialogue around collaboration, which was a great fit because Efrain is a podcaster in our podcast network, and his podcast is about collaboration. So kind of all.
Yeah. Shout out to Dr. Martinez and his podcast. Fairly new to the network.
Brand new. From what I know.
Super valuable podcast. Yes.
Now that I'm saying that, I don't even know that that's public. I'm not sure that we've announced that yet.
Well, now you know.
There we go.
Welcome to 12-Hour Live.
Yes. I will say that then after collaboration, it transitioned beautifully because we then got into feedback. And there was a really interesting dialogue between restorative justice, how collaboration can support us, and then into feedback. These segments are really structured quite wonderfully. Shout out to Katie Miglin, who made all these happen.
I think she knew it was going to work like that, or was it just luck?
Yeah, she's annoyingly smart. It's weird.
Yeah, it really is bad. Yeah. It's annoying. Yeah.
We won't announce that she's giving us a finger, a select finger.
It was a thumbs up. And that was,
I didn't see it that way, Katie.
Anybody ever seen? If you ever watched How I Met Your Mother, there's an episode where they use this to represent that.
No, it was just like they keep going like this.
They just kept going like that. It's like it wasn't a thumbs up. Yeah. But that conversation between Dave and Chelsea was, I mean, obviously we know Dave, we love Dave, and if you've been around Teach Better for a while, you know Chelsea too. I mean, she's been around for a while, but that was just a stellar conversation.
Well, and I love that with all these topics, either a half an hour or an hour long, as many of you know, if you've been looking at the schedule and kind of following along thus far, it allows us to really dive into these topics. But our big focus is we want you to have action steps. If you spend an hour or spend a half an hour of your time listening in, we hope you get a giggle. That's kind of the goal. But the secondary goal is that you actually have something that you can choose to take away. And so we're thrilled that so many of you have been able to give us feedback in the comments and by tagging us in messages so far, almost 5 hours in, telling us like, ooh, that's good. I'm going to use that Monday. Or that's really great. I'm going to bring that to my leadership team next week. These are really good conversations.
I'm here for the giggles.
Absolutely.
Everyone else is here to give you actual value.
We then had Hannah join us live. That's where we talked about setting boundaries. That was the fastest segment of all time.
I know that could have went for hours. What I love that segment, the segment was great. I love the Bar Center, such powerful way to do it. The Hannah's awesome. I've gotten to chat with her one-on-one a few times, but I love toward the end when you all asked, I think it was part of the giveaway, wasn't it? We asked others like what they were going to do. The comments just exploded with all these boundaries and these ideas for how they were setting things. That I got a couple of new ideas and stuff too for myself. So super cool.
And I have to say, when I see, I'm not trying to like knock this topic, but when I see a segment that's called setting boundaries, I'm like, tell me again for the millionth time that I need to take care of myself and set boundaries. And to be honest, I would really scoff it off. Like, I don't have, like, I get it. I should, but I can't. Hannah provided 3 different suggestions that will literally take you a moment to choose to implement. And they were minuscule. They all had to do with supporting ourselves and having the courage to set boundaries. And it had to do with communicating effectively with others. It was phone settings and email settings and just doing like a reflection moment. I really loved her approach to the segment because it was really, really easy. And so the only person that can control this is you. And she gave you great ways to get started.
Yes, I love it.
Then we went into the segment that we just had, which I loved. Kimberly and Katie.
Oh my gosh, yes.
The number one rule being fun in the classroom.
And there was lots of jokes going on in comments about Kimberly's got like a bag of fun tricks off to the side or something. She kept like going just out of screen and come back with like a basketball hoop or a game or a microphone or, I mean, it was, and then I enjoyed Katie's facial expressions because Katie knows Kim. Like she's been in her classroom stuff, and she just like was amazed the whole time too, which is awesome because the one thing she said, and Katie, I apologize, I'm going to mess it up, but she talked about the student choice and voice, and she said, we might be giving them a choice, but am I giving them a voice in the choice, or am I just giving them the choice or choices that I want them to take? And that was like a really cool whoa moment for I think a lot of people watching, going, okay, I've been giving them choice, but maybe I'm not giving them as much of a voice as I really should or I want to. And that was super cool. So that was a great session.
Anything, Kimberly, is great. I'm thrilled that Teach Better is hopefully going to find some time to go head into her classroom and deliver that life-size tour. That's going to be crazy.
That's going to be fun.
So fun. I will say, I felt like her segment was very similar to those of you who might be tuning into Daily Drop-In. We had Jed Derryberry on in the fall, and he had one of those segments where it felt like he had his own production team that just kept handing him books and resources. They were coming out of everywhere. He'd lean down or reach up and he'd have something. And Kimberly did a great job with that too. It's always fun to have somebody live that can bring a new boost of energy and personality to the conversation.
Yes. Great session. Great session.
Speaking of Jed Derryberry, we have some announcements that we want to get to our community.
Before we do that, can we just take a second and thank all of our sponsors real quick?
Yeah.
So Swivel, shout out to Swivel. If you don't know them, check them out. It's spelled slightly different. It's SWIVL. EduMatch Publishing, our good friends over there. Go Guardian, Paradeck, and Edulastic teaming up for some awesome giveaways in that last session. Sessions coming up from folks. We've got Teacher Education Space, Road to Awesome, Digital PD for You LLC, Education Blueprint, and Sumdog. Like, huge shout out. If you don't know, if you go to the giveaway page of teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, you can see all their logos, be able to click out, go follow them on social media, get to know them, get on their email list, go check out what they do and what they offer. We're just super, super honored that they chose to work with us and that we're able to kind of highlight them. So.
And that doesn't even touch on the enormous list that we can add to that of people that chose to donate to all the giveaways. So if you head over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, you're going to see a massive list that doesn't even include everything we're giving away live. That people that have donated books and swag items and codes. And it's so neat. Love it.
Yes. We're going to give away a couple things here, but let's go into you were taking us to the conference. So let's go.
Well, I figure like the conference has been a spot that we know that a lot of people are excited to celebrate, right? I mean, the conference is a big deal getting started. And so what I thought is that we would maybe make sure that we touched on some elements of the conference.
Okay.
Because we started announcing some of our featured speakers, and we have a little tidbit that another single keynote is being announced on Monday.
Ooh, a keynote being announced Monday.
A keynote. So for maybe those of you who may not know our setup, we have 2 keynotes, a number of featured speakers, and we hope for you to join this Silhouette lineup. Our proposals open literally this week, March 1st, and we will have you. What?
Sorry, I just interrupt you. I'm so rude, but I'm just wondering, like, because I'm picturing everyone's head right now, going, okay, I know some of those silhouettes because I've seen them on social media, but I know a few other. If someone guesses in the comments of where, like, a missing silhouette, like, are we gonna tell them or are we gonna just brush it off?
I mean,
is that a 12-hour thing that we can have permission, or is it?
I told people that they are welcome to email me and guess, and if you got the whole image before we announced, I was going to give them a special prize that I made up.
The whole image.
If they could guess the whole image, I will give them, I don't know, a huge thing. But Dave Schmittou can't guess. He just appeared in the background. We're confirming, Dave, you can't win.
He's trying, okay.
Really quick, the first group that we announced was Jed Derryberry and Alexis Shepard. Yes. I was geeking out that we got to announce them right off the bat.
I can confirm that she was, in fact, geeking out.
I was. I know.
Out like crazy. You know what I love? When Jed and I went live during their promotional weekend, he and I were talking about this. He made sure, and I'm not sure if you caught that, Rick, because I actually think you were in a school. But he said that you always say that, but when first time you guys ever connected, anytime he's been live with you, he's fangirling out that he was on screen with you. So now she's fangirling out right now because Jed said that. So
I love him.
You know, just a note there.
Well, the following week, which was just recently, we announced Mandy and Trey as continuing to add to the silhouette lineup, which I love.
Mandy and Trey are so cool.
I know. They're phenomenal. Cool. They're also part of our speakers network. And if you guys want to see the other members of our speakers network, you could head to teachbetter.com/speakers network to see all of those faces for sure too.
How is Megan doing? Megan B says she's been emailing you her guesses. Is she doing well with her guessing?
I love it. Here's the deal. I will tell you, spoiler alert, there are 4 people on this image that not a single person has guessed. Which means we did a great job. That's what it means to me.
Interesting.
So the four people nobody has guessed. I'm gonna try and give you direction on this image. If you're on the first row, the one all the way over on the opposite side of me, that is
no one's guessing.
Not a single person has guessed.
Okay.
The one right below me, if you see me in the top corner, nobody has guessed that one either.
No one's guessed that one. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
And spoiler, that is the one we're releasing on Monday.
Yeah, that's who's coming out on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Nobody has guessed the third row all the way over.
Okay.
All the way like above Dave.
Okay.
Okay. And then last but not least, in the bottom row, there's one silhouette missing, and nobody has guessed that one either. The rest of them, we've gotten some good guesses.
I'm not sure. I know who's down at the bottom. I know the other ones.
You say that, but trust me, you do.
I know who, I'm sure I know who it is, but I don't, right now I can't think of it. Michelle says she has a pretty good idea of the guy in the middle.
Oh, the guy in the middle,
what's the middle?
Like above Alexis Shepard?
Like just okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he's like an all-time fave. There's no question.
Those are the 4 that stumped Megan too. Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So on Monday, we are announcing our first keynote.
We are, and that is one of the 4 that people have been stuck on. I love people guessing Livia. Livia, I hope, is a presenter at our conference. She's not in this image, though. Spoiler. See, we're helping.
Ooh, we're helping. Second row middle. Okay, second row middle is I'd say pretty familiar face in the Teach Better world.
Oh, I mean, like
very familiar face.
I'm president of his fan club.
And she has said that live multiple times. Of course, she said that live for a lot of people, so you have to distinguish.
No, for him specifically.
I know, but you say that about a lot. You're president of a lot of fan clubs. That's what I'm saying. But yes, yes.
I can say that I've never met that person in person, and I will next month.
Ooh, wow, that's giving away some stuff there. If people
all right.
Wow.
So
all right.
Here's our keynote that we're announcing. I want to know if we have any guesses.
Any guesses?
Keynote. Mm-hmm. It's a tough silhouette. It's repeated 3 times or 4 times. Tough silhouette to guess. Really tough.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's getting it.
It is somebody who will be keynoting the Teach Better conference. There are 2 keynotes being announced. Jeff Gargas, that would be a cool silhouette if that was
that isn't me. I think maybe she was thinking the gentleman in the middle, which also is not me. I have met Ray in person, and she's absolutely not the president of my fan club.
I'm not. Nope. but maybe Dave Schmittou is. Like, he might be president of your fan club. He says no in the backstage.
I posted very early this morning. I think I kicked off my Instagram story this morning with Dave wearing a Team Jeff shirt. So,
No.
What?
He was wearing a Team Jeff shirt?
In a picture. It was from like a long time ago, I think, before he knew you.
No, I have worked hard to get him on Team Ray.
He has I think he has all the team shirts.
I'm not happy.
He's, it's fine. I have a Team Jeff shirt that I never wear. I bought for my wife, but she just wears her Team Ray shirt. So.
Ooh, I love the guess of Katie Miglin. She absolutely needs to speak at the conference, but that is not her.
Katie, I think Katie is coming to the conference, though. If I remember correctly, she is going to come.
She's planning the whole thing with no help, so that's
she's coming. Zero help.
All right.
Okay. So we're announcing keynote on Monday, but Monday is also important for some other reasons. Are we getting into that? I'm excited. I'm like anxious.
So we need to do a few things, Jeff. Let's talk here as if we're not live.
Okay.
We got to go over the big stuff going on Monday, our announcements.
Yeah.
I want to quickly show there's a little surprise hint about who this might be.
Oh, okay.
But I have to show it quick, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble with somebody. Then we have our 12-hour agenda, which is the last image we're going to show. And then we have to do some giveaways.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. We have like 12 minutes. We got to get going. Okay.
Okay. So what announcements? Do you know them? Do you know the announcements?
Yes. So Monday. So obviously we're announcing our keynote, which is awesome. On Monday, very, 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 very important. If you have not registered over at teachbetterconference.com, at the end of Monday, the price goes up by $100. So you need to go over to teachbetterconference.com and get registered. Like, do it today. Open up like a second tab and go take care of that. Because on Monday, at the end of Monday, that price goes up by $100. So early bird price, and I can't believe early bird price, and one was still going, but also is ending.
I know.
Also happening at the end of Monday, actually on Tuesday, on the 1st, proposals open. So we want all of you to come and speak. We want your amazing voice and the things that you do in your classroom to be shared at Teach Better Conference. So starting on Tuesday, the 1st, you can go over teachbetterconference.com and submit a proposal to present at the conference. You can submit as many proposals as you want. You can do multiple sessions. We have a couple different types of sessions that you'll be able to do. We have a lot of space to fill. And you have quite a bit of time to do that, right? They have 2 months to submit, correct?
Yeah, so it's all of March and all of April. So we actually, just so you guys have some perspective, since we'll just spoil all this stuff here, we actually have a course coming out in Teach Better Academy later this month. If you guys are struggling to find your topic and maybe you've never submitted to a conference before, the course is super general. It's not just for Teach Better, but it might be able to help you in feeling more confident about what to prepare for your submission. So that will come out in the middle of March. So you still have a month and a half after that course comes out to take it, prepare, and submit. But if you have a session in mind already or multiple sessions, we'd love to have you submit ASAP. You have all of March and all of April. It will close April 30th. It's a Saturday.
Something to keep in mind for those submissions is that you do need to do just a short 60-second video. We don't want more than 60 seconds video. So just be thinking through, like, that's a part you'll have to do. Other than that, honestly, the form is not super long. It's just the title, a description, that video, and a couple other little questions. So we have all the details. So don't be intimidated by it. You've got it. We want you to come share things. So that opens up on Tuesday. So that's important.
Guys, Steve Wick is thinking about presenting and submitting a session. So sign me up if Steve Wick is thinking about coming.
Shout out to Cynthia. Cynthia, I think, took advantage of 50% off right now going over at teachbetterswag.com. Got herself some swag. So that's awesome. In our Ambassador Voxer group, there's been some pictures going back and forth of everyone wearing a swag today. So that's awesome. So reminder that swag code ends at the time that this stream ends. So make sure you don't miss that. So, all right. So we got keynotes being announced, early bird pricing ends, proposals open.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So now we got to get into, you have a hint, and we got to look at the rest of the day and give away. We have 9 minutes.
That's it.
That's a lot going on.
That's it. All right. This is our 12-hour schedule. We are currently at the recap, which, to be honest, Jeff, it looks like it's still at the top. What is with this list?
Yeah, it is. We still have quite a bit going on.
Yep. So we still have a lot happening here for our 12-hour live. We definitely need to get into those giveaways before we end and transition to our next segment.
Okay. So giveaways, we have how many bundles we have? We have 4 different bundles.
Yep, we have 4 course bundles.
I don't have the bundles in front of me because I am
do.
horrible and it's not on my list. And that's oh no, we do have it. Katie was on it. I just don't know how to read. So we've got a leadership bundle, a grid method bundle, a classroom strategies bundle, and a personal goals bundle. Each one of those bundles includes 3 different courses that are typically $49 each over at the Academy. We're going to give away 3 of those, or all 4 of them. Someone's going to win one of those. So that's all over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So you can submit them. Make sure you check those boxes. Those are all really great courses. There's a variety of faces that you'll see on the courses and different ways that they touch on that. So super excited about those. Any thoughts on those bundles?
I mean, I always love our Academy. The Teach Better Academy is a spot that I'm sure if you've been listening for 12 hour for the last 5 hours, you heard Chad do a little segment of talking about how valuable our Academy is. It's self-paced courses for teachers. If you're part of the membership, it's only $9 a month. It's like nothing. And you get every course for free. And we put out a course like every 30 to 40 days. So it's incredible. I love the bundles personally because if you win those, you have a whole group of work to be able to like process through to see if you really like the Academy, test it out first. The other thing that is a really good way to test it out, even if you don't win these bundles, is there are a ton of free courses. I think that there's probably half free courses and half courses a part of the membership in the Academy. So you can test out a lot of different ideas and really dive deep into a few different concepts with those free courses as well. All those details are at teachbetteracademy.com. But remember, if you want to win these bundles, that is at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways.
I love it.
Super fun.
We did okay. We still have like 7 minutes, right?
I know. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like we had a lot of time. Katie was backstage. She doesn't believe in us. We're pros.
You know, in her defense, I don't either. So like, I don't blame her necessarily. So do you want to
where we're going?
I was gonna say, like, let's talk about where we're going now because we showed that there's a lot left. We want to make sure we mention the giveaways. Now we got a few minutes to talk through what's coming up next.
Yeah, and then by the way, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to put those in the comments. I know we had some people asking questions early on about how to get access to this stream for 12-hour live. We had some people asking questions around how giveaways worked. If there's anything that we can support you in, please feel free to throw that in the chat.
Someone has a question here asking why Ray is so mean to Jeff all the time. I don't know if you want to take that or leave that for later.
Not a question.
If I see the question,
I think it's fake. Fake. Moving on. We here in a little bit, we will be transitioning into our next segment, which is all about minor behaviors becoming major problems. This is a topic that we knew is relevant to a lot of our classrooms around the world. We wanted to make sure we had some interesting discussion. I think it's going to blend into a lot of the dialogue we've been able to have with other guests on restorative justice practices, collaboration practices, feedback practices. These are all really aligned, wonderful opportunities, as well as setting boundaries. This is going to be with Dr. Dave Schmittou again, coming live with us, and a new face to the team, Emily. Are you familiar with Emily?
I do know Emily. I actually was fortunate enough to get to read her book before it came out and wrote what's the word I'm looking for? An endorsement for it. So she is awesome. Yes, a fan of Emily's.
I love it. Well, I can't wait to have their conversation get started. That will be an hour-long segment diving into this. And I know, honestly, as a classroom teacher myself, when I was thinking back on middle schoolers and just crazy days, Katie, Miglin, and Kimberly were reflecting just in the last segment about how they feel like they haven't had a full week of school with all the chaos going on. This is going to be a really great opportunity for everybody to kind of reset. How do we really make sure that minor things don't bubble up into really large problems? And how can we be proactive versus reactive? So that's coming here soon, sponsored by Teacher Education Space. We love our sponsors. From there, Road to Awesome is sponsoring the next segment after that. That is all about self-care for all through an administrator's lens. So that will be a really great conversation as well. Chad Ostrowski, the CEO,
I know him.
I know him. He's coming live. I just say I miss him. I'm glad he was featured in a commercial earlier, but I miss his face.
Well, he's been on the road literally all week. He got home actually like really early this morning after being gone all week in multiple cities with multiple schools and stuff. So I'm excited to see him too because I'm with you, Ray. I miss him. I miss him a little bit.
I'm just excited for them to be able to like dive into the conversation. And he has Phyllis joining him, which I know a lot of the members of the Teach Better community were very excited to learn from.
Yes.
Moving on from there, Digital for You is sponsoring the following segment. That is with Brad Hughes and Jami Fowler-White as they dive into the sub shortage disaster. These are heavy topics, Jeff.
Yeah, that's a heavy one. But I've been in some conversations with Brad and with Jami around that, and so I think that's gonna be a really good conversation, and it's one that's happening in a lot of places right now. So
I am so thrilled to be able to have this dialogue. As you guys know, I want to give a really big reminder that we will, at the very end of that segment, be concluding the stream that you are currently watching. You just need to refresh wherever you're watching from. We're currently streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And we are going to then start a new stream. And again, Jeff, I know you could go into this more in depth, but it's simply because those platforms don't let you stream for 12 hours. So we got to stop in the middle and then restart.
it's really Facebook's fault.
Is it Facebook's fault?
I think with Twitter, I think you can go to 10.
Okay.
With Twitch, you can go a lot longer, but I think YouTube, you can only go to like 10 too, or it might go. But either way, we have to stop it and start it because we go too long.
Yeah, one of them's 8. So like we had to stop.
I think Facebook's 8, yeah.
So you'll see, if you just refresh, we're going to start right away. You'll probably see little to no delay at all between the two streams. And of course, you'll definitely want to continue forward because Brain Break is next. That's where we give you all permission to get an adult beverage and goof around and play games.
That's absolutely right.
So it's going to be great. Jeff, any final words? I know we only got a few segments in, but it hopefully gives people a little taste of what's coming soon.
No, I think there's just a lot still coming, folks. So hang with us, shop in the comments, keep letting us know what you're liking. Love seeing the green hearts. Love seeing where you're at, what you're doing. If you're carrying us around in your grocery store or whatever it is. But super excited to get into the next couple segments or all the rest of the segments. I'll see you in a few hours. But yes, ma'am.
Guess what?
What?
Next, we get to not only sit here in the background and listen to this next conversation, which is going to be really, really valuable, but we get to check social media to see all those dumb pictures people took of us.
Oh, that's right. We did pictures earlier. I forgot that we did that.
Doesn't that feel like that was years ago? It was like 10 minutes ago, buddy.
Yeah. So if you guys are taking those pictures and putting them out, please just tag Ray in them. I'll stay
They could put an emoji over your face
to make it look better.
Yeah. I like that. Like a Photoshop Jeff emoji. I like this.
I would love it if you just Photoshop Dave Schmittou's face on my face so I can know what it feels like to look good. I would just really like that.
Do we get to be live with Dave later at the end?
I get to be live with him on Brain Break, so that's gonna be fun.
I got kicked
and
out.
at the end, you get to you are no longer welcome at Brain Break.
All right, bye, friends. We got to get into this really good segment coming up. I am not going to wait any longer. Let's get into the fun. We'll be back.
You are not Ray. I am not Jeff. This is going to be a way better segment than the one that we just watched because I get to hang out with Emily Paschall. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Emily, I apparently did not get the memo that we're supposed to be dressed up today. You're all Southern Belle and I'm t-shirts and baseball cap. I don't know what's going on here, but thanks for being here.
Okay. We're having some technical difficulties because you sound like you're underwater.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I'm just coming up for air. I'm just coming up. So I apologize if that happens for anybody else, if it sounds like I'm swimming. So, okay.
Hey, Emily, if you want, you can pop out and pop back in, and then we'll get started.
What? I don't know what y'all are saying.
Hey, here we go. Emily, we're going to have you restart your set. We'll be right back. Dave,
I feel bad now because I was just bashing that I wasn't hanging out with you, and I got to hang out with Emily, and now I'm lucky to hang out with you. That's the word I'm looking for. Lucky.
I mean, it's totally fine. Emily, we're going to encourage you to pop out and then pop back in, and then we will hopefully get into chatting with her soon. Dave, it looks like you're going to text her, and hopefully between our private chat and our texting, we'll make it all happen. Be no big deal. This is what happens at a live show, friends. That's what happens. I do want to preview, Dave, while you're messaging her. For this segment, we are going to do a giveaway, and it has to do with first to comment. And I'm really excited for that. So for those of you who are eager to win something live with us, make sure your cursor is over in that chat box. That'll be super helpful. Dave, I was just complaining that I hadn't been live with you, so I'm glad we have this moment together.
So what we really did is I sent Emily a text and said, let's fix this, because I can't do 12 hours without hanging out with the amazing Ray Hughart. So that was all just a ploy right now, Jeff. That was just our way to kick you off, to help me get Ray in the back door. So it worked out brilliantly. Thank you, Emily, for joining us. And she'll be back in just a second. I'm texting her right now.
Oh, yeah.
Can I just talk about how amazing Emily Paschall is, though, before she even comes on?
Please, because I'm all about dragging her.
Okay, so Emily Paschall, she is an incredible educator from the state of Alabama. Every time I'm driving down I-65 and I drive past her exit, I give a honk and a wave, and I'm sure she hears it because in Alabama, there's only like 10 people that live there. So when they hear the horns honking, those 10 people all turn and wave back. But she's absolutely incredible. She's an elementary administrator who does all the right things for all the right reasons in all the right ways. And she's just a sweet, sweet Southern belle. So she can be strong and stern, yet she looks at you with that disarming smile and you're like, all right, whatever you said, I'll go along with it. So she's amazing. And today it is her daughter's birthday.
Ooh.
And she's still doing this with us. Yeah. And she's still hanging out with us. So
that's so sweet. Hey, Dave, when you text her, it'd be awesome to encourage her to check our private chat. I know that the team backstage is going to do everything they can to support her and her sound as they figure all that fun out. But I'm thrilled to hear about, how did you connect with Emily initially?
So she and I have a mutual friend. But I don't know if you're familiar with Brian Mindler. But
are you kidding?
Right?
Brian Mindler. Of course, we're all familiar with Brian Mindler.
So we both have that commonality. And then she and I connected a while ago. I don't know. It's one of those things that it's just fate and things just aligned and we connected and hit it off. And I've been a sponge to her and her wisdom ever since. So she's incredible.
I love it. As we're waiting for Emily to figure out all the things that we need to do with sound, which, guys, that's just how it works sometimes. It's a live show. I do want to encourage those of you that have been tuning in for a while to take advantage of some of the things we've been having. Dave, I know that you and I have both seen the comments pop up, but we haven't said it too often. There's like a swag code going on that I feel like people need to be taking advantage of. Have you seen that?
Well, I'm super excited about this because I have an old ratty t-shirt that I need to replace.
What's that t-shirt?
Well, it's got holes in it and it says like #team Jeff, I think.
No.
But I'm looking to replace it because I need something that's can I show you? Let me show you this. Do they still have these? Because I could use a few more of these. This is like my favorite shirt and I wear it all the time.
Yes. #Team Ray right there. Boom.
The old #Team Jeff one. It's a good workout shirt for when I'm sweaty and gross and I don't mind sweat getting all over and like blurring the words. You can also wear it inside out, I guess, and that helps. But I need another one of those Team Ray ones. So
I love it. Well, make sure that you go grab that swag code. I'm seeing Emily give us a thumbs up in the background, which means that we are set to go. So we're going to do this really classy thing where I'm awkwardly going to leave the party and Emily's going to come join. I'm going to click a button really quick. Y'all ready? Here we go.
Not to be rude, but I'm ready for an upgrade.
I know. Here's the upgrade. Here's the upgrade.
Emily.
Okay. We're good. I don't know what happened.
I know what it was. You just wanted the grand introduction. You wanted to say, will Dave talk nice about me when I'm not here? Let's play this up. I'm going to be introduced to this new community and I'm going to make a big scene when I splash in. So,
Well, I missed the whole thing. It was all good with Jeff and Ray, and then when you came on, it was underwater, and I was like,
wow.
then
I
I thought,
that's
are
a
y'all
clip
pranking
somebody should
me?
take right there. It was all
I
good
thought
with
y'all were
Jeff and
pranking
Ray,
me.
and you came on. It was all underwater. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was a prank, and then I was like, they're playing a joke. This is a joke. This is like my initiation for the first conference, whatever. And then I thought, no, this isn't a joke. This is not getting better.
That's well. I have been told that when I speak, it's like I'm drowning. So
Yeah, you are.
it's all good.
We're
It's
good.
all good. No, I'm super glad that you're here. I'm super glad
Yes.
we get to connect. You and I, we've had an opportunity to talk quite a bit, and I other members of the team are being introduced to you. There's a ton of people that are watching this right now and that are going to be sharing this with their community
Awesome.
that might not know who you are yet. This amazing educator, leader, author, speaker, doer of all things. And you are a mom who's sacrificing, giving up a little girl's birthday right now so you can do this with us.
Yes.
Aside from all of those things, who are you?
Oh goodness. You named it. I mean, I love what I get to do each day. My greatest role is being mom, and it is her birthday today, and we've been having so much fun. She got new pet guinea pigs, so she is currently playing with her guinea pigs and dressing them up in the clothing and costumes that we also got them. So she is busy right now doing that, and then as soon as this is over, we are heading to a fun play place, and we're gonna have a fun day. So
okay, I'm talking about. We're not talking education until we address the fact that you just said that you bought clothes for the guinea pigs.
I'm that mom. I am that mom.
Jesus. Hey, Ray, are you back, please? Can you say no? I don't know what kind of crazy we just brought on here. No.
But yes, aside from being mom, I get to be an educator. And so I'm currently an assistant principal. I've got a strong elementary background, 1st, 3rd, and 5th grade is what I've taught. And then I got to be an instructional coach for a couple of years. And now I am an assistant principal this is my 3rd year doing that.
Awesome. And I know you absolutely love what you do. And you have the job in education that is often passed over. It's your second thought, an afterthought, but you are so crucial and critical to the culture, the climate, the expectations, the norms of your building, and you thrive in it. People that don't follow you online and don't follow you on Instagram, you're missing out because you post the real, you post the passion, you post the interesting, and it's so fun to watch all that you do.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
When we were talking just the other day, I mentioned that the idea of having an elementary assistant principal might be a foreign concept to a lot of people. I feel like it's popular south of the Mason-Dixon. So down here where the skies are blue and it's 70 degrees and the beaches are nearby, there are a lot of elementary assistant principals. Up north, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and places beyond, it's a novel concept. So talk to me, first of all, about why you feel like the assistant principal position at the elementary level is so vital and so necessary.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't imagine, kudos to the people who do it all. Just one principal in the building, kudos to you, because wow. I was an assistant principal at another school previously, and then this opportunity came up for me to swap schools, swap school systems this year, and I've loved both. It was very hard to leave the previous one, and now I love this one. And so both of them, though, principal and assistant principal in the building. And I think the most important role is that we support the principal first and foremost. And by supporting the principal, we're supporting the teachers, which in turn supports the kids. And so I think that where I was previously and where I am now, I think one of the most powerful things that you can do is the principal and the assistant principal don't need to be the same. We need to have different strengths that we're able to bring to the table. My principal and I are very different, and he has strengths that I don't have. And so, but we have a common goal and a common vision and a common philosophy on education. But the different strengths that we have, we're able to make better decisions together, and with our staff. And where I'm weak, he is strong, and it makes me a better educator. And so I think that's one of the most important things in strengths-based leadership, that you got to look for people that have something different from you. And that's the beauty of an assistant principal and a principal, is that honestly, the roles shouldn't look that much different, in my opinion. I don't think just one person should handle discipline. I don't think just one person should be engulfed in instruction. Now, the instruction is one of my strengths. And so do I have a lot to do with that? Yes, but he's with it too. And so, and where he's really good in certain areas, I'm able to support that, you know, and he makes me stronger. So goodness, it's just a team effort, partnership.
No, and I think that's so important for people to recognize. It really is the partnership mentality that makes schools flow, which makes schools amazing. The idea of collective efficacy, where you're all going the same direction, but you understand that not everybody is rowing at the same time. Sometimes somebody need to dig deep, and some people need to turn. And in your position, you're responsible for supporting the principal, but you also support students and teachers. That is your central focus, is supporting teachers. Yeah. So talk to me a little bit. What is a day in the life of Emily Paschall when she shows up to work? I mean, do you just create a schedule and you just start checking things off your list because you're in complete control of your destiny in your day, or are you just spinning?
Oh, it depends. I mean, you know, you can have a schedule, and if kudos to the people that are able to stick to that, you know, through and through all day long. I don't. Now, I have some things each day that I'm like, this is going to happen today. Like, this is my priority today. And so I have to-do lists in that type of way that I know, you know, there's priorities. But then, you know, there's a whole lot of things in between that you just don't expect. And so it's like, okay, going to go do this real quick. And then I got to drop back and punt. I'm going to do that later. But so my day starts off of, I get to school and I take a couple of minutes in my office just to get myself together for the day. This is before, you know, everybody's in the building. And then when it's time for the teachers to really start arriving, we have something in our school where all the teachers are at their classroom door at 7:30, greeting the kids, everybody at the classroom door. And so if the teachers are at the classroom door, I need to be in the hallways. And so, or my principal, one of us is at car line in the mornings and the other one is in the hallways. And so I put on my Jami pack, which is, if you don't know what that is, it's on Amazon, and it is a fanny pack with a Bluetooth speaker, and go down the hallways and play music and just greet the kids, greet the teachers. And that's one of my favorite parts of the day, is getting to see everybody for that first moment and welcome everybody with a smile and have a good moment with everybody first thing in the morning. And so then after that, you know, school gets started and I'm in classrooms a lot. I'm in classrooms a lot of the day, and I love getting to pose as a kid. Just be a student in the classrooms, and it's fun.
It sounds like your job is fun. It sounds like you're hanging out all day, you're saying hi to kids, you just get to smile and play in classrooms. But it's not that simple, right? I know that your job is a lot of troubleshooting, problem solving, adjusting 100%. And reacting, just like it is for teachers in the trenches. Yep. You come in with a plan, you know what you're going to do, you know what you hope to do, and something inevitably comes up, right? When some of the best plans are those plans that plan for the unexpected. Mm-hmm. And I know that's what you do. You've got a game plan, you've got a rule book, you know what your core values are, your core tenets, and those are your grounding playbook, if you will. You always come back to center. You always come back to restoring and loving and relationships and caring and empathy. And you've got these pillars, these foundations of who Emily is and who you want every single person in your school to be. So when you're talking about everybody, I know you said you make sure that every teacher is at their door and that every single kid feels valued and every single kid feels seen and noticed and appreciated. How do you get everybody to buy into those sorts of things? How do you get everybody on board with those mindsets?
It starts with an expectation. And, you know, we call our faculty meetings, I don't like calling them faculty meetings, we call them our Building Burleson meetings. Our school is Burleson Elementary, and so it's Building Burleson. And our faculty meetings are not sit and get meetings. They are meetings where we come together collectively and talk about how can we bust through our culture today. And what are some things that we're going to do to improve our school today when we leave this room? And so that was one of the things we decided, was that every kid deserves to be greeted in the morning. And, you know, I remember as a classroom teacher, I would lay in bed at night sometimes and think, did I even talk to Sally today? You know, did I even talk to Javon today? And because it's easy to let that happen. One year I had 28 kids and, you know, so greeting at the door first thing in the morning is one of the best things you can do. And just to make sure a conversation happens with every kid, because not everybody comes in at the same time. So it's an opportunity of 15 minutes to be able to talk to every one of your students. It's critical. And so it started as a conversation, and then it became an expectation. And once it became an expectation, I need to model what I expect. And so I'm doing it too. If you're going to be asked to greet at the door, I'm going to be coming down the hallways and greeting everybody too. And so, and my principal feels the same way about that. So it starts as an expectation. And then when that expectation is in place and everybody starts doing it, then it becomes a part of the culture. And so that's how, yeah.
So I think one of the things that I need to embrace is I need to hurry up and adapt and get that sweet Southern accent. Because I think when you have those expectations, you say everybody's going to do this, but yet you can deliver it with that charm that you've got. It comes across a whole lot more palatable for people than the old Michigan, Detroit guy and me saying, we're all going to do this and just barking orders. You get people to buy into it. You get people to understand that we are part of a team, that we're all in this together, because there's a difference between each and every. You're focusing on everybody doing things so that you can truly reach each kid. The title of this segment is When Minor Behaviors Become Major. So trying to prevent those things from escalating, those small things from becoming large. And that starts by focusing on the individual kid, the individual staff member. Do you have any stories from your past, from your experience, that allow us to relate to these big ideas, to those individual kids that have transformed you, that have changed you and helped mold your solid values?
Oh, do I have a story? Yes. Okay. So I used to, where I taught was at the highest poverty school in my district. And so we're talking 85, 90% poverty. Lots of, just kids coming to school with lots of issues and lots of things that are out of their control. And so, yeah, I mean, I learned a whole lot as a classroom teacher. I'm so thankful for where I was placed as a teacher. One of my favorite stories about thinking about when minor behaviors become major, I love to refer to that kid, and I think Brian Mindler says that one kid. It was funny when I discovered him, I was like, oh, it's funny. We have the same phrase, but that kid, because, we all know what that means when we say, think about that kid. Well, I had a kid come into my classroom when I taught third grade. It was October. And I got a new kid. And so I get that phone call and it's like, Miss Paschall, you're getting a new kid. And I'm like, oh, yay. So I go bebopping down the hall to go meet this kid. And I walk down, and from a distance, I already knew 911. Okay. And when I looked at him, his name was, we're going to call him Isaiah. His name was Isaiah. And I see him, and he's over 200 pounds. And he is, he's dirty, he's unclean, and he's looking at me, and he sees me coming down the hall, and he's just like rolling his eyes. And I walk up to him and I say, hey buddy, my name's Miss Paschall. I'm so excited to meet you today. And he just kind of rolls his eyes, and his mom looks at me, and she shoves his backpack not pushes, but she just kind of shoves it to me. And she says, good luck. There's diapers and a change of clothes in his backpack. And I was like, okay, and so I'm just trying to be positive. And in my head,
what grade level was this?
Third grade. I had never seen anything like this in my entire life. And so I didn't know how to respond. I was stunned. And so I get him, we go to my classroom, and we start talking in my classroom. And that day, immediately, he was a behavior problem. He did not care to make a relationship with me. He didn't care to bond with the kids. He didn't care to do his classwork. I mean, he was 911. He was the kid that the other school was cheering when she got the withdrawal papers. Okay. And so, I mean, I tried everything that I could to bond with him, tried everything that I could. And it just wasn't working. I was hitting brick wall, brick wall, brick wall, brick wall, brick wall. So then finally, comes December, and I just was defeated. It was me. I was going home and crying at night. My little girl is right here. This is real life right here. Hey, baby, I got to finish the session. Can you tell everybody hi real quick?
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
It's her birthday. So anyway, but baby, I got to keep telling my story, sweetie. Okay, hold on one second. I'll talk to you in just a little bit. And so, this is real life. Hold on one second.
You're good. This is what teaching is all about. When you've got the best laid plans, you pivot. It's all good. It's all good. Keep
here
going.
We go. Okay. Poppy's getting her right now. Okay. So anyway, so Christmas comes, and at that point I'm feeling defeated and I'm losing my joy as a teacher, and I'm crying at night because he cares nothing about pleasing me. He's soiling his pants every day in class. He's just, I mean, it's, and, you know, the kids didn't want to be around him. It was just a complete nightmare, and I didn't know what to do. I tried to play with him at recess. I sat with him at lunch, you know, tried all these things. And I hope these teachers right now are hearing this saying, yeah, I've got that kid in my class right now. I know how you feel. I know how you feel. Thank y'all. I'm seeing beautiful little girl. Yes, she's my world. Anyway, so Christmas comes and he was chronically absent. And so he doesn't show up to work. I mean, he doesn't show up to school one day. And it was the Christmas party. And I remember that when he didn't come to the Christmas party and I had cleaned everything up, I got everything put away, and his little Christmas gift was still sitting on his desk. And I just looked at that Christmas gift and I thought in my head, I'm about to not see this kid for 2.5 weeks. You know, like, what is his world going to be? Because his mom didn't care anything about him. And she had a terrible relationship with him. Every time we had meetings, she would just shame him and talk about how fat he was, how ashamed she was of him, how not smart he was, it was a nightmare. And so I looked at this gift and I thought, what is this kid going to face for the next 2.5 weeks? And I didn't know. And I just remember in that moment, the kids were gone and I grabbed my purse and I just started bebopping down the hall. And this is early in my education career. I did not have, you know, as many years in as I do now. And I started bebopping down the hall and I thought, I'm going to his house. And my principal saw me walking down the hallway and she said, where are you going? And I said, listen, I have tried everything to bond with this kid. I have tried everything in the 4 walls of my classroom, and it is not working. And until I connect with this kid and until he desires to learn from me, it's not going to get better. I'm going to go to his house, and I'm using his Christmas gift as a reason to go over there. And so that was one of those fork in the road moments, because it was a terrible idea for me to be going to his house by myself. Terrible. And I, you know, but at that time I wasn't thinking about that, but it was a fork in the road moment because my principal could have said, no, you're not going. But instead she said, I'm coming with you. And so it was just, so then after that, we get in the car, we go to the house, and at this point in my career, I've been on hundreds of home visits, and his is still in the top 3 of the worst living conditions. And really in hindsight, I should have, you know, it wasn't livable. But so we go out, I go knock on the door, and you got to understand, this mama's like 6'4", okay? And I'm 5'4" on a good day, 5'4" on a good day. So I come knocking on this door, she comes to the door and she's like, what do you want? And I'm like, hey, I got this present for Isaiah. I wanted to give him. I missed him today. You know, wanted to give it. I didn't want to wait, 2.5 weeks to give it to him. And so she looks at me like, are you kidding me? Why are you at my house? But she lets us in. And so we walk in and, there's beer cans everywhere. The furniture there's no cushions on the couches. But there was a blanket there, so it was evident that someone had slept on a couch that night with no cushions. And there was holes in the wall. I mean, it was just completely filthy. And so she invites me to sit on the couch, and I do. And then Isaiah comes in the room, and he looks at me and he says, Miss Paschall, what are you doing here? I said, hey, buddy, I am so excited to see you. I missed you today. And so he is just completely stunned. He sits by me, he opens his present, and you see him start to slowly light up. And then his mama starts going off we're there about a total of an hour. So she spends about 15 minutes just tearing into us, how much she can't stand our school, talking terribly about her kid. And I'm over here like rubbing his back, like, I cannot believe you're saying this in front of your child. I cannot believe, what is going to happen? This is a disaster right now. What am I going to do? And so she's just bashing him, cussing like a sailor. It was just, I just didn't even know. So finally she takes a minute to breathe. And because she was mad that we were there, mad. And I said, I hear what you're saying. And I said, I just got to tell you something. And I said, let me tell you some great things I've noticed about your son. And I tell her about she's not proud of his physical appearance, but he had a smile that could light up anybody's day. And so I talked to her about his smile. And he may have been on a kindergarten level in reading, but he had a strength in math. So I talked about his strength in math. He enjoyed playing kickball with us. And so I talked about what a good kicker he was. on the playground and things like that. And I just started saying these things. And immediately her anger shifted. And so then you start to see her soften, and she just starts to talk about her own personal life and what a disaster her own life was. So then for the next few minutes, I sat there and I listened to her talk about that. And so here's the reality about his mom. His mama grew up with the same type of home life. She grew up in a broken home. She grew up in a home where there wasn't love. And that was the first moment of my career where it dawned on me that we're really hard on parents a lot of the times, but a lot of the time parents don't know how to be better. It's not that they don't want to be better. They don't know how to be better yet. And so that was a very, very pivotal moment for me. And so listening to her talk about her own brokenness, and I will never forget when she said to me, "I'm just so mad that I didn't break the cycle for my kids." And so then we talked a little bit longer, and what started out as a very angry meeting ended up with, I stood up, we were getting ready to leave, and she hugged me, just embraced me. And she got emotional and she said, "Thank you for loving my kid." And it was just completely eye-opening. Of that, that is what it starts with, is relationships. And sometimes you're not going to be able to reach the kid first. Sometimes you got to go to the house and reach the parent, because kids have trust issues, and that you're not going to connect with that kid until they trust you enough when you connect with their family. And so from that day forward, was Isaiah perfect? No, I wasn't looking for perfection. I needed a relationship. And so that day when I was leaving, I told him, "Isaiah, I love you, buddy. I love you. I can't wait to see you in a couple of weeks." And when I would tell him every day I loved him, he never said it back, and obviously I'm not going to force a kid to say that. But that day in his home, he said it back. He said, "I love you, Miss Paschall." And I cannot tell the story without crying. That part always gets me. And so was he perfect after that? Absolutely not. But he finished the year at a second grade reading level, and he was above level in math. And so it was a turning point for his life. And the reality is this: Isaiah didn't have a champion. He did not have a champion in his life, and neither did his mama. And that so we're going to talk about minor behaviors becoming major, and we're going to talk about a lot of things. But one of the things that we forget is about connection. That's the number one. And it's not always about connecting with just the kids. Sometimes you got to connect with the parent first. And sometimes you got to get outside of the four walls of your classroom, because maybe a school is a traumatic place for that kid. So let's go to a place that's not traumatic for them and connect with them there, and then let it become academic.
First of all, the comments are spot on. Such an incredible story, such a powerful story, such a great opportunity for us to not only understand where you come from, but for us to also reflect on our own experiences. And you're reminding me of first of all, the power of parents. We know that parents have a huge influence over their kids, which is why so often we blame parents for how their kids turn out. We say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because we know that parents have a huge impact on who their kids become. But yet at the same time, we do subtle things to stiff arm parents out of our schools and out of our classrooms. Former middle school teacher, I remember this very clearly. 6th graders coming down the hall, first day of school, terrified, nervous, not sure how to open lockers. Parents are with them, trying to get them down the hall. And I would say things like, "Don't worry about it. We've got it from here," which the best of intentions, wanted to let them know that they can trust us. But what I was telling them was, "Parents, we've got this. We don't need you anymore. Your kid doesn't need you anymore. We've got this." And then we wonder why parents tend to have less investment the further up they go, because we push them away and we say, "We don't need you," when God knows we need them at the 3rd grade level, at the 6th grade level, at the 12th grade level. Parents still have a huge influence on their kids. When you got a sweet little girl coming up to you on her 5th birthday, just wanting to say hi to you, right? Right now. Kids need their parents. They need that love. And if they're not feeling that love from home, they need somebody else that's going to show it however you can share it. So God bless you for going to that house and seeing those things, feeling those things, pouring in the love. But I think it's also important that you pointed out things didn't necessarily change right away. It's not like the next day Isaiah came back and said, everything is better, there were still some of those minor irritations that turned into major disruptions. But I guarantee your mindset shifted a little bit, though, didn't it?
100%. My mindset shifted. And the difference about him was, for the very first time in his life, he desired to be better. Did he know how to be better yet? No. But the relationship had finally started and he desired to be better. And so by the end of the year, he wasn't needing to wear diapers because he didn't have a medical issue. He had a hygiene issue. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, it was just like so many, he was set up for failure. And he desired for the first time in his life to be better. He had a purpose. And that's the thing with most of these kids. You know, I mean, I know that sometimes it is chemical. I get that. But a lot of the times it's needs being met. And that's the majority of the time, is the needs are not being met. And that's when we got to help them desire to be better. That's the starting point, is the relationship and giving them a purpose.
It's so good and so spot on and so right. You know, that some of us have been in schools, and maybe some people that are watching right now have been in schools where there are needs that are very obvious, and we can see them, we can feel them every single moment. Like you said, walking down the hall, you could tell that Isaiah needed something different. You might be in a school where desks are being flipped over on a regular basis, where maybe you've got cool down rooms or separate spaces for kids to go to if they're starting to get aggressive. And then there are other people that are might be watching this that sounds so foreign to them, where in their school disruptions are maybe kids talking but without raising their hand, or kids showing up late for class, or not doing their homework. So perspective does matter in this thing, in this conversation. But ultimately, the goal for teachers is to get kids to want to show up, to want to engage, and to want to get better intrinsically. And sometimes we have to have some extrinsic tools to help motivate intrinsically, right?
Yeah.
So regardless of where somebody is on that spectrum, whether they're in that school where John Smith forgot to raise his hand yesterday, and that was the story you went home and told your family at lunch, like, John Smith always talks without raising his hand, or you had a desk thrown across the room. What advice do you have for teachers right now, thinking it's the end of February, we're going into March, the last couple of months of the year, and people are exhausted, they're frustrated, they just want kids to be their best. They just want to dig deep. What do we do? How do we get people to focus in on supporting kids and having empathy for kids and persevering and growth? I mean, what are some real tools and tricks that we can be adapting and implementing?
Tools and tricks. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Let me think. That's a long list. Okay. So one of the things that, you know, you and I had chatted the other day, but one of the things that I would say is that there needs to be a routine for everything. You know, and if we're frustrated that kids are talking too much, or if we're frustrated about maybe they didn't do well in the hallway, or, you know, things like that, if we find ourselves having to almost nag our kids, because that's what happens a lot of the time, nagging. Teachers get very naggy, like, what, you know, boys and girls, what are we doing? We're not supposed to be talking in the hallway, you know, or if we're getting frustrated that these kids are interrupting our small group, you know, whatever. Rather than getting frustrated with the kid, we got to self-reflect. First of all, do I have a good routine in place right here? And maybe it's me. You know, maybe it's just that I need to sharpen this up a little bit. I remember my very first year of teaching, I was teaching first grade, and I had gone from fifth grade to first grade. And I asked our reading coach to come in and observe me. I wanted to be observed because this was a huge learning curve for me, going to working with littles like that. And so she came and watched, and I went and asked her for feedback. And she was like, you had, I don't remember the number, but she was like, this many kids interrupted your small group instruction today, you know, and were my kids bad? Was anybody throwing desks? Absolutely not. But my instructional time was being disrupted because I didn't have good routines established. And so if we're noticing that that's happening a lot, we need to stop in our tracks, and we need to take a few days to back up from the instruction and work on the routines. And, you know, and that can be of, you know, we're going to practice walking in the hallway, or we're going to practice centers. You know, it took me a few years to learn that with reading or math centers, I don't ever need to be teaching at the small group table the first week that they're learning centers. They need to learn the rotations and how to do that in the way that I expect for like a week or two, a few weeks, before I even start teaching, those first few weeks of school. And goodness, the book, Teach Like a Pirate, is just incredible. He has some incredible ideas for things you could do with higher elementary grades through secondary on how to establish those routines those first few days of school, because it's not about the instruction, it's about the routines in the beginning, and a lot of times we skip that. So right now we're frustrated because kids aren't raising their hand. It's the routines. We got to self-reflect.
So first of all, well played on dropping the Dave Burgess out there. So people, Dave Burgess, if you haven't read TLAP, go get yourself some TLAP. And for those people that are interested, we are going to be giving away some things in this segment too, but you got to hang out because I'm going to be doing it probably about 10 minutes. So just wait and we'll be doing some giveaways here. You're saying we need to reflect. So you're causing me to reflect in this conversation. My reflection typically starts with hearing somebody else's story and me trying to insert myself into that story saying, "Ooh, could I do that?" And realizing, "Ooh, I've got some things to fix." So I'm going to share a situation, a dad situation right now that I think we can also address in a classroom situation. And I want you to give me some feedback. Okay. Correct what I'm doing wrong. You use the word nag. Oh, and you got me right here with that word. So I've got 4 kids. They range in age from 6 to 16. And I swear to God, we can never leave the house on time. Ever. I tell them 10 minutes before it's time to leave. Hey guys, we're leaving in 10 minutes. 5 minutes before it's time to leave. Hey guys, we got to leave in 5 minutes. When it's time to leave, do you have your shoes on? Do you have your jacket? Do you have whatever? And then 20 minutes later, we finally leave. And then when we get in the car, all I do is complain. You guys can never leave on time. I'm always so stressed. And I just get so frustrated. And I feel like it's every single time. What am I doing wrong?
Change your ways, buddy.
It's not me. It's them.
It's broken. Fix it.
What am I doing wrong?
Well, I mean, it depends on your kids. I don't know your kids. So, I mean, my thought is, are they competitive? Could that be an incentive type thing of who's going to be first today? Of like, what's their personality type? Or if they're just being resistant to be difficult, because some kids are just like, I'm not taking it seriously. Be like, okay, we're not going anywhere right now, but we're going to be practicing it. And just say we're practicing it right now. Like today's going to be a practice day. And until you get this right, like we're going to have to practice this, and it's not going to be fun at moments where you wish you could be watching TV, or you could be on your phone, or you could be doing all this stuff. Well, let's get this right. And then I won't waste your time later when you waste mine. It depends on the kids. But I think you got to make a believer out of them. But it depends on the personality type. Maybe they just need a competition. Or they might need like, hey, I'm making a believer out of you. And when I say it, I mean it. And now, here's your timer, here's your alarm, whatever it is, it's your responsibility. You're old enough and I'm not playing, No, Mama don't play.
That.
That's one of the sections in my book.
Right. No, I love. And when you said, the issue was my issue and I got to change my ways, you're spot on. It's easy. It's easy for me to blame them and say they're not doing their part, but my job is to help create that structure so that they can be successful, right? And because right now it's a minor inconvenience. If we're heading to the grocery store and we're not there, who cares? If sometimes we're heading to church, we're gonna have that awkward embarrassment where we're the people that no longer get the aisle seats. We have to walk past everybody, right? The walk of shame. But there could be a situation where we've just spent $1,000 on plane tickets and now we miss our flight. It's the same situation. It's a minor situation that can become major if it doesn't get corrected and we don't put those routines and practices in place. And I think it's the same thing in classrooms, right? There can be these minor things that in one situation, it's just a minor inconvenience, but it can quickly escalate to a major issue if we don't practice those routines. So
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. It's about changing the routine, because right now the routine is not working. And so what are we going to do differently? Because if we just keep on being, don't be that broken record. We become broken records as teachers. And that is when it's not working. And, maybe it did work last year with those kids, but it's not working this year with these kids. And don't become that broken record. Change your way.
Okay. So you're saying I'm a failure. Got it. I'll fix it. No worries.
Dad.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's not the first time I've heard that. Trust me. I know another strategy that you preach often is the 10-to-1 rule. Your 10-to-1 principle. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah. So that was something, the other example was more of like more minor behaviors that can become major, at moments. But when you've got, these are going to be some, I've got 3 tips in a second. That's going to be for more of those major behaviors.
Okay.
One of them is that 10-to-1. So when you've got that kid in your classroom, research shows that every kid needs positive reinforcement, but that kid needs 10 positives to 1 negative. So let it sink in for just a moment. To those that are listening, is research shows that kid needs 10 positives to 1 negative. And so for that kid, think about how often we have to get onto them in a day, how often we have to correct them. And are we showing them 10 positives to each one of those negatives? And the reality is probably not most of the time. And so what are we going to do about that? And if you've got that going on right now, some great people in your building, whether they have an IEP or not, some great people in your building to talk to are your resource teachers, because they have a lot of knowledge on how to handle behaviors. But how do we shift that to be 10 positives and 1 negative? Because these kids don't hear positives at home most of the time, and they don't hear them at school. And so if you're wanting them to unlearn a behavior and learn a new behavior, we have to shift their mindset. We have to completely help. Their brain has to change. We've got to help them grow and learn brand new things. And it takes 10-to-1 to unlearn and then relearn. 10-to-1.
I love that. And taking that to that whole idea of we have to reflect and we have to own it. I think it's hard at times for us in the moment when we're living our lives and doing our things and doing the best that we know how, just like parents are doing the best that they know how, to sometimes get that accurate assessment of, am I really being as negative as it seems like I am? Am I really being as positive as it seems like I am? Am I following that 10-to-1 principle? But you're reminding me, back in the day, 15 years ago, flip cameras. I don't even know if you remember what a flip camera is, but they were old school cameras that we used to brag about, because we could actually record like 30 minutes of video on this thing. It was crazy. I used to tell teachers to have flip cameras in their classroom and record themselves teaching to go back and reflect. I'm wondering how many teachers would be comfortable just pulling out their phone or even just their voice memo and recording their language for a class period or for an hour. And then that night, as they're driving home, listening to it almost like a podcast and just making a note of the positive interactions they're having with kids so they can start that reflective process. That's good. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's one of the most powerful things you can do as a teacher is record yourself teaching. And I even, to this day, I still go in and teach lessons in my classrooms, because I need to stay in practice, with my craft. And, but I'll video it and go home and watch it, because I need to see where my routine's clear, just make sure that I'm sharpening myself.
That's good. That's good. So in just a second, I'm going to ask you to come back with a couple of more of your pointers, but I want to say something to you that I want you to truly take this and know that this is the God's honest truth. You are that teacher that I wish I had had. You are that teacher that I feel like I could have benefited from as a kid. I went through school feeling invisible for a lot of time. I wasn't flipping over desks. I wasn't cussing people out, but I would have died to have somebody say, I see you and I know you and I appreciate you. And sort of like what you did to Isaiah. I think every kid needs one of those. And I think there are a lot of us as educators that we can go back and we can think about that teacher that might have done that for us, that person that inspired us or helped us get seen. So before you come up with your next pointers, I'm going to challenge people real quick. Those people that are watching, I'm going to do a giveaway and I'm going to attach it to a task. Okay. The task is going to be this. In just a second, don't do it now, people. In just a second, I'm going to ask for you to go into your chats online, the comments, if you're on Twitter or Facebook, wherever, go into the comments here. And I want people to type the name of the teacher who helped you become who you are today. Okay. I want people to spread the message and share the love, share the name of the person that inspired you to become who you are today. And what we're going to do is, I hope this is okay with the team, but we're going to pick 3 people to win this. Katie, is that okay? I'm getting a thumbs up from Katie. 3 people that do this are going to get a signed copy of a book. The book is The Other Side of the Desk, a guidebook for surviving and thriving your first years as a secondary teacher. So if people want a signed copy of that book, even if you don't want the signed copy, let your teacher know that you are grateful for them. I want the name of the teacher that helped you become who you are. For me, easy, Mrs. E. Foster. She was a third grade teacher of mine who made me feel real and relevant. I wish I'd had a Miss Paschall in my life to make me feel like I could conquer the world and could do anything. I know for a lot of the teachers you work with, you are that person, because I know that you care deeply about supporting teachers so that they can support the lives of kids. So I just wanted to go through that real quick. I wanted people to drop some names, share some love with some people. And now I want you, Emily, to keep inspiring us. How can we be those teachers? What are some more things that we can do to be those teachers for kids?
This kind of ties into minor issues or major issues in the classroom, this next one. But, I talked about teachers can become very naggy. I use that word. I remember in my classroom management class when I was like 19 years old, for the very first time. And our professor asked, like, what do you remember, what don't you want to be, as that teacher? And I remember saying the word naggy. I remember one of my elementary school teachers, I won't specify which, but I remember that, like, she just constantly was nagging. That was how she got us to stop doing what we weren't supposed to be doing. And so my whole thing is like, stop trying to get that last word in, and stop trying to chew kids out as your tactic to get them to do what you need. Give a first, then. First do this, then do this. First do this, then do this. And so that's easier when when you establish routines. That's something that you can do when you establish those routines. But with that kid that's struggling and doesn't want to complete their work, or they don't want to do anything, and like I can think of one right now that we've got on a behavior plan that he gets to earn breaks. He needs breaks and he gets to earn breaks. But the language with him is first this, then this. First this, then this. I'm not going to sit and have a big old conversation with him trying to convince him to do his work. I'm not going to sit and beg him or nag him or whatever. It's not going to work. It's not going to work when we try to do that with that kid. First this, then this, and then go silent. Just go silent. Because, and then if you need to repeat it. First this, then this. Don't keep saying it in 1,000 different ways. It's not going to work. So good. And so practical. I know I'm a person that falls for the trap, and I start to say, if you do this, then I'll do something. And that leaves out the window open that they can say, well, and if I don't, then nothing. Okay. Right. Yeah. And so just now I gave a challenge to people, and the challenge was kind of a first. Then I didn't say this explicitly. I said, first put a name in the chat, then we'll choose a winner. Right. It's that simple. First put a name. Yeah. And then, but I phrased it incorrectly. And I said, if you want to win something, do it. And there were probably some people that were watching that didn't drop a name in there because they said they heard if. But if I'd said, first do this, then I'm choosing winner, it empowers everybody to take part. That nailed it. Yeah. Because if you start with if, then it's not a guarantee that they're going to do it. And again, the mama don't play mentality, like, I got high expectations. Now I'm all about relationships, and it is all about connection first, but the expectations have to stay high. High. And I'm not playing. Like, you're still going to complete this on the other end of it. And so my language is going to be first this, then this, because you are going to complete that task today. And but if we say if means it doesn't have to happen. And so I love that. And then on the follow into that, not only do they have to comply, but then you have to follow through. So let me follow through really quickly. Let me share the people that won, because I promised that when they did that, we would get some winners. So let me follow through. So we have 3 winners. The winners are Jami B. No, is that right? No, that's not right. Let me rewind. The winners are Brian C. I'm watching Katie for the, yes. Okay. Brian C., Rachel S., and Emily P. So Brian C., Rachel S., and Emily P. The reason I said Jami B is because Jami was a sponsor with Teacher Education Space and all of those amazing things. I just mentioned the wrong name. But those people need to email Katie@teachbetter.com, and she'll make sure that you get your stuff. So if you heard your name, Brian C., Rachel S., Emily P., thank you for doing that in the background. Email Katie@teachbetter.com, because you're the big winner. Because as the teacher, I have to follow through. When I say, you do this, I'm doing this, we got to follow through and do this. So I did that. So Emily, give us a couple. Any other good little tactical and practical takeaways? Yeah. So another one that I think is big for the major behaviors is, well, and it can be for it's all kids, but it has to look sometimes different for that kid. I've got a kid in mind right now who, again, home life is not great. And mom had him. He's 6 years old. This is a while back, but he was 6 years old. Mom had him when she was 15. And, now 22 years old and pregnant with third kid. And so the attention that he needs is just not happening. He needs a lot more than he's getting right right now. And so what I would say about that is one of the things that we tried is we're going to call him Javon. I don't know, but okay, we'll call him Javon. So we'll say with Javon, he needs attention. Maslow before Bloom here. Maslow before Bloom. And yes, academics are important, but this behavior is communication. When you have a behavior, they're communicating something to you. And so this kid is communicating to us that he needed attention. He needs attention because he's getting it regardless of if it's negative or positive. He didn't care what it looked like, but we had to start filling it with positive attention. That's the need. He needed that. So every single day with that kid, why not begin the day relationship building with that kid? And finding, because every kid needs a champion in the building. Yeah. And who is going to be that kid's champion where when they get to school, they get to go and find that person in the building and they get to go and sit and have breakfast with them or, just have some relationship building time. I don't care if it's Legos. I don't care what it is. But why can't we give that kid what they need the first moment they walk in the building every single morning? And if it's 10 or 15 minutes, and I don't care if they're 5 or 10 minutes late to class, if it makes it a better school day. But how can we, behavior is communication. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face for the next couple of minutes. Behavior is communication. So if they're trying to communicate something with you, what is the need that needs to be met? Because we got to meet that need. Sometimes it may be food. Sometimes it may need sleep, that the kid needs a nap. Sometimes I let kids take a nap in my office. I don't care if they need a nap, and that's going to help them not tear up the room for the rest of the day or not act, then by all means, go in my office and sleep for 45 minutes. That's fine. Behavior is communication. This kid needed attention. Let's give him the attention that he needs, because otherwise he's going to get it in the way that he doesn't need in a little bit, no matter what.
That's good. And again,
every kid needs a champion.
Right. You're speaking and preaching to me right now. I remember at a time in my past when as an elementary principal in my office, I had a sleeping space, a Lego space, and a gaming space. And sometimes kids came to the office and God forbid I let them play Legos. Because that I was building a relationship with them, and that was more important to me than anything else. My goal was to keep them off of the street at 16, and hopefully to return to your class eventually when they're ready. But we have to have that long-term goal in mind. When those minor distractions, those minor disruptions to our classroom become major in our head, we have to ask ourselves, how can I solve this in the most simplistic way possible so that I can save a kid down the road? Our goal is to keep kids engaged, inspired, and to love life, to love the opportunity to learn and to grow, not to feel like they're always being shamed and shunned. And if your discipline is shaming and shunning, it's time to do some reflecting, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So good. So
absolutely.
Emily, I always take notes. I'm a note taker, pencil in hand.
Okay.
So here's what I've got written down so far. I started writing down Isaiah's story, but there's some tears that stained it a little bit. But I have some comments written down about Isaiah's story and about the need to lean in and embrace our parents and our partners and to give every single kid a chance. I have written down that we all need to be on the same page with the same language, using the same words, so that by we, everybody in our school and our community are fighting the same fight and fighting for the same goals. I have the 10-to-1 positive to growth language. First, then language. All kids deserve a champion. You've given us a lot to focus on and reflect on right now. If you had to pick something, though, for Monday, for teachers walking in on Monday saying, I just got to survive till the end of the year, what do they focus on?
I just got to survive. Because of behaviors?
Sure. If they're saying these kids are out of control, these kids don't listen, these kids, whatever. What do we do?
If that's the case, if it's, well, first of all, I'd ask for help. Of just being that teacher, and I've been in that survival mode before, and I've been in that position where I'm going home crying at night. And first of all, you got to ask for help, and you got to be open about how bad it is, and how much you're struggling, because you don't have to be strong. It's okay not to be strong. And what I tell our teachers is, we talk about carrying the banner for our school, that sometimes the reason we all got to be on the same page is because sometimes someone's going to have to put the banner to rest for a minute and cry and not be okay. That as long as everybody else is carrying the banner for you, and that we got to pick each other up. And so it's okay to admit that you're not okay. First of all. And so to ask for help, I mean, I feel like as administrators, I think that it's the most important thing to be in the trenches and to stay in the trenches and to let the teachers know that they're supported. And one of the worst feelings in the world is when you feel like you're on that island, because it's a lot easier to emotionally deal with that kid when you know that someone else may not have the answers, but they're with you along the way when you've got that support. So I would ask for help first. I would just start saying, I need help. I am not okay, and find that person that can help you. And so then, but I would also, if it's, relationship building and just kind of stopping, I had a teacher recently that just was like, there had been a new kid in the class and, come to the class that rocked the whole classroom. And I said, tomorrow, do not, first thing in the morning, don't do academics. Don't do academics. You have the freedom to stop and just work on routines. Reteach all your routines, because this kid needs to become a part of the community, and they don't know how to do it, and they're not going to be able to just jump in and just get it. So you have the freedom and be empowered to just stop and don't do instruction tomorrow. Build relationships, establish routines, so that you can keep your joy, because you're gonna lose it if you don't stop in your tracks.
Yeah, so good. It goes down to identifying those priorities, even in the midst of testing season, even in the midst of you getting your evaluation, in the midst of it all. Remember that we're dealing with kids, and kids crave routines. Kids crave relationships. Kids crave positives. Kids want to be loved and noticed. So focus on those priorities. Emily, I appreciate you more than you know. Because you're brilliant and you're smart, but just you are good people. And I appreciate the fact that you're always focusing on the right things in life and the right ways to go about it. So thank you for giving up an hour of your day. Thank you to your beautiful daughter for sacrificing mom on her birthday. Give her
we are about to go party rest of the day.
If you need to use us as your excuse when you go to the next venue and say, sorry, mom's got to work again, so you don't have to bounce or jump, feel free. We're here for you. We'll support
I'm
you.
bouncing and jumping.
Okay, then you go do your thing.
Got my tennis shoes.
I also want to say thanks to our sponsors from this for this past hour. We had Teacher Education Space and Jami Bonato, who both stepped up and delivered in a very big way so we could bring you this hour. So Emily, thank you for being absolutely incredible. Next up, we have two rock stars who I'm super excited about. We've got the great Chad Ostrowski. Yes, people, he's real. He exists. He is not joining you from a plane either. He's actually going to be on the screen, sitting in a chair. Maybe it's a first class seat. I don't know. But Chad Ostrowski is joining us, and he's going to be joined by Phyllis Fagell, who's another absolutely incredible person. If you're not connected with Phyllis yet, and especially if you're a middle school person, you're not connected with Phyllis yet, connect, because she's a goddess in my eyes. So Emily, thank you. Go enjoy that birthday celebration. Everybody else, share the link, get your friends here, because you're going to be blown away.
Hey, what is up? It's Chad from the Teach Better team. Phyllis, how are you doing today?
I am great. How are you, Chad?
I'm doing fantastic. I get to hang out with you for the next half hour, so that's exciting. I also want to, before we do anything else, thank Road to Awesome for sponsoring this segment. We love our partners, and Road to Awesome is just an absolutely amazing organization, which, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, may have some awesome giveaways for later in the segment too. So just stay tuned for some of those goodies that you can possibly get. So we are going to be focused, Phyllis, and I'm glad we have you here with me. Because we're going to be focused on self-care for all through an administrative lens in this segment. But before we go any further, could you do just a quick introduction and tell people, if they don't know why you're so awesome and why it's so great that you're here, why they're so lucky to be listening to you right now?
I feel like I should bow and leave before I say anything else. So I am a school counselor in a K-8 school in Washington, D.C., and a journalist. I write for lots of publications, including the Washington Post, and I wrote a book called Middle School Matters because I love all kids, but I particularly love middle school and all the messiness that comes along with it.
Absolutely. So we are bringing you the best today, folks, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you're here with us. Now, we got to talk as we were kind of planning this segment, and you kind of brought up this thing, and self-care right now is a little bit of a bad word in education. I think we even talked about, like, hey, should we maybe change the title? Like, do we sure want to say this? But I think this is an important part of this conversation, in that self-care has been kind of painted as this bad word. But as I kind of spoke to you and you kind of informed me, a lot of it has to do with how we define it. So I'd love to get your thoughts on, like, why do you think it's become a bad word, or how can we kind of bring it back into the light, so to speak, or how should we use the word?
I think the reason I had that visceral reaction when you used the word self-care initially is because to a lot of teachers, it's almost like we're living in a post-self-care world. This is not a time when deep breaths or, just getting a little extra sleep is going to get the job done. And on top of that, I think there's the connotation that somehow this is one more thing we have to do. And if we are not in good shape emotionally, that means we have not done enough to practice self-care, and that's on us. And I don't think it is on teachers at this point to practice self-care on their own. It's really a systemic issue and much more complicated than the traditional definition of self-care.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that you said that a lot of times it's painted as this extra thing you have to make time for or do as this educator who's already burnt out. So one more thing, whether it's self-care or paperwork, is still one more thing. And that is the antithesis, right, of improving the outcomes or improving the well-being of the individual doing sort of those acts. So from an administrative standpoint, how should administrators think about or approach the term or the use of self-care in their buildings or with their staff?
I think what we need to be really recognizing, first of all, as administrators, is listening to what people are experiencing, listening to what they need, whether it's time, whether it's resources, whether they want more collaboration, more professional development. And really what self-care requires right now is being nurtured by others. That is what educators need. And so because everybody is in the same boat, including administrators, they need to be nurtured too. Probably the best compromise we can come up with is to be very intentional about caring for colleagues and asking them to care for us, taking that time to check in and figure out what everyone needs and to talk about it.
I absolutely love that perspective. And I find it a little bit ironic that when we talk about caring for kids, there's no question. Like every single person that works in education is like, absolutely, we will go through a wall to care for kids. And then for some reason, it's like this different conversation that occurs when we bring adults into the equation, right? Yet we all work in the same system. I just find that really kind of, not irritating, I guess, but just sort of funny that it's like, we are a system that cares for the youth of our country, right? Yet when we talk about caring for the individuals that run that system, it often, like, our lines get crossed and the communication gets a little bit mixed up, I think. And that's really interesting.
It's true. I spoke to an administrator recently who said the worst thing we can do is to ask administrators to teach self-care, teach social emotional lessons to kids if we are not taking care of their well-being. And he actually called it borderline cruel. And I think that's important. I think we need to be acknowledging the care work that teachers are doing, and in particular, noticing the teachers or other staff members. It could be somebody who's doing building services, somebody in the cafeteria, security guard, anybody who is going above and beyond to emotionally care for students, and then honor that work by giving them time to do it in the same way that people have bus duty or lunch monitoring duty.
I love the idea of like honoring the work with time, right?
Yeah.
I think time is this thing that's this invaluable resource that we all have because we all have the same 24 hours. Every office has the same number of hours for their employees to work and everything else, from a school system to any job, right? So the idea of like honoring the priority of self-care with the gift of time to foster it, I think is just like a brilliant way to look at it. And I think you bring up a good point is our priorities are dictated by our agendas, our schedules, and what we are giving that time, that invaluable resource to. So if it's a priority for you as an administrator, make sure you're giving up that time, that resource of time to foster that. So I absolutely love that perspective. So one of the things, before we start talking about all the things administrators can do to foster self-care, I want to talk about in your mind, from your entire experience, what are the biggest quote unquote like no-nos in self-care? Like what are the biggest like faux pas? What are the biggest red flags that are hiding behind the veil of self-care that end up being or doing destructive work on the back end? Does that make sense? Like I want to know, like, what are the things that like, hey, even if you had this idea, maybe take a couple minutes and think about it before you do that next week. Like what are some of those like, hey, be careful if you're treading in these spaces, or what should administrators avoid when they're thinking about self-care?
I think it's really important not to lecture and not to make assumptions about what kind of self-care will work for a staff member. Instead of saying, you look really tired, go home and get some sleep, maybe start with, I can see that you're stressed. How can I support you? And keeping it open-minded. One teacher is going to want autonomy. Another one is going to want time. Another one would like more resources. And so self-care is going to look different, and every individual has different needs. Most teachers right now, and this is a complicated one for administrators because they're so overwhelmed, but most teachers, more than even typically want to be seen in the classroom, want to be observed, want to be noticed for what they're doing well. And I think that encouragement, giving them clear and meaningful goals to work toward, will also go a long way toward helping teachers stay emotionally well.
That's so funny to me because, I work with teachers every day. And one of the things we focus on is, do students understand the objective of what they're supposed to be working towards? It's supposed to be learning, it's supposed to be growing. So here we have this duality, right? Where in the classroom, we expect teachers to have clear expectations, clear goals, clear metrics for measuring those goals so that they have a visual path for what success looks like with consistent positive feedback based on their goals. Yet when we go to the adults, all of this stuff is just like disappears sometimes. And I think that's such a great, valuable point, right? I'm just making all these classroom connections in my head. So all this is just hilarious because as you're bringing up these points, I'm like, of course, like we tell teachers to do that with kids constantly. But if we make it ambiguous for adults, they don't know what they're aiming for, which then adds to the stress, right? Like ambiguity, I think, is one of the biggest drivers of like burnout, because then you end up driving towards 8 different directions versus knowing the direction you need to put your effort into.
I think that's perfectly stated. And if we look at the kids, and I work primarily with kids, although in my role, because I'm the only counselor in the building, I often am working with adults too.
More so in the last 18 months, probably.
More so in the last 18 months, for sure. And the adults seem to recognize, just as you said, that the kids are struggling, that they have less stamina, that their executive functioning has taken a hit, that they're more sensitive, that they need more encouragement. And it's hard to do that when you're not well yourself. And it's easy to forget that teachers need those exact same things. And I think that difficulty we're all having right now is that we have these systems where we have depleted kids being taught by depleted teachers who are being supervised by depleted administrators
Right.
who are COVID testing and Lord knows what else they're doing. And so that's why I go back to this idea of caring for one another and just coming from a place of kindness, because nobody is doing particularly well.
Absolutely. I mean, I know we run a weekly admin mastermind here on the Teach Better team. So we're talking to administrators constantly just to get a pulse on how they're feeling and helping them deal with problems. And I can tell you from those experiences that they are just as burnt out as some of the teachers they serve. And you cannot pour from an empty vessel. So I love that holistic approach of, let's humanize everyone in this circumstance. We can't be against one another. We all have to be working towards kindness as a general mission, as a general statement, so that we can all thrive. I think that's a huge thing. I also love the idea of not lecturing and not assuming what someone needs. I literally wrote it and circled it really big on my notes next to my paper. I can tell you, I was like the teacher that showed up 2 hours early sometimes because I wanted to have everything set for my day, or I'd stay in late so I could set everything up for the next day in my own classroom, because that allowed me to de-stress when I went home because I knew I was ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But there were times when my administrator, in an effort to be helpful, would go, it's 4:30, go home. I'm telling you right now, you need to go home. Well, me leaving before I was done with what I needed to get done was actually creating additional stress, right?
Yes.
Because they were assuming that I needed this self-care, that I was working burning the candle at both ends. Yet if I would have been able to stay 15 minutes and finish a couple things, I would have actually been able to care for myself better when I go home and recharge more effectively, because now this isn't on the back, in the back of my mind. However, there are times if you have an administrator with a high EQ, I've been blessed to have administrators with high EQs, and I can tell you, if you can read the situation right, I can remember one specific time where I had to deal with a family medical emergency, and because I felt that I wanted to stay the rest of the day and then go to the hospital after. And I remember my assistant principal came into the room and said, I need you to leave. This is an emergency and I need you to go take care of this. I got this for you. And they just kind of tapped me out, took care of it. And that was a situation that was sort of counterintuitive to what we're talking about now. But that was a situation because they realized why the motivation for me wanting to stay wasn't what it should be for my self-care. They sort of went above and beyond and were like, no, I'm going to take care of this thing so you don't have to stress about it. I need you to go take care of yourself and do whatever it is you need to do right now. Now, I had a good relationship with all of those administrators, and they were well aware of what the situation was. So maybe that's a little bit of a different scenario. But I do think as a general golden rule for self-care, not assuming, right, that, hey, I think you should really start working out 30 minutes in the morning. That could blow up someone's entire schedule and make them more stressed out because they have to get childcare so they can go to the gym, or like now you're creating, like you said, 10 extra steps for that person to consider, right?
Yeah, and what your colleague did that was so beautiful for you is they recognized an area where that could be outsourced. There are things that no one can do for you versus a bus duty where someone can just jump in and give you an assist without it being an issue. And in fact, my administrator at my school, there was one day a couple of weeks ago and I was sick and she knew it, and she knew I was coming because I wasn't contagious and I didn't have COVID. And there were a lot of people home with COVID at the time. And I went to do one of my lunch duties and I showed up and someone was there doing it for me, even though I was in the building. And that person said, who was a substitute for the day, said, I'm your duty fairy. And that had been something she had been doing. She called it the duty fairy. She would just release people from a duty here and there. It was a found 15 minutes. It didn't interfere with anything I had to do, but it was so powerful. And I think that's the kind of, self-care, mutual care that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's that kindness you were talking about, right? It wasn't something you had to ask for. It was something that happened, but it wasn't like encroaching on your ability to do your job. It wasn't encroaching on adding stress, because they found the solution before they presented you the gift of the time, right?
Yeah,
Like they
exactly.
already, like when you just go, oh, well, just go. And now you're trying to think, how do I solve the 5 problems me leaving causes?
Yes.
Versus, hey, I want you to know we have a substitute. They're covering periods 4 and 5. Your explos are covered and your bus duty, I'm going to take that for you.
Yes.
I need you to go. Just take some time because I know that this thing just happened or that you have to deal with some things. That's a totally different conversation, right? Because you're starting with some of those solutions for the person. You're easing the stress of the other stuff first, and then going, now you can actually take this care, this kindness that we're giving you, like without any strings attached of extra stress.
And I think that is the EQ piece too that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And some administrators need it more operationalized than others. But the beautiful thing is that when administrators do that for teachers, I think teachers really do bend over backwards to give it back, which helps sustain the administrator. And I'm thinking of an example just a few days ago when one of our administrators was really stressed. And it just so happens that day I had gone into 3rd grade. And it was my 2nd day in a row in 3rd grade, because the first day I had done an activity that really was shocking to me. It exposed just how much they were struggling emotionally, because I did that inside outside what the world sees, how I see myself activity, and using pictures and words to the extent that they could. And I was alarmed by what I found. And so I decided we needed to do an activity the next day to build them up. And so we did a compliment circle where everybody puts compliments on a sheet for all of them. It's really something that kids think about for weeks afterwards. It's very, very powerful. So then I had an administrator where we're doing staffing allocations and things like that right now. It's very stressful. And she was having a rough day, especially, hearing who's leaving, who's coming. And I decided to send her a text with the adult version of the compliment circle. And I gave her a bunch of compliments in text that were kind of silly because I did it in the voice of a 3rd grader, but humor, by the way, is really helpful too. And she wrote back that it really did lift her up. And it was a small thing, you're very, very brave, things like that. But it's what we all need right now.
But at the base level of everything you're saying, though, I keep on thinking in my head, help people feel seen. We just heard 2 experts on, classroom management and making students feel seen and feeling important in the classroom. That was a huge takeaway of the last segment. Well, we need adults to feel seen in that their work is valued, and that when they do great things, people notice. Because when those great things happen, so much work is on the back end of those things, right? So I love, if I could synthesize everything you just said, I'd say make sure everyone feels seen on every level, whether it's a student, a teacher, or an administrator. And it goes in with your first statement. I think we can carry this through the whole segment of universal kindness, because teachers should be letting their administrators know that they see their work as well.
Yes.
And it goes both ways. So when you create that holistic ideology of kindness first, self-care is like a secondary outcome that naturally starts to happen, which is a beautiful thing if we think of it like that.
Well,
so go ahead.
I was just thinking of that. There's a practice that a school implemented in, I think it was Nashville several years ago, long before the pandemic, called Tap In, Tap Out, where teachers would exchange cell phone numbers and cover for each other. And while that was a beautiful idea, what really stuck with me about that program is that after 6 weeks, no one ever actually had to use it. And just the mere fact that it existed,
the existence of
it was enough. Feeling like somebody would rescue you. And that's the kindness piece too. There is somebody there who will make sure you do not. We have a new diversity equity director who, in her old school, and I started adopting the same term for our student support meetings, she would call them Swiss cheese meetings, because they didn't want anyone to fall through the holes. And it's that same concept. If no one is going to let you fall through the holes, you're going to feel stronger.
Yeah, because whether you use it or not, it's there.
Yes.
So you can do things with more confidence, with more motivation. I absolutely love that. I feel like we kind of got into what you should do, which is going to be the next part of this conversation. from what you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
But speaking of things that you should do, I do want to just take just a second. I want to thank our sponsor, Road to Awesome. And I want to do a little bit of a giveaway here. So if you've been listening, if you've been following, if you don't know who Road to Awesome is, Darren Peppard and Road to Awesome offer amazing books, PD, keynotes, everything you could possibly need to, improve education. And Road to Awesome is actually providing a bunch of giveaways here. I need to look at my list because there's so much stuff. There's 2 signed Road to Awesome books. So it's Road to Awesome, Empower, Lead, and Change the Game, as well as an awesome Road to Awesome t-shirt. I don't think I'm allowed to sign up for these giveaways, but if I could, I'd go for that t-shirt for sure. I already have the book, but I'd definitely go for that Road to Awesome t-shirt. Maybe you can, Phyllis. Maybe I'll see if Katie will let you sign in. But if you want to sign up for those, it's at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. Same link it's been all day, and I believe some amazing human just put it right on the screen for us, which is so amazing. Thank you so much. So let's go from there. Let's continue our road to awesome and talk about how administrators can be more awesome and really what they should be doing. Like, what are those things? What are like the top 3 things administrators should be doing in terms of self-care right now in their buildings?
So I'm using as my small sample size the staff in my own building, but I think that when I talk to my colleagues, the things that they really want right now, in addition to the stuff we already talked about, the autonomy, the feeling seen, the clear and meaningful goals, all of that, opportunities to be creative, I think that having opportunities to feel really engaged in what you're doing, to continue to learn. I think in all the talk about self-care, there's this sense of stasis or paralysis. And I think people forget that teachers do want to continue to learn and grow. So bringing in really interesting speakers, things that maybe get you out of that present moment a little bit, get you feeling a little jazzed about what you can do next. Being allowed to try new things. We have teachers here who started a knitting club for kids. That is so amazing. I actually ended up writing about it for CNN because it was this unbelievable thing to witness. We had middle school boys, people of every background learning to crochet, teaching one another to crochet. It was incredible. And I think it was because it was this little microcosm of people taking care of one another and being creative together. It was this protected pocket of time where people could just be peaceful and not be in the moment. And so I think it was effective in that way. And then again, dropping by, leaving notes, asking people what they need, making sure they have the resources they need. If you go on Twitter, which I know we're all on Twitter, that there's so many threads about how people don't have copy paper. And or the printers don't work. And if you are frustrated and spending 45 minutes just trying to print out your worksheets, that's 45 minutes you don't have for your whole day. Yes. Yeah. So, making, administrators can make a teacher's job easier by making
sure, greasing the wheels, right?
Yes.
Like just making it, taking care of those little things.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I'll throw in too, in addition to bringing in PD, one of the people who's done a lot of work about helping educators during the pandemic and before is a woman named Dr. Sanaya Luthar. And she's got an organization called AC Groups. And they're groups that are facilitated by skilled facilitators that bring like-minded people together. So if you don't have those nurturing, meaningful relationships that you can have that arrangement with in your own life to check in once a week or so, you can actually sign up for a group, and you can do it across schools, or an administrator can actually get one of their facilitators to come in and do it with staff at their own school.
That's great. Yeah. I really love, I'm a little surprised, but like in the best way possible, that one of the things we're saying is PD in training can be self-care. I actually know this because I've had administrators go, hey, I don't know if I want Teach Better to come to my school right now because my teachers are super burned out. And I go, well, we don't have to push too hard, but like your teachers need solutions right now, right? And if the PD that they're being provided is giving them solutions to their problems, that can absolutely be the self-care. Because we can't just wallow and go, they're all burnt out, we're not going to focus on any improvement. Well, then you have a lot of teachers going, I don't know what to do though. I need help, I need tools, I need those groups that you were talking about. Like I need these things that I'm not getting. So I love the idea that like self-care can be providing solutions. Brian Zwemke, who leads our admin mastermind in the mornings on Tuesdays, he actually says that when teachers are stressed, it's either a deficit of skill or a deficit of stress, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes a lack of skill can lead to the stress. So as administrators, they need to figure out which is the driving force. Is it stress due to like too much work or stuff that has nothing to do with skill? Or is a skill-based stress that we can address with training or PD or support in some way, shape, or form? Because when you improve that skill, the stress goes away, right? Even with things like classroom management or what have you.
Yeah, there's a book. It's called The Progress Principle. It's Dr. Teresa Amabile. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. And all of her research in businesses, not in schools, but it's so applicable. It shows that if teachers feel that they have what she calls these nourishers, and those nourishers include that opportunity to be creative. It includes respect, recognition, being seen. It includes all of these things, and feel that they're making even the most incremental progress. That drives their productivity. It drives their inner work life, how they feel about their work. And you can't make progress, and you're going to feel stagnant if you're not learning and growing and being given those concrete tools. And maybe it's just that I'm like a super nerd, but when I'm learning something new and I get excited about an idea and I can see a way to apply it to my work, I actually get really excited to go to work, and I'm far less likely to burn out.
Yeah. So I know that I could actually hang out with you all day, Phyllis, because this has been fantastic. We are actually running out of a little bit of time right now. So we have our last couple of minutes. So what I'd love for you to do is I'd love for you to share one thing an administrator could think about tomorrow to help them move the needle on this journey. Just one little takeaway, because they've heard 15 from our conversation. How can people connect with you? And then, so Katie doesn't start yelling at me, we're going to have to get moving.
Okay. So if I had to say one thing, I would say walk around your building and just ask your teachers how they're doing and how you can, what they need. So, and
just ask and listen.
Just ask and listen, and comment on something you see that you admire about them. People really do need that strengths-based approach. And people can find me. I have my Twitter handle there, but I also have a website, phyllisfagell.com. And Middle School Matters is just wherever books are sold.
Wow, you did such a good job. Now they're not going to yell at me unless I keep talking. So then it'll just be my fault. So I'm absolutely thrilled about our next session. I think we have Brad Hughes and Jami Fowler-White coming up, which I'm personally super excited about. And this has been absolutely fantastic. Phyllis, where should people find you?
PhyllisFagell.com is probably the easiest. My email is there as well. Feel free to reach out. I'm also on Twitter if you want to send me a message there.
Absolutely wonderful. Phyllis, thank you so much for your time, your expertise, and your passion. And we'll see you guys for our next session.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome. It is 12-Hour Live. Brad Hughes here with you for a fantastic segment. I'm welcoming into the space the incredible Jami Fowler-White. Jami, welcome, and thanks for being part of 12-Hour Live with us today.
Hi, Brad. I'm so excited. I love 12 Hour Live. I remember watching my first one and I just learned so much. I had like so many notes from the day. So I'm excited to be here today.
I'm excited to be with you, Jami. Whenever we have a chance to talk, I just get the warm fuzzies. I mean, listening to your voice is something that I could just do for hours on end. And not only do you have a soothing and wonderful voice, you've got a huge toolbox of strategies as a school leader. And I know that this is also a sponsored segment. And I'm excited to say that not only is it a sponsored segment, but Jami, you and your business, Digital PD for You, LLC, is sponsoring our segment today. Tell us about your business and tell us about what's on offer.
Oh, awesome. So Digital PD for You is a company that my husband and I started. We just believe that everyone could grow if you adopt the reflective mindset. And so we're passionate about education. We believe if you just take things with purpose, and you have to be able to collaborate with other people. And so we just created it to help every educator improve teaching and learning, be intentional about the practices that you incorporate, especially your cultural practices, because building those relationships as a leader with everyone, every stakeholder, but with the students, with the custodial staff, like everyone in the building actually comes together to form and make you feel warm and fuzzy, as you say, because I know that if you like where you go, you'll come there and it won't feel like work. And so we practice a growth mindset, use self-reflection, and then we know that we can positively impact student achievement, teaching and learning, everything.
Jami, positive impact, growth mindset, welcoming people into spaces where they look forward to coming and staying. We're going to be diving all that into, we talk about the sub-shortage disaster. But before we shift to talking about some solution-focused ideas around this sub-shortage disaster, what isn't a disaster are these wonderful giveaways that you and Digital PD for You are offering. And so I understand that you can win a Mindset Matters Crossroads tote. You can win a signed copy of The Skin You're In, Colorism in the Black Community. That's the second edition. And a t-shirt, Life Doesn't Come with GPS, courtesy of Digital PD for You. Jami, those are incredible prizes. And any of our viewers can shift over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. That's 12-hour giveaways, plural. And they can enter to win. And Jami, the tote bag is awesome because they can pack up the tote, the bag, the t-shirt, they can take their swag and they can be on their way, courtesy of Digital PD for You, Jami.
Exactly. A teacher loves a good bag. Now, we all need a bag. Oh, I have so
Jami,
many of them.
What's in our bag right now is tackling the sub-shortage crisis. And when we talk about how the shortage of substitute teachers, or in my building, we call them guest teachers, Jami, guest teachers and staff. When we talk about the scarcity of these folks in our business, in our on our campuses, in our staff rooms, what's the impact, Jami, and how did we get here? How did we get to this sub-shortage crisis?
So it was interesting. I love researching and finding out the why behind things. And so what I found was Frontline Research and Learning Institute actually did a study back in 2017. And so it talked about how at that time, only 50% of substitutes were even working at all. And of those that worked, they worked less than 1 day a week, if throughout the month. And so at that time, we were really only filling like 82% of the jobs. But because it wasn't as big a gap as we see now, we really didn't notice it. And so when the world shut down, substitutes didn't have jobs at all. Like, we all went virtual. So there was really no such thing as a substitute. And so in their research, it talked about, like, from the substitute perspective, talked about the pay. Like, if you think about it, has your district actually thought about raising the pay for the subs before we had a shortage? Like, when was the last time we thought about it? Teachers get raises in increments all the time. Administrators get raises, but did we even really think about like what we were paying them? And so in that research, it talked about the low pay, the lack of benefits, and then the lack of job security with the sudden school closures, and how when we think about a summer break and we say, oh, it's time for us to just regroup and sit back and relax, all of the substitutes were looking for ways to feed their family during the summers. And so that's how we got here. We just had so many different things coming at us that we didn't quite see it coming. But we were on the road to getting here 3 years before the pandemic.
So, Jami, you and I, as school leaders, and I know classroom teachers, the perspective is, we don't have enough subs, enough guest staff in our building. We just see the coverage list and who's not being covered, and we take a look at the impact on us as admin, or teachers who have to be on call, or in some districts lose preparation time to cover other classes. So that's one perspective. What are some of the other perspectives? Can we peel back some of the layers on the perspectives that you began to touch on? There's a lot going on behind the scenes. And what about the perspective of our subs, of our valued guest staff? What do we have to keep in mind here?
Ooh, how does a sub feel coming into your space? Because when we think about all of the COVID protocols, you have to wear a mask, you have your hand sanitizer, gloves, like all the different aspects, like that is kind of fearful for a person who doesn't work in your space, who's visiting your space, because they're guests in your building. And so from their perspective, like, what is your onboarding? What do you do when a sub comes into your building in the day? You just throw them in a room and say, here, just go in there and get it done. For years, like, that's what we really did. So from a substitute perspective, why should I risk my life? Because the COVID concerns were really real. Then they had low pay, no health insurance. And when you think about with the great resignation, as they're calling it, there's so many jobs out there to choose from. Like, people are giving bonuses to work at KFC. Like, did we consider a bonus? We've got to make it more appealing. Make them feel like part of the family, make them want to come back, just from the substitute perspective. There's so many others I love to tackle, from the student perspective, from the teacher perspective, the district perspective. Like, we could really dig deeply into this topic. Let me know which way you want to go.
You've got it. And so good. There's so much to unpack there. You've talked about making it, possible and making it appealing for our subs, for our guest staff to return to our buildings. You've talked about the inequities. You've talked about the issues that simply the pandemic has revealed that were there all along. You're talking about what it would take to, work systemically to improve the conditions, the working conditions. And what I think we really want to get to, especially in our half-hour segment, Jami, is what practical steps can we as school leaders and as faculty members take to make it possible for subs to say yes to our building. So if you're watching and listening right now and you are a substitute teacher, if you are a guest staff member, throw us a line in the comments and let us know, what is it about schools that make you excited to go to work there? Recognizing that, our schools can't function without qualified and talented substitute staff, occasional staff, guest staff. What is it about a building? What is it about a neighborhood school that makes you look forward to returning? Because let's face it, our subs have choices when it comes to work and where they work and how often they work. And Jami, the pandemic's revealed that there are other lines of work where a sub, where a guest staff member could receive better pay, better benefits, more recognition, more sense of community, more sense of, that's something I want to do again and again and again. So Jami, let's talk a little bit about what's really within our control. Like, both of us are school leaders rather than district leaders like superintendents or trustees. So you and I really don't impact the contracts, the pay, the benefits. That's a whole different level. So let's focus on what's in with our control as school leaders, and by extension, what's within the control of the faculty members that are going to be welcoming guest staff into the building. What does this shortage reveal about what may need to be changed or improved in our buildings, Jami? Where do we start?
Well, I love how you started because you call them guest teachers. And we need to change the way not only how we look at a substitute, but really how our children look at substitutes. This week, I've had a teacher who's been out ill. She's been out for 3 weeks this time. She's been off and on ill throughout the year. And the children were really not treating the person that was in the space in the best way. And so I went in and literally I sat down in the seat and I told the children, we're just going to have a conversation about where we are and how we are treating the people who are here for you. And so the children didn't really understand. All they knew is that they didn't know who was going to be at the door when they walked in each day. And I didn't really know how they felt until a parent came and she kind of explained it to me. She said, my child is kind of developing PTSD because every day there's a new person in their space with her and she doesn't know like where she's supposed to be. And I had never really thought of it from the student perspective. So I went in, talked to them about their teacher being ill, but and how grateful we were for the person that was coming and being there for them every day. And how we needed to think about how you are treating the person that's showing up for you. So I don't know if they really understood it, but the culture of the room changed once the children actually realized. And so one of the things I think we can work on is our environment, our culture, and how we actually treat the people who show up for us each day. And we need to start with the children because they will make or break a substitute. They will determine if a person comes back day in and day out within your building. So I think that is just critical, essential, key. Just one strong piece that I think we've been missing for a lot of years.
Jami, I want to circle back on a couple of really awesome pieces of information, practical advice you shared there. One is shifting the culture at your school where occasional staff, sub-staff are seen, treated, and valued as essential to the learning in the building, essential in the safety, the security, the comfort of the kids, and where they're treated as guests. And one little tip that we have at our school is every morning announcements, we say good morning and welcome to our guest teachers and staff. We thank them for being there. We name that there are other places they could be and that they're really grateful that we're there. And a reminder to students, just like a guest in your home, a guest teacher in your classroom needs extra respect, care, patience, responsibility. Do what we can to make their day a great one and to make it easier for them to say, yes, I'm going to come back. The other thing that you touched on is the importance of the school leader. Checking in in the morning as the guest teacher arrives, making sure they're feeling welcome and situated. They've got everything that they need. If plans aren't there, helping them smooth the way, how to get started, and checking in 2, maybe 3 times during the day, being intentional about going into the classroom, just like you're modeling and making sure, hey, want to make sure that you feel that you're being treated like a guest, praising up the kids that are making it easier for that teacher to do their work. Are you finding that stopping in and being intentional in those classrooms, in those moments, is making a difference for the guest staff in your school, Jami?
Absolutely, because we have to, because they don't really know the routine of the day. We seamlessly flow through our day because we know everything that is actually going on in the day. When you think about like the coverage plan, when I first started out, I would only share the coverage plan with the people who were a part of the coverage plan. But after about a month, I said, no, everyone should know the coverage plan. And so I share the coverage plan every morning with everyone in the building. But a substitute has no idea what changes we are putting in place for the day. And so it's so critical that you pair them with someone. So not only do I check on them, but whoever else is on the team, will check on them throughout the day. If you have an extra person in the building, you can send them up to pair them with the sub to make sure that the day flows, just to make them feel supported. Because as a sub, you're like, as a sub, I started as a sub, but my first 2 years before I got a job. And so as a sub, you feel isolated. But I remember when I went in the building, like they embraced me as if I was already a part of the staff.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me want to go to that building each and every day. And I only subbed in that one building because they made me feel like I was a part of the family. And so that's what we really got to get to in every space.
Part of the family, Jami, and you're an important part of our Teach Better family. And halfway through our segment, I just want to give you and your company, Digital PD for You, LLC, another shout out, and to thank you for donating the tote bag and the book and the t-shirt. And a reminder to our viewers, switch on over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, 12-hour giveaways, plural. You can sign up to receive or be eligible to win this amazing prize package courtesy of Jami and Digital PD for You, LLC. And Jami, I want to circle back just before we had the little commercial moment there for your company. I want to circle back to the sense of empathy, because there's a lot of things that are not really within our control. So we recognize that when the coverage list goes up, I think sharing that out to everybody, every stakeholder, is really key, because let's face it, there's always a tension in these kind of situations between what we think should be happening and what really is. We shouldn't have this amount of shortage in our class. We shouldn't have to be scrambling every morning. There's a lot of should, and should nots. And so what we want to do is shift to what is really within our control. So that may not be within our control. Sharing the information, though, being intentional about making sure that stakeholders know what's happening, that's something that we can control, communication. The other thing is to, within our staff communities and our staff families, draw on that empathy. Because you said you started your teaching career as a sub, as a guest teacher. I did too. I think it's rare that any of our faculty, any of our colleagues, any of our school leaders have had not at least one opportunity to have been a sub or a teacher on call. So how might we leverage that empathy? Because I mean, sometimes when we're stressed, we can't really access those long memories that say, hey, I remember what it was like to be a sub. I remember what I wished I had. Jami, as a school leader, how do you draw that empathy out of your faculty to make the classrooms ready and welcoming for subs?
So a lot of times I'll go in and shift things around. I have one of my coaches I assign to the subs each day to greet them, to take them to the space, to check in with them, to make sure that everything is up and ready. We do video announcements, so they put those up on the screen, and so that gives the substitute a rundown of the day, so they know that if we're going to have a fire drill or any of those other things, like it's on the announcement, so everyone knows. Reflective questions also help. This morning I was watching when Ray and Hannah were talking about boundaries, and then there was a segment on feedback. And so I always ask for feedback, but I like to push people's thinking with questions. So when you think about the biases that you have against substitutes, are you so wrapped up in what's going on in your world that you are putting like a negative spin on those situations that are going on? Just a check-in of where you are mentally, physically, emotionally. Because if you are so wrapped up in me, then you don't really think about like all of the other things that are going on in the space. And so just like we would check on our partner teachers throughout the day and ask them how they were doing, like I go and talk to the substitute. Hey, how are you? I don't even tell them who I am. We have a whole conversation. And then at the end, I said, well, I'll be in and out to check on you throughout the day. I'm Principal White. And they were like, what? No, I thought you were a teacher. Like, which room are you in? I was like, no, I'm the principal. I came in to check on you. And talk to them about where they've been subbing. Do they take long-term placements? Do they like to go to a different school each day? Would they be willing to come back? What their background is, to see if they're a good fit, if there is a space. If you were teaching economics in high school, you could probably teach math for me, you know. So to make them just feel like welcome. But I have amazing teachers, and they do those things seamlessly because we like to make sure that our culture is a culture where everybody feels welcome. We can't control everything, and it's very hard because there's so much coming at us each day that it's so easy for us to forget about that one sub that did show up because we're thinking about the 10 that didn't. And so we've got to really be intentional about the support that we provide.
So good, Principal White. And I love, like you, I love surprising guest teachers and staff with that reassurance. You'll see me and my vice principal later on in the day. We're not checking up on you because we anticipate anything's wrong. We just want to know that you're cared about. We like to look in on you. A little tip that I share, or that I'd like to share back with you and our viewers, is I always reassure guest staff and everybody that anything that might ease your mind is worth asking. And everything about the situation with the shortages and the coverage schedules and new teachers and new educators coming into classes, all of it raises stress. And as we know, stress masks capacity. There's stress about who's covering what. There's stress about who's in my classroom today from the kids. There's stress, when a guest teacher comes into the building, when a sub comes in, Jami, they don't know where to go. They don't necessarily know what they're doing. It's all we can do. One of the things within our capacity is to reduce that stress. And it sounds like you're advocating for sharing information widely, checking in at the beginning of the day to make sure that they're situated and welcome, keeping in touch through the day to make sure that they have everything they need, building a culture of welcoming and treating guest teachers like guests in the school. Can you think of anything else that might serve to reduce the stress, to improve the likelihood that subs will come back to our building? Or is there anything systemically that I might have forgotten that we really actually can address in this situation, Jami?
Well, as a district outside of the school level, I think we probably need to think about increased paid time off for subs, especially if they're taking one of those long-term placements or vacancies. Because when there's a snow day or when we're out for winter break, they might be more likely to come back if they were still continuing to get paid, instead of thinking about, I'm going to go 3 weeks with no pay, and what else do I need to do during that time? And then they may start working somewhere else and not come back to us. Those are some things that we can't control, but it's something that we never really thought about, like the holiday pay, as you call it, because we lose good people when they find something else that will sustain and be and help them. So I think that might help. What you think about that?
I think anything would help. And I think opening up conversation between school leaders and particularly among our subs, among our guest staff. So here you and I are on this segment at 12 Hour Live. We've been talking for 20 minutes about what's it going to take to solve the sub shortage crisis. It would be great if one of us had been a guest teacher or a sub. I wonder how often we take the time as school leaders or as colleagues to say, hey, what would it take to make you say yes to coming back? Or, hey, this is a really tough time to be an educator, let alone a substitute. What would it take to keep you coming back again and again? Is it salary? Is it benefits? And maybe as school leaders, Jami, a challenge that we could shout out from school leader to school leader is ask those questions of the subs in our building. What will it take to get you to come back tomorrow if there's an opening? Or what will it take to sustain you in this profession because you're essential to our work? Can you think of any other challenges that you want to shout out to our viewers and listeners, whether they're educators or school leaders or subs, Jami?
What is your substitute plan of action? Have we actually considered giving professional development to our staff on how we integrate a substitute into our environment? That's not something that's going to happen just by happenstance. Like, we really have to be intentional. For everything else that we do within the school building, we actually have a session, or we sit down and have a discussion on how we're going to do those things. How many schools do that? If you're watching, like, does your school do that? Just think about it.
We'd love to hear. Yeah, intentionality. We'd love to hear and see in the comments what is going on in your building or in your districts that's intentional about attracting and retaining subs so that we might address this sub shortage crisis. And Jami, I'm glad that I haven't had to say sub shortage crisis too many times, saying it very slowly because it's a bit of a tongue twister. And, nobody wants to be in this position, Jami. That's what I think we have to remind ourselves is nobody wanted this. No one asked for this. No one asked for us to be teaching, living, and learning in a pandemic. And we've revealed too that these, the pandemic has just revealed setbacks and shortages that were existing and just really brought them to the light. So while we wish it wasn't happening, we're going to stay within our control, stay what's within our control, what's within our capacity to affect change. We can do it from the outside in. We can do it from the inside out. But above all, Jami, you're stressing the importance of empathetic connections and taking small steps to maybe have some big gains later on down the road. Anything else that's coming to mind for you, Jami? You've had a fantastic conversation.
Things I want people to remember, maybe key takeaways, maybe focus on understanding all of the perspectives. So that's talking to everyone involved, especially the substitutes. We're making progress, although it may not seem like we are. Focus on your processes because they're very important. Even as our children are enduring all these traumas, and so are our substitutes. And so if there is a substitute that comes to your building each day, ask about their family, how they're doing, so that you can help to ease the processes as they are in your building each day. And this is a growing moment for us, and we will get through this together.
Jami, thanks so much. And we're going to wrap things up on that note because we're switching streams, Jami. We are wrapping up our first 6-hour stream, and we're about to switch streams. So we'd encourage our viewers and listeners not only to refresh their display, refresh their feed right now. You'll find our new Teach Better stream popping up very, very soon. Once you get onto that stream, make sure you share it out so we can continue the conversation because we're going to switch over for a brain break. It's brain break time here on the Teach Better Team 12-Hour Live. Jami Fowler-White, thank you for being with us. Viewers, listeners, Teach Better Team, thank you for staying with us, and make sure you switch over as we switch streams to the second 6 hours of our 12-Hour Live. Thanks so much, Jami.
Thanks, Brett.